Darkness comes. All living things fall. The age ends. The heavens are buried. You must be destroyed. Ding. System initiating its 99,999th reboot. Reboot successful. Connecting. Connection established. The two voices slammed into my skull just as I lay half awake on an inflatable raft. Sunlight, pool water, an outdoor pool I knew better than my own hands. The coiling Dragon Mountain Villa. I sucked in a sharp breath. No, this was wrong. I'd taken the zombie king down with me. We died together. Young Master Yi, you're awake? A girl lifted her head from my chest, her voice soft. It was Sophie. I bolted upright and grabbed her wrist. Warm. Alive. I raised my arm and checked my watch. September 1st, 2124. 1:30 in the morning. The apocalypse broke out at 8 a.m. on September 11th. I was back to 10 days before it all began. That day I would never forget. The blazing sun smothered under a mass of crimson blood cloud, a bloody mist drifting down from the sky and burrowing into the pores of every living thing. In under 10 minutes, 70% of humanity turned into zombies that knew only how to devour flesh and drink blood. Animals and plants twisted into bloodthirsty beasts. The remaining 30% didn't change, but their bodies were strengthened, and a rare few would later awaken supernatural abilities. That night, 10 hours of toxic blood rain fell, poisoning all the world's water and soil. Later generations called that day the first calamity, the Great Cleansing. Rescue never came. Hunger and terror ground people down into beasts. I survived 5 whole years in that darkness, and at the end I died taking the zombie king with me. And now I was back, with this voice in my head as a bonus. System. Ding. Host. Newbie gift package available. Claim it. Claim. Acquired. 1 bottle of God-tier basic evolution serum. Acquired. Detection Heaven's Eye. Unfused. Unlocked. System storage space. Host panel name. Yi Junmo Realm. Ordinary human strength. 12 agility. 10 constitution. 13 spirit. 10 ability. None God-tier basic serum. Multiplies base stats tenfold. Usable by any esper. Storage space. 9.9 kilometers radius. 9.9 m high. Time frozen inside. Cannot store living things. Items stored by physical touch. I stared at the blue panel only I could see, and for a long while I couldn't pull myself together. I knew that serum. Humanity didn't figure out how to make evolution serum until the 3rd year of the apocalypse, and there's only doubled your base stats. Base stats were everything. A person with a base of 10 who awakened a first-tier ability got 20, a base of 20 became 40. That serum was the reason humanity weathered the later waves of calamity. Without it, we'd have gone extinct. And the bottle in my hand was God tier. 10 times. Young Master Yi? Sophie said again. I looked at her. In my last life, neither of us turned on the day it began. She hid in a warehouse to cover my escape, and the zombies tore her apart alive. Before that, I'd always assumed she was just after my money. It wasn't until she traded her life for mine that I realized I'd had her all wrong. Have someone bring some meat. I gave her a pat. I hadn't eaten a decent meal in 5 years. She made a small sound of agreement and slipped into the water, swimming for the edge. I took out the bottle of golden serum and tipped it back in one swallow. Heat seared down my throat into my gut. My whole body itched, and sweat oozed out greasy and dark. A few minutes later, my abs tightened into ridges, and an explosive strength I'd never felt before roared inside me. Strength, 100, max, agility, 100 constitution, 100 spirit, 100. This was probably the ceiling for an ordinary human. To go higher, I'd have to break the body's limits. System, fuse the detection Heaven's Eye. A cool wave surged up from behind my eyes, forcing them shut. Fusion complete. I opened my eyes, and a new line of text hung in my vision above Sophie's head. Sophie, realm, ordinary human. Ability, none. Affinity, 93%. The heavens, I could read the stats of any creature more than 2 major realms below me, plus its affinity toward me. Below 50% was hostility, above 90% was devotion. 93%. This life, I would not let her die for me again. After we ate, I started planning. 10 days. Stockpile supplies. With this storage space spanning 9.9 kilometers, the only limit on what I could pack in was money. The company first. Director Wong. 3 billion in cash. My entire group. Yours, Yuan? The other end went quiet. Young Master Yi. Your company's valued north of 4 billion and still climbing. 3 billion? You're joking. I'm taking my girlfriend around the world. 3 billion's enough to live on forever. Send people to audit the books today. If it's clean, we sign this afternoon. I'm an orphan. As a kid, I was adopted by an old tycoon with no children of his own. He passed a couple of years ago and left me this group worth billions. Mortgaging through a bank would take a week. Too slow. Sell outright, and the money lands in a day. Fine, I'll send people right away. Director Wong agreed. A solid company on the rise at a 30% discount. No way he could resist. By evening, the transfer cleared, and with my savings, I had 4 billion in cash. Next, I went to scout warehouses out in the suburbs and meet a few wholesalers. That night, the Cloud Summit Club, the top floor of the tallest tower in Tianhai City, blazing with light. In a private room, several of Tianhai's biggest wholesalers each held a list, staring at it slack-jawed. Every kind of vegetable, fruit, and meat. Rice, flour, grain, oil, seafood, salt, seasonings, instant noodles, self-heating rice, canned goods, biscuits, candy. Basically everything edible or usable from a supermarket was on it. Close to 30,000 tons, all told. I said it was for charity. Cigarettes, gasoline, medicine, medical equipment. Those weren't on the list. I'd grab those once the apocalypse hit. Gentlemen, how about this deal? I took a sip of red wine. 9 days is tight, I know, but I trust your reach. Hundreds of semi-trailers and refrigerated trucks pulled from across the country. I'll throw in an extra 20,000 in freight per truck. As long as every load reaches the designated warehouses by the early morning of September 11th. They murmured among themselves. Then one of the bosses spoke up. No problem, young Master Yi. Money's in. Every load's there before dawn on the 11th. 50% deposit now, contract signed. Balance cleared on the 11th during the day. Half, nearly 2 billion in deposits, I could put down right now. The rest I'd settle once the goods arrived on the 11th. Contract signed. I took Sophie's hand and left the room without another glance at those smiling faces. They were sitting on a bargain right now, having a grand old time. But I knew what came next. Once the blood rain poisoned the earth, in the early days you couldn't find a single fresh vegetable fit to eat. An ordinary person who gnawed on a leaf would be poisoned. Vegetables and fruit rotted within 2 days. Meat was even worse. Even an esper with an evolved body would find a single bite of something fresh nearly impossible to come by. And me, I was about to lock 120,000 tons of food into a space where time stood still. 10 days from now, when the sky fell, I'd already be standing ahead of everyone. In the final hours before the end, I'd haul away everything that could be hauled. On the way to the parking lot, I stopped and asked Sophie, "Aren't you curious? Why I sold the company for a song? Why I'm hoarding all this?" She looked up at me, her gaze steady. "As long as I can stay with you, that's all I need. Even if it means living like a nobody, I'm happy." I smiled. "Stop calling me young Master Yi. Call me Junmo." "Junmo." I touched her cheek. "Come on, let's go home." That night, I stood on the third-floor balcony wrapped in a towel, watching the sea churn in the distance. I exhaled a stream of smoke, and one thought sat in my mind: a forbidden zone. Even 5 years into the apocalypse, humanity wouldn't dare go near the edge of the sea, let alone the depths. That was where the true terror lived. Over the next few days, the supplies started coming in. Outside a suburban cold storage facility, Wang Hao barked through a bullhorn, directing the laborers as they unloaded meat, vegetables, and fruit into the freezers. I sat in an RV with the AC on, watching. I knew this guy. After the apocalypse, he awakened a B-rank Earth Element ability and joined the Blood Shadow Guild, a gang of thugs, stirring up trouble everywhere. He jogged over, drenched in sweat, and knocked on the door. "Young Master Yi, by tonight's haul this freezer will probably be full." I handed him a cigarette. "How many trucks?" 571. "There's another 1,000 plus behind it. And in this heat, no freezer means the meat and veg rot overnight. There are 3 more empty warehouses up front, all with big cold rooms. What do you say? I'll wire you 7 million. I want every bit of it stored by the night of the 11th. I cut him off. Originally, I'd planned to wait until everything was loaded, then quietly pull it into my storage space at night. How it vanished overnight wasn't his business to know. This worked even better. Let them finish unloading, then I'd collect. Once the apocalypse hit, cash would be one extra step too many even for lighting a cigarette. You got it, young Master Yi. I'll go open the other 3 freezers now. I shut the door and pulled Sophie in. She was watching a zombie movie. I told her to watch it, along with some apocalypse novels. She didn't understand why, but I'd watch alongside her, and that made her happy. Junmo, you're handing all these supplies to that man. Aren't you afraid he'll skim some off? I let out a soft laugh and didn't answer. Instead, I asked, by the way, who do you have back home? Her voice dropped. My parents divorced when I was little. I stayed with my mom. 5 years ago, she remarried and stopped caring about me. Tears slid down as she spoke. I rubbed her back. Then who paid for your schooling? My grandmother. She doted on me, put me through high school and college. She passed 3 years ago and left some money. I loved music, so I went to college. I figured I'd work part-time to cover tuition. Never thought you'd notice me the moment I set foot on campus. I nodded. Truth was, I'd never once asked about any of this before. Stop crying. It's not a good look, I said. From now on, Yi Junmo will look after you. Once things settle here, we'll take a trip back to the university town. She blinked at me through wet eyes. You're going hunting for some new freshmen to chase, aren't you? It was September 4th, only days into the term, and the Music Academy would be naming its campus bells soon. Her suspicion was fair enough. This time it's not about chasing anyone. There's real business there. You'll understand when we go. Tianhai University Town had close to 50,000 students, several big supermarkets, and term had just started, so the place was packed with supplies. More importantly, it was a closed campus. After the apocalypse, the location was ideal, growth would be fast, and I could clear it one building at a time. 11:30 p.m., September 10th. The Coiling Dragon Mountain Villa. I hung up with Wong Hao, told Sophie to wait at home. I'd pick her up at 6 in the morning to head to the university town. I climbed into a sports car, pulled the front and back plates, and tore off toward the suburban warehouses. On the passenger seat sat a rectangular sword case I'd just taken out of my storage space. Inside were 3 titanium-reinforced 100-forged Tang sabers, 2 for me, 1 for Sophie, plus 100 titanium throwing knives and 100 titanium wires, 20 centimeters long and fine as hair. I'd paid a fortune to have Tianhai's best smith forge them all. This mechanized sword case alone ran over $1 million. With proper weapons, a 1,000-pound punch, and my past life's experience in footwork, killing zombies before I even awakened an ability would be like slicing melons, so long as my stamina held. The sports car roared through the residential district, waking plenty of sleepers. Somewhere, someone got up to curse the street. They had no idea this was the last peaceful night they'd ever get. I drifted to a stop outside Wong Hao's 4th freezer. Grinning, he hauled the door open for me. Young Master Yi, the 4th freezer's nearly full too. Could take a few dozen more trucks. Inside, meat, vegetables, and fruit were stacked wall to wall. I nodded. The salt, flour, and rice are in the warehouse next door. Want me to show you? His face was stacked with smiles. He didn't know I read people better than he thought. All down the line his mouth flattered while his eyes ran a different ledger. I knew exactly how much he'd skimmed. Show me. At a corner, I reached up and clapped him on the shoulder from behind. He'd just turned when I clamped a hand around his throat and hoisted him off the ground. Where's the stuff you stole? I loosened my grip a little. Young Master Yi, I don't know what you. I snapped one of his fingers. He shrieked, but the words choked off as my hand closed again, leaving only muffled whimpers. One more time. Where? Say one more useless word, and you can kiss the other hand goodbye. His eyes were nothing but terror now. That early glee about getting rich was long gone. Freezer, number 7. The second the words left him, I tightened my grip and finished it. To his dying breath, he never believed this sucker in his eyes would actually dare kill him. I dropped him aside. Thanks for the help. In under 10 minutes, I pulled every bit of this freezer's stock into my storage space. I shut the door and did the same to each warehouse in turn, stripping them all clean. By the time I finished, it was 1 a.m. on September 11th. 7 hours until the apocalypse. I had to move. First, the Farmer Spring bottled water warehouse and the water treatment plant. Those were close and near the sea. Then the seafood cold storage, the distillery, the rice depot, the tobacco warehouse. Medical supplies, gasoline, generators, solar panels, gas canisters, those would have to wait until after the apocalypse hit. Before then, I'd loot these coastal sites clean. Once the blood mist descended, every vehicle would be dead, and reaching far-flung places would mean walking through an army of 1 million zombies. That was just suicide. I parked 500 meters from the wholesale warehouse, drew a Tang saber from the case, and put on a black face covering and a baseball cap to avoid the cameras. The apocalypse hadn't started yet. What needed hiding still needed hiding. If the authorities flagged me and put the whole city on my tail, it'd all be over. 2 security guards were playing on their phones at the gate. I took a running start, kicked off, and vaulted the 3.5-meter wall. Inside, big drums and small bottles of mineral water were stacked in neat rows. I walked the warehouse with my arms spread, and everything I passed simply vanished. By the time I'd covered the place, tens of thousands of square meters, the mineral water in my storage space had piled into a small mountain, already sorted automatically. I lit a cigarette, climbed back over the wall, and got in the car. After the apocalypse, matches and kerosene lighters still worked. Electric lighters were junk. Once the blood mist came, every powered device died, and the whole electrical grid collapsed. I hit one site after another. The water plant gave me tens of thousands of cubic meters of purified water. The distillery, tens of thousands of bottles of liquor and wine. The rice depot, 100,000+ bags of rice, tens of thousands of bags of flour, thousands of cases of dried noodles. The tobacco warehouse, over 100,000 cartons of cigarettes. The tobacco warehouse was crowded. I nearly got spotted, but I slipped out fast. Passing a wide river, I scooped up some of the water too. The surface dropped visibly, fish and shrimp flopping in the mud. By then my storage space was about 2/3 frozen river water. 5:25 a.m. I headed back toward the coiling Dragon Mountain Villa. Some might ask why I didn't just build a fortress at the villa. It was remote, good for hiding from zombies, but it sat in the main city, bad for my early growth. I needed to kill zombies, to harvest the crystals in their skulls. Zombie crystals were a zombie's energy source. Zombies evolved by devouring flesh and blood and absorbing those crystals. For humans, the crystals were also prime material for raising abilities and realms. Once humanity built its cities, zombie crystals, herbs, beast cores, and/or became universal currency. Like money, they could buy anything. Every zombie had a crystal in its skull, varying in tier and energy. Evolve far enough, and the crystal became a corpse core, and by then the zombie was fully sentient, impervious to blade and bullet, practically a whole new species. The university town was different. A closed campus would let me clear it building by building and grow fast, and the terrain of lecture halls and dorms favored zombie killing. I'd raise my realm there first, then return to the main city. 7:50 a.m., September 11th. I drove the Phantom up to Tianhai Music Academy with Sophie. Through the window, I saw a crowd of students streaming out of the dorms toward the cafeteria, and I frowned. I'd forgotten it was breakfast time. The buildings here sat far apart. Once the apocalypse hit, having these few thousand students turn and pile up on the field would be a mess to handle. I needed to scatter them first. I drove straight to the 7-story lecture hall at the very back. It had the broadcast room. Herd everyone into the various lecture halls, then bottle them up in the corridors and clear them slowly. Better than them all crammed together. Damn, that Phantom's plate is all 6s. Which rich kid is that? You're a freshman, you wouldn't know. That's Senior Yez car. He's kind of a legend around here. Legend for what? 25 and still a junior. Every year he goes after the incoming campus bell, and he basically always lands one. Camps out just to chase the fresh meat, huh? A pack of freshmen gossiped below. I ignored them. I'd barely parked when 5 figures came down the stairwell and blocked the front of the car. The one in front had dyed his hair white and had a girl tucked under his arm. He drawled, well, young Master Yi, you really don't miss a single year, do you? His name was Li Wei, eldest son of the Li group, a thoroughly arrogant piece of work. The 3 behind him were his lackeys. That was when Sophie stepped out of the passenger side. The moment Li Wei saw her, his eyes stuck to her, the filth in them not even hidden. I know you. Sophie, right? Last year's freshman campus bell. 100 grand, and you let me. Crack. Before he could finish, I drove a kick straight up between his legs. He folded on the spot, clutching his crotch as he toppled over, eyes bulging, squealing like a stuck pig. The lackeys and the girl froze, looking from Li Wei on the ground to me, expressionless, slowly lowering my foot, too scared to speak. I looked down at him, ground my heel into his mouth twice, then measured a kick that knocked him out cold. I swept a glance over the three lackeys. Haul him over to that garden and watch him. Try to take him off campus, and I'll break your legs. The three nodded like machines. The girl took the chance, the moment I turned, to bolt. I took the hand of a still-dazed Sophie and walked toward the broadcast room. Inside, I tested the mic good signal. This is the new dean of students. All students currently in the cafeteria, on the field, or in the supermarket, return to your classrooms immediately. Students in the dorms, stay in your dorms and do not wander. The school has an important announcement. I pitched my voice low and repeated it twice. Through the glass, I watched the students pour back toward the lecture halls like a receding tide. Satisfied, I flipped the switch off and turned to Sophie, who looked baffled, on the verge of asking something. I pulled the sword case straight out of the system and leaned it against the wall. Sophie watched a rectangular case appear out of thin air in my hand, her mouth dropping into an O. She rubbed her eyes, certain she was seeing things. Junmo. You'll understand in a minute. Ding. The apocalypse has begun. New function added. Lottery system. Congratulations, host, on receiving one apocalypse gift package. Claim it. I looked up at the sky. A mass of blood cloud was slowly smothering the sun. Claim. Hadn't expected another gift package. The instant the blood mist swallowed the sun, I'd just finished comprehending what was inside. Open gift package. Acquired. Basic saber technique. Acquired. Basic body technique. Comprehend. Comprehend. A blurred figure rose at once in my mind, gripping a long saber, drilling endlessly through its footwork. Lift, thrust, intercept, hack, snap, wipe, draw, coil, cleave. Dozens of movements flowing together as one, smooth as running water. Comprehension complete. I opened my eyes. Now every cut spared effort and landed true. I moved like a swordsman who'd gone quiet for years. Junmo, is this the end of the world? Sophie clung to me, staring out the window. I followed her gaze. A student who'd just turned, skin shriveled, eyeballs gone milky white, a low growl rattling in his throat. Right then I felt some formless energy boring into my body. Ability awakening. 1%. It was the awakening. But last life, when I awakened, there'd been no sense of energy pouring in. Was that the blood mist doing? I pushed the thought down and turned to Sophie, softening my voice. Soph, this world is about to change. Order will collapse. From now on, it's the strong devouring the weak. If you want to stay with me, you have to learn to overcome your fear. As for me pulling the sword case out of nowhere, I have a storage space, and all the supplies I've hoarded are in it. How I knew the apocalypse was coming. How I have this power. Just treat it as me being able to divine the future, having awakened a kind of ability early. I held her eyes, watching the fear recede bit by bit. Telling her now was the inoculation. I didn't want her to be a pretty ornament. Last life this girl had stepped in front of zombies for me, covered my escape. She could carry weight. She just hadn't turned the corner yet. Across the campus, screams and snarls were erupting in waves. Help, someone help me. I checked my awakening progress, already 50%. Faster than last life by who knew how many times. Back then I'd hidden in the company warehouse half a day before I felt my body change. No rush. Going out now meant dealing with the living as well as the dead. Once the ones meant to die had mostly died, I'd go out and clear them slowly. Anyone bitten or scratched, tainted with corpse poison, turned within a minute, and their skulls grew crystals all the same. That was a resource too. Sophie gripped the windowsill, staring down, frozen stiff. Every floor of every building was chaos, students fleeing like headless chickens, snarling, blood-mouthed zombies chasing them down. Some jumped, shattering arms and legs, lying on the ground wailing. The field was a slaughterhouse. She braced against the wall and started throwing up. It's only the beginning, I said. Let it out. A few more times and it'll pass. That was how I'd gotten through it last life too. Bang, bang, bang. Pounding, cursing, and slamming erupted outside the broadcast room door. Help! Open up. Whoever's in there, open the door. Sophie went taut, then loosened once she recognized human voices, glancing back at me to wait for my call. The door opened from the outside, unless locked from within. I'd locked it when we came in, so a key out there was useless. I thought for a moment, took a few cartons of milk and a few loaves of bread out of the space and set them on the table, then went over and opened it. 7 people rushed in. 4 men, 3 women, shut the door, and slumped to the floor, gasping. I swept a glance over them, and my eyes landed on the last one, a woman in gold wire-rimmed glasses, my homeroom teacher. I ignored the others sprawled on the floor, went back to Sophie by the window, and sat down, watching the students scatter for their lives below. Once they'd caught their breath, the group took in the 20-some square meter broadcast room and saw me and Sophie. The woman in glasses spoke. Yi Junmo. I nodded. Ms. Ouyang. It was my homeroom teacher, Ouyang Bing. 2 of the other girls recognized me too, and, incredibly, forgot all about the chase and the zombies, calling out in delight, Young Master Yi? What are you doing here? I was a little speechless. End of the world, zombie outbreak. They'd just clawed back their lives. And already forgotten? No need to guess. These 2 were my diehard fans on campus. I'd barely spent any time at school, but these resourceful college kids had long since dug up everything about me. Heir to a multi-billion group. No parents, young and rich. Domineering CEO type, plenty of fans, no surprise there. That fear from a second ago, forgotten already? I reminded them. The smiles on both their faces filled instantly back up with terror. Those were zombies. Ouyang Bing recovered fast, though whether she was asking me or herself, I couldn't tell. Call the police. My phone's black, it won't turn on. Mine too, what's going on? I stopped listening. I'd looted supplies all night without a wink of sleep, then dragged Sophie straight to campus, and there were zombies to kill soon. I needed to rest. I pulled Sophie onto my lap, buried my face against her, and murmured, Soph, I haven't slept all night. Let me close my eyes a bit. She held me tight, her voice firm. Without your say-so, I won't give them any of that milk and bread. I opened my eyes and looked at her. She looked down at me. A few breaths later, I closed them again and muttered, Those apocalypse novels weren't wasted on you. I'd let this group in precisely to teach Sophie a lesson, to let her see clearly how, over time, human decency gets worn down to nothing. That was why I deliberately mentioned not sleeping, the night spent gathering supplies. I hadn't expected her to catch on so fast. In the broadcast room, one of the men lowered his voice to a muscular companion beside him. Brother Qin Tian, look at that Yi Junmo. The one called Qin Tian raised his head, glanced at me and Sophie, then at the milk and bread nearby, then down at his own dead phone, and his eyes narrowed. I said I was resting, but really I was checking the system's new function. Just one extra item, a lottery jar. Lottery jar, basic, 1 draw per 10 first-tier zombie crystals or per 1 second-tier crystal. Note, draws yield only cultivation-related items, weapons, abilities, and thanks for playing, no daily supplies. No need to think hard. The odds were a trap, especially that thanks for playing. I'd play once I had crystals to spare. I closed the interface. Ms. Ouyang, the phones are all dead. What do we do now? A girl named Li Jing asked. Please think of something. I don't want to die. Another, Tang Yi, pleaded with her. The 2 girls, usually so lively, were out of ideas, with nothing left but to lean on their teacher. Ouyang Bing had no answers either. She drew a deep breath and forced her composure. We wait. Something this big at the school, the authorities are sure to know right away. We hide here and wait for rescue. The troops might already be on their way. The others all found that reasonable, and the hearts that had been hanging in their chests settled. Buried against Sophie, I let a cold smile touch the corner of my mouth. If this group knew it was a global calamity, not some little campus incident, I couldn't imagine the looks on their faces. Ms. Ouyang, is our school researching some kind of virus? Li Jing asked again. Ouyang Bing's mouth twitched. I don't know either. We're a music and art school. There shouldn't be any biology research here. Then how did the students just turn into zombies for no reason? Ouyang Bing's face was helpless. She only shook her head to signal she didn't know, her own heart still hammering away. Young Master Yi really is one of a kind. Just then a man sitting on the floor stood up, sneering. School blows up like this, and you can still sleep. Guess as long as there's a pretty girl beside you, the sky could fall, and you'd stay cool. Hey, Lin Yi, watch your mouth. Li Jing snapped, jumping up. Young master, Yi never did anything to you. Why so vicious? Tang Yi backed her up. Lin Yi shot a glance at me, unmoved, frowned, then stole a look at Qin Tian. Seeing him give a slight nod, he rounded on the two girls. None of your damn business, you brain-dead pair. Who are you calling brain-dead? Li Jing detonated, ready to fight him to the death. Ouyang Bing quickly stepped between them, her voice cold to settle the room. There are zombies everywhere out there, and you still have the heart to bicker? Then she turned on Lin Yi in full teacher's tone. If Yi Junmo hadn't opened that door just now, we might already have been torn apart by those things outside. Lin Yi, this is the behavior of a small man. Lin Yi gave a cold snort and sat back down. If he weren't worried Ouyang Bing would give him grief down the line, he wouldn't have bothered with her at all. If she weren't a teacher, he'd have already made his move. I noted that flicker. Sophie had wanted to fire back on my behalf a moment ago. I'd held her off in secret. Just a clown. I'd deal with him casually later. What I wanted more right now was for Sophie and Ouyang Bing to see clearly the darkness of human nature in the apocalypse. Ms. Ouyang, you say we wait for rescue. I held Sophie and turned to look at her, half smiling. Why not go to the window and look into the distance? Ouyang Bing frowned, crossed to the window in 2 steps, and looked out, and her eyes filled instantly with disbelief. The broadcast room sat high. Looking toward the city's edge, thick black smoke rose everywhere, some from cars that had collided and caught fire, some from blazes set off by rioting crowds. Through the gaps between buildings, you could see zombies and fleeing people scattered across the streets. The car horns that once filled every road were, from this moment on, a thing of the past. Tianhai City, once called the Star of Huaxia, would never again know its old prosperity. How? How could this happen? What on earth is going on? Ouyang Bing's face went bloodless, the steadiness from before gone without a trace. Li Jing, Tang Yi, Qin Tian, and Lin Yi crowded to the window too, and at the sight of that rolling smoke, every one of them went wide-eyed. Is this the end of the world? Li Jing's voice trembled. Yes, I said. The end of the world. The whole globe, like this. From now on, humanity enters a brutal age where the strong devour the weak. Every electronic device will fail, like the phones in your hands. Just scrap metal now. Civilization has been knocked back to ancient times. And the authorities you're waiting for, the so-called rescue, it's never coming. The words landed like a depth charge, detonating in their hearts. They had no choice but to believe the reality in front of them. Dead silence. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his eyes wild. The end of the world is great. Now that the world's ending, I can do whatever the hell I want. The laughter pulled everyone back. Qin Tian glanced at me, then flicked his eyes to the milk and bread. If it's really like you say, this world's gone plenty crazy. You said it. I shrugged, not looking at him. He narrowed his eyes. There are zombies everywhere out there. Stay here, and we starve to death. That landed, and the faces around the room turned worse. Outside, zombies packed thick. In here, no food, no rescue. Drag it out, and the only end was death. I haven't even had breakfast. Me neither. Drag this out till night, and we'll have no strength left. Tomorrow we probably can't even walk, and 2 days after that we starve. Li Jing's and Tang Yi's voices shook. Ouyang Bing nearly lost her footing listening. What they said was true. Here. I picked up milk and bread and handed them to my 2 fans. They took them on reflex. Li Jing had just torn the bread open to take a bite when she glanced over and saw I had only 2 cartons of milk and 1 loaf left beside me. She immediately broke off a big half and set the bag back on my table. Young Master Yi, I can't eat this much. I'll leave some for you. Seeing this, Tang Yi split hers in half too and set it down. I swept a glance over it, said nothing, and gave a nod. Hey, Yi Junmo, since you're not hungry, give me your share. Lin Yi suddenly barked at me, then rounded on the 2 girls. And you too, hand over your bread. The apocalypse had broken out. In his eyes, these rich kids were worth nothing now. Li Jing and Tang Yi, having just taken a sip of milk, flinched at the shout. Still, Li Jing worked up her nerve. Lin Yi, you say give it to you, and we just give it? Who are you? Her voice shrank toward the end. Lin Yi's vicious, lecherous stare had already fixed on her, scaring her into leaning my way. Ouyang Bing frowned. wariness in her eyes, but she still stepped forward. Lin Yi, a time like this calls for unity. Only together is there any hope. Shut up. Lin Yi cut her off, his glare uglier, his words filthier. Ouyang Bing trembled faintly with fear. She looked toward Qin Tian and the two behind Lin Yi, trying to read their stance. Qin Tian leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes shut, the picture of none of my business. The other two men wore faint smirks, their eyes raking nakedly over her and the girls. Ouyang Bing didn't dare make another sound. Any fool could see the three of them were a pack. And I just stayed half reclined against Sophie, watching it all. What was coming had come. Lin Yi looked at Ouyang Bing, a startled little rabbit, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Then he turned to me, his voice cold. Give me the milk and bread. Then take the two women down to find food. Otherwise, I'll toss you down to feed the zombies right now. I struck a match, lit a cigarette, and exhaled. Quick to adapt. The apocalypse needs that kind of decisiveness. Then I turned to Sophie, who was glaring daggers at Lin Yi. Soph, he wants me dead. What do we do? Kill him, Sophie said through gritted teeth, her eyes pure ice. It was the first time she'd ever felt the urge to kill. In her heart, I was now the only family she had left in the world. So when I asked, the words leapt out without a second's thought. She truly wanted this man dead. Everyone turned to look at her. Ouyang Bing, out of ideas, edged toward me. Li Jing and Tang Yi moved to my side too. The room had split into two camps. Ha ha, Lin Yi laughed up at the ceiling like he'd heard the joke of a lifetime, then fixed his narrowed eyes on Sophie. Kill me? Oh, I'm so scared, little wench. In a minute I'll make you. Thunk. A microphone flew through the air and rammed straight into his mouth, shattering a few front teeth, splitting his lips and the corners of his mouth, blood pouring as he crashed to the floor. He clawed at it desperately, yanked it out with a wet pop, and the pain stole his voice. Blood streamed between his fingers. Somehow I was already in front of him. I looked down and stamped my foot brutally on his limbs. Crack, 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 crack. For breaks. Lin Yi screamed in agony. It happened too fast for Qin Tian and the others to react. By the time they saw Lin Yi's four limbs bent at wrong angles, the other two men gaped. What the hell are you doing? Even Qin Tian, who'd been leaning against the wall with his eyes shut, opened them and locked his stare on me. I looked up and met his eyes. A shiver ran through Qin Tian. The next second I was in front of the two men, one kick each. Two thuds, and they flew several meters, slammed into the wall, and dropped, spitting blood. You're smart, I said, hands in my pockets, walking toward Qin Tian. A man like you, with a little ability, might live a while longer in the apocalypse. Lin Yi's whole act had been at his direction, sent out front as the firebrand, stirring up conflict, so that once it spiraled past control, Qin Tian could step in as the peacemaker, become the group's pillar, and use these people's strength to carve out a path to survival on a zombie campus. I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Tian forced calm. My guess was right on. The moment he saw the city transformed, understood it was a global outbreak and all the electronics were dead, he'd set his mind on using this group as tools. I smiled faintly, and before he could react, clamped a hand around his throat. Hope you can stay this calm in hell too. He started to make his move. Crack. His neck snapped. To his dying breath, he never imagined I could crush his cervical bones one-handed. How could anyone have such strength? That was his last question before he lost consciousness. I flung the body aside. If I hadn't wanted Sophie to come around gradually, and Ouyang Bing to see human nature clearly ahead of time, I'd have dealt with these few before they even came through the door. Lin Yi had cursed me when he pounded on it. I kept that in mind. I'm no gentleman. Anyone I take a disliking to, as long as I have the strength, I'll crush if I want to. This is the apocalypse. The strong devour the weak. The three crippled men on the floor watched me crush the towering Qin Tian like a chick, and their eyes held nothing but terror. Ouyang Bing, Li Jing, and Tang Yi stared at the corpse bleeding from every orifice, unable to speak. I turned to the girls. If I had no power, they'd have forced me down to find food, and there'd be only one result, death. And the four of you, you'd have two fates. Once they lost hope, you'd become the targets for their rage and frustration. Once they'd had their fill of that, you'd be forced down to find food. The worst case, if they were cruel enough and afraid enough of dying, you'd see people eating people. By then, you'd be both their tools and their rations. I made the point and left the rest for them to chew on. It was the truth. If no one in Qin Tian's group awakened an ability and none of them dared kill themselves, in the end they'd have turned to cannibalism for certain. I'd seen too much of it last life. I walked over to Sophie, drew a Tang saber from the case, and put it in her hand. I want to see you conquer your fear. Stay with me, and there'll be endless bloodshed ahead. This is something you'll have to face sooner or later. I don't want an ornament. If you don't want to stay with me all the way, you don't have to kill him. I know it's an unfair thing to ask, but the world is different now, sophomore. Sophie looked down at the saber, her body trembling. Dozens of breaths later, she raised her head and saw the encouragement in my eyes. Saying kill him a moment ago was one thing. Actually doing it yourself was another. People raised in peacetime never imagined killing anyone. But this was only the first day of the apocalypse. Not enough time yet for her to turn the corner. Though terrified, Ouyang Bing and the other two kept replaying my words in their minds. They were all adults. They understood just how bad things were now. Lin Ye's wild, vile stare, they'd felt it firsthand. So when Qin Tian died, they were afraid, but no one screamed or demanded answers. They only trembled harder. Hearing me tell Sophie to kill Lin Yi, the three swallowed, their faces paler, and turned in unison to look at her. Huh. Sophie drew a deep breath and walked toward Lin Yi, step by step. An ornament? Junmo. Sophie, will not hold you back. Don't kill me. I'm begging you don't. Thwack. Blood sprayed from Lin Ye's neck. The thick reek of blood flooded the entire broadcast room. Clang. The heavy Tang saber hit the floor. Sophie looked at Lin Yi, dead with his eyes still open, staggered back 2 steps, her whole body going weak. A chest pressed against her back, and a pair of arms circled her waist. Well done. She turned and held me tight. Behind us came waves of retching. No need to look, it was Ouyang Bing and the other two. That line of mine just now, I don't want an ornament, wasn't only for Sophie. It was for them to hear too. This life, I was going to build a team of my own. Killing zombies and gathering crystals alone was too slow. Zombies had crystals in their skulls. Mutated beasts had beast cores in their bodies. And even the fruit borne by mutated plants hid energy inside. These were all resources for growing stronger, and it took a team to scour up more. And the prerequisite for building a team was that I had to have the strength to command a room myself. Suddenly a surge of power poured into my body again, jerking even my spirit sharply higher. I quickly clamped down on it. Otherwise the energy would burst out and hurt Sophie in my arms. The awakening was complete, just as I thought. Ding. Awakening complete. Congratulations, host. On awakening an S-rank ability Metal Element. Metal Element. Manipulate metal to attack, metalize for defense. Same as last life. I'd thought that with a system I might awaken something fiercer, but it was still metal. No matter, though, my base stats were multiplied tenfold, and I'd learned saber and body techniques. Those other espers still had to spend time fumbling out their own powers in the early days, but I didn't. This window was the perfect time to quietly grow. The screams across the school were thinning out. Time to collect resources. I walked over to the 2 men I'd kicked into cripples and put a foot to each one's temple, sending them out of this world. In a world overrun by zombies, for Qin Tian's crew death was maybe a kind of release. Better than being torn apart by zombies, eaten away by corpse poison, turned into a walking corpse. Here's a task for you. Throw these 4 bodies out the window to feed the zombies. With that I headed for the door. Dead, they could still be put to use. These 4 hunks of flesh and blood might even force out a second-tier zombie ahead of schedule. Where are you going? Ouyang Bing and the others panicked when they saw me about to leave. Outside was nothing but zombies, and I was the only one in this room who could fight. To clear the zombies on this floor. If you want to live, hurry up and crush that fear down. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you die. I pulled the door open a crack and looked out. A dozen-odd zombies wandered the corridor 10 meters off. The whole floor came to only a few dozen. Most had run off to the field and the lower floors. The broadcast room sat at the very end of the 7th floor corridor, a small room on its own, the rooftop right above. A few terrified people crouched at the rooftop's edge. Both stairwell mouths were jammed with zombies pushing toward the roof. I had to block the 2 stairwells first, then clear the floor slowly. Otherwise, the zombies from below would surge up all at once and make a mess of it. I picked up the tang saber Sophie had dropped, sheathed it, and pressed it back into her hand. Hold on to this. After I go out, I'll lock the door behind me. No matter who knocks, unless it's me, don't open it. In a bit, come to the window and watch how I kill zombies, and learn for yourself. Remember, a zombie's claws and teeth carry deadly poison. An ordinary person who gets a patch of skin scratched, or one bite, turns fast. It dies only if you take off its head or smash its skull. Even splitting the body in two won't do it. Don't breathe in the poisoned blood, and never let it splash on your face. Low-tier zombies have no sight. They hunt by smell and hearing, and at night, they move twice as fast as by day. Never let the weapon leave your hand. It's the root of your survival. Sophie nodded hard, worry filling her eyes. Junmo, be careful. I'll wait for you. I smiled and kissed her on the cheek. Relax. Today I'll show you what your man can do. I swept a glance over Ouyang Bing and the other two, opened the door, went out, and pulled it shut behind me. A black and red tang saber appeared in my hand, far heavier than the one I'd given Sophie. Hers was on the softer side. Mine was a true hard blade, well balanced, and even without the edge, the spine alone plus my strength could smash a zombie's skull. A dozen odd zombies in the corridor, and I walked toward them step by step. These freshly mutated ones had dull hearing and smell still. Otherwise, Lin Yi howling in the room that long would have drawn a crowd already. The broadcast room was well soundproofed too. After tonight's blood rain passed, their senses and strength would all climb a step higher. And the ordinary people who hadn't mutated or awakened, in a few hours their strength would double too. Truth be told, if the survivors banded together during this stretch, they might well cut a path out. But after tonight, it would get hard for ordinary people to kill zombies. You'd need at least 5 fearless, well-built men with weapons to handle a single one, and even then it wasn't a sure thing. If one of them got scratched and mid-fight suddenly mutated and bit a teammate, then it wasn't humans killing zombies anymore. It was zombies killing humans, a chain reaction collapsing the whole group. Last life, how many teamed-up survivors got wiped out exactly that way? That was also why the people kept dwindling while the zombies never seemed to. Saber in one hand, I wrapped its spine lightly against the wall as I walked. Knock, knock. At 5 or 6 meters, the zombies reacted and lunged. I kicked off with my left foot, planted my right against the side wall, and ran several meters along it at a half tilt. Sweeping past the zombies, my blade rose and fell, cleanly lopping off the 4 heads in front. Before landing, I kicked off the wall again, launched my body toward a balcony, braced one hand on the railing to redirect, and there was another stroke. I wove through the corridor like a wraith, the zombies utterly unable to match my speed. One lunged, one fell. The last one hadn't even reacted before I was on it. The tang saber split it from crown to base, cleaving it in two as it toppled to either side. A dozen odd cleared, and my face wasn't flushed, my breath wasn't short. It had cost little. With body and saber techniques, it was efficient and fast. In the brains and gore of the split zombie lay a thumb-sized, milky white elongated crystal, smeared with poisoned blood. This was a zombie crystal, a first-tier one. An esper's skin had nothing to fear from poisoned blood, but I still didn't want to pick it up bare-handed. I took black soft leather gloves from the space, put them on, and stored it in my space. The body sprawled every which way across the corridor would start to stink by afternoon if left. I'd meant to pull them straight into the system space, then changed my mind. Leave them for now, and once I'd cleared this floor and blocked the stairwells, have Sophie and the others come toss them down and harvest the crystals while they were at it. Collecting corpses was a kind of training too. If only I had a fire element esper, pile them up and burn them, done. Just dealing with these bodies was a major undertaking. I turned and walked toward a classroom. In the broadcast room, Sophie, gripping the tang saber, said to Ouyang Bing and the other two, "You all heard what Junmo said. I think he raised his voice on purpose, to get you to accept reality faster. Before he comes back, let's throw the bodies down together. Settle yourselves first." With that, she walked to another window that looked out on this building and stared, worried, at that floor. The 3 girls exchanged a glance, and resolve settled in their eyes. To not die, you had to be strong. If you still couldn't accept things at a time like this, you were courting death. Besides, from the way I'd killed 4 people with a wave of my hand, they could only cling to this thick thigh for dear life. Thud, thud. For bodies were hurled from the 7th floor, and the hundreds of zombies below pounced and tore in. Watching from the window, their faces went white. Oh my God, look at young Master Yi. Li Jing's gaze fell on my floor, just in time to see me come out of a classroom, surrounded by a swarm of zombies, my figure weaving back and forth through the pile, blade rising and falling, head after head lopped off. Sophie, Ouyang Bing, and Tang Yi followed her eyes and froze. I leapt across, treading on zombies' heads. Those lifts, thrusts, intercepts, hacks, snaps, and cleaves flowing together, smooth as running water. How is this any different from the martial arts masters on TV? Ouyang Bing was dazzled. The 4 couldn't close their mouths. This wasn't watching some bloody zombie slaughter. It was like watching a swordsman unleash a stunning, world-shaking blade art. So cool. Stars shone in Li Jing's and Tang Yi's eyes. Hearing the words "so cool," Sophie watched me dart in and out of the zombie pile 7 times over, looked down at the Tang saber in her hand, and her grip on the scabbard tightened again and again. Tianhai Music and Arts Academy, a girls' dormitory, room 505. Mo Qingyu stood at the window, staring down at the field full of zombies. She'd overslept this morning and hadn't gone to the cafeteria with her roommates. The broadcast had woken her, and she'd only just gotten up to wash, hadn't even finished, when the apocalypse broke out. First, the blood cloud blotted out the sun, then the blood mist filled the sky, and then the screams, wails, and snarls erupted all across campus at once. She'd run to the window and seen fleeing students torn to bloody pieces by a pack of vicious-faced zombies, and the sight had frozen her stiff. Right after, the corridor outside her dorm door filled with screams and snarls too. After a brief blank, she'd rushed to the door, dragged the bed frame over with all her strength, and braced it hard against the security door. Then she'd pulled out her phone to call for help, only to find it black, and a moment later the power cut out. Panic swallowed her whole, and all she could do was huddle in this tiny dorm room and wait for that nebulous rescue. Time crept by. The screams outside the door slowly faded, but the snarls didn't lessen. If anything, they grew, and the door was struck hard from time to time. The girls' dorm looked out on the main street and the city beyond. There were zombies everywhere, cars piled into wrecks, people running and crying in every direction. Mo Qingyu couldn't fathom how, after a single night's sleep, the whole city had been turned upside down. She'd stood at the window for nearly half an hour, watching the zombies roaming the field, the people being devoured, the wreckage strewn everywhere, and had lost count of how many times she'd thrown up, until, looking at all that flesh and blood, she'd somehow grown a little numb to it. "Will there be a rescue?" she murmured, gazing toward the smoke-shrouded city in the distance, then added under her breath, "Yufon, you're in the capital. Are you safe?" After standing a while, she turned to go lie down on the bed. Her gaze swept by chance over a lecture hall, and her expression suddenly changed. On the 7th floor of that lecture hall, a young man was hacking like a madman through a pile of zombies. Those zombies harvested one by the long saber in his hand, like so many chicks. Oh, she saw the young man hanging one-handed off the 7th floor balcony, swinging on the momentum to dodge a zombie's sharp claws, and her hands flew to cover her mouth, terrified he'd fall. She couldn't have said herself why she'd gasped aloud for a complete stranger. Maybe she'd seen a sliver of hope for survival and didn't want anything to happen to him. "Hey, handsome, save us. Go, handsome, kill all those disgusting things." Over at the girls' dorm, some of the surviving girls shouted toward the young man. It wasn't just Mo Qingyu. Many others had spotted him too. Roar. The zombies near the dorm heard the voices and turned in a mass, surging toward the girls' dormitory. Mo Qingyu started in fright and spun around, ransacking the room for anything to pile onto the bed frame against the door for added weight. The other girls who'd been shouting saw the zombies charging and scrambled to find things to block their doors too. But filling the 3rd bucket, the water from the tap ran thinner and thinner. "The water's out." The 3rd bucket was only half full when it dwindled to drips. The water had actually stopped long before. What she'd caught was just the leftover in the pipes. When the blood mist spread across the globe, it wasn't only the power that died. The tap water went with it. Once the water treatment plant's pressurizing equipment failed, the water couldn't be pushed up. The water now was still drinkable, but after tonight's blood rain, every water source, down to the deep underground, would be poisoned. After that, to drink, you'd have to wait for rain or rely on water shops opened by water element espers. And across the 5 years of the apocalypse, there were only a handful of rains, all of them light. Once the city's supplies were scavenged and eaten clean, to stay alive humanity would have to gnaw on tree roots and heartwood. Trees could filter out some of the toxins. The roots and heartwood were still usable, but the bark and leaves were poisonous. Squelch. One stroke took off the last zombie in front of me. I let out a heavy breath, lit a cigarette, and started hauling desks, chairs, and pianos from every classroom on the 7th floor toward the 2 stairwells, piling them up to block the zombies coming up from the 6th. In this past hour plus, I'd killed at least 300, over 100 of them rushing up from the 6th floor when they heard the commotion. My stamina was nearly bottomed out, nonstop swinging while still dodging. Even after the evolution serum and the awakened ability was a bit much to bear. On top of a whole night looting supplies without sleep, my strength and spirit were almost wrung dry. And this was without using the ability at all. If I actually used it, I'd probably last 20 minutes before I was done. Both stairwells were blocked off tight, and I let out a long breath. Mindless zombies only charged and shoved blindly. They couldn't move objects, so they couldn't get up. Just then I heard talking behind the iron door to the rooftop, like a few male teachers. Sounds like it's quiet down there now. Should we go take a look? That guy. Is he dead? Or did he kill all the zombies on the 7th floor? There are so many zombies on the field. You think he can kill them all? Go yourselves if you want. I'm not going to throw my life away. I took 2 finger-wide iron chains from my storage space, stock I'd acquired in passing from a hardware store while looting warehouses last night. Knowing the apocalypse was coming, of course I prepared thoroughly. I locked one end of a chain to the handle of the rooftop iron door, pulled the other taut, and locked it firmly to the iron railing, then did the same to the other rooftop stairway. This lecture hall had 2 iron doors between the 7th floor and the rooftop, both opening inward toward the roof. For the people on the roof to come down, they'd first have to snap the chain, the railing, or the door handle. If they couldn't, they'd just have to stay up there and catch the breeze. An extra layer of insurance for them. And it kept the zombies from ramming the doors open too. The ones on the roof were teachers, and a student looking out for them was only right. I went over the 7th floor carefully, not skipping a single stall in the restrooms, and only once I was sure I hadn't missed a single zombie did I head for the broadcast room. Without checking thoroughly, if Sophie and the others came out later to clean up and missed one, it'd be a deadly matter. Bang, bang, bang. Soph, open up. The door opened, and Sophie threw her arms around me. I was worried sick. I'm back, aren't I? I held her and walked in. Ouyang Bing and the other 2 looked at me with admiration in their eyes when I returned. This was exactly what I wanted. Only by letting them see my strength clearly would they understand that following me was the only way to live. I sat down and spoke. I've cleared this whole floor, and the stairwells are blocked. The zombies can't come up. Really? That's wonderful. Young Master Yi, you're amazing. Li Jing, the little fangirl, got worked up the moment she heard. Your saber technique, your lightness skill. How did you train them? Could you teach me? I'll give you some pointers when there's time. Wonderful. Once I learn, I'm going to hack away at zombies too. Swish, swish, swish. She made a one-fisted jab at the air, and I almost laughed. To have a temperament like that in the apocalypse was a blessing for her. Sophie saw I was tired and reached out to knead my shoulders and arms. I gave her a grateful look and turned to Ouyang Bing and the other 2. I need you to clear out the zombies I killed on this floor. Any problem with that? All 3 shook their heads. They understood. To follow me, to have my protection, they had to do something. Clearing zombies was disgusting, but it had to be gotten through. The world had become this, and they had to slowly learn to accept it. A zombie has a milky white, thumb-sized crystal in its skull. Dig every one of them out and store them together. I raised a hand, and 4 pairs of gloves, for daggers, and 4 small buckets appeared on the floor. They stared, stunned again. Go on. Throw the bodies straight downstairs. Just don't block the ground floor stairwell mouth. Whatever you do, don't hurt yourselves while you work. Watch out for the zombies' nails, teeth, blood, and brains. Take it slow. You have a whole day, no rush. If you hurt yourself and catch corpse poison, you know the consequences. Call me if anything comes up. Leave the door shut, but don't lock it, so you can open it straight away when you come back. I also took a mattress from the space and laid it on the floor, set out some food and water, and told them to help themselves if they got hungry or thirsty. Then I peeled off my jacket and dropped straight into sleep. I really couldn't hold out any longer. Killing zombies demanded total focus. One lapse, and you caught corpse poison, and that was trouble. The girls watched me hit the mattress and pass out, then looked at the food. Mineral water, milk, cooked chicken drumsticks, biscuits, bread, chocolate. They glanced at each other, pulled on the gloves, picked up the daggers and buckets, and went out to work. You're Sophie, right? How did he produce all this out of thin air? Ouyang Bing asked under her breath the moment they were outside. Li Jing and Tang Yi looked over curiously too. Sophie thought for a moment. A storage space. With that, she walked straight toward a body not far off. Since I hadn't bothered to hide pulling things out in front of them, there was no harm in her saying it. As for how many supplies were in the space, she wouldn't say. She didn't know herself. Sophie walked up to a severed head, the reek of blood churning her stomach, forced it down, crouched, and carefully dug out the crystal. The three girls exchanged a look. The end of the world was here. Why fuss over things that defied common sense? The stronger I was, the safer they were following me. Ouyang Bing came around quickly and cautioned the two. He trusts us this much. Don't let him down. Don't go blabbing about his business, especially the storage space. The two nodded hard. Understood. After the business with Lin Yi and his crew, they got it. In this apocalypse, someone might kill and rob over a single loaf of bread to reveal a storage space right in front of them. If that wasn't trust, what was? Walking up beside Sophie and seeing the headless bodies strewn across the floor, the three still couldn't help bracing against the wall and retching. After heaving for a while, seeing Sophie dig out crystals with a composed expression, they gritted their teeth and joined in. They had to get used to it. A few more rounds of throwing up and they'd build an immunity. They cheered themselves on inwardly. While I rested awake, I flipped through my panel. Name Yi, Junmo Realm 1st Tier Esper, Early, Ability S rank, Metal Element Strength to 00. The ability had ranked up, my base stats had doubled again, and strength hit 200. Halfway through my nap, there was a stir outside. Huh, why do I suddenly feel so much stronger and clearer in the head too? Ouyang Bing, mid-carry, was hauling a body with Sophie to throw downstairs when a sudden vigor flooded her whole body. Me too. Sophie clenched a fist. Us too. Li Jing and Tang Yi chimed in. It wasn't just the four of them. At that moment, every surviving human across the globe felt an explosive strength welling up inside. Right after, laughter came from the rooftop too. Haha, I feel full of energy. Director Wong, me too. I'm 50, and right now I feel like I could carry 2 sacks of rice up 10 floors. Sophie reined in her excitement and said with a frown to the three, let's get the bodies cleared first, then go ask Junmo. I told her a tiny fraction of survivors could awaken abilities. She thought she'd awaken one too, but excited as she was, she didn't forget the task at hand. Zombie crystals were too crucial to an esper's strength to neglect. With their strength up, the 4 girls worked much faster. A turned human's body was withered, but a headless corpse still ran 50 or 60 pounds. What used to take 2 people to carry, one could now manage one-handed, gripping an ankle and flinging it over the meter-plus railing. Efficiency soared. As for the teachers on the rooftop, the girls had seen early on, while cleaning, that I'd chained the door shut. None of them said anything, and Ouyang Bing only stole a glance at those chains. Discovering they were strong as oxen, they were all delighted. Click. The door pushed open, and I, deep asleep, instantly opened my eyes, made out that it was Sophie and the others coming back, and shut them again. It was a habit from 5 years in the apocalypse. No matter how tired, the faintest stir snapped me awake. In the apocalypse, fail to keep your nerves taut at all times, and the next second you might be zombie rations. It was still fine for now. Only later, when those wall-climbing, semi-sentient, soundless mutants showed up, would real danger lurk at every turn. The 4 girls came in each carrying a bucket, drenched in sweat, and seeing me still asleep, all tiptoed, afraid to wake me, set down the buckets, and grabbed mineral water to gulp down. September was hot. Clearing zombies was heavy labor, and they'd never done it before. Of course they were worn out. HFFFT. I struck a match, lit a cigarette, and sat up. I'd meant to sleep a while longer, but with several hundred crystals waiting, I got up anyway. Junmo, did we wake you? Bring the crystals you collected. 4 blood-smeared buckets of crystals. I rinsed them with water from the space and stored them. Zombie crystals worked differently for espers of different ranks. The lowest rank, E-rank esper, could eat one and rise from early to mid-first tier, while the highest, SSS rank, might need 10, dozens, or more to climb the same stretch. Ability rank was like spiritual root talent. The higher the rank, the more resources required, and it determined how far you could go. Without some great fortune to raise their rank, an E-rank esper would top out at the peak of the second tier for life. The third tier was unthinkable. Crystals could be eaten directly. Any energy-bearing crystal, fruit, or beast core could be eaten, so long as the body could withstand it. Otherwise, your organs would burst and you'd die. An ordinary person who endured that surge of energy could also greatly boost their strength. Besides ingesting, you could also guide absorption with your ability, a method humanity only slowly fumbled out a year into the apocalypse, but which I'd long known. Ding. Host detected to possess 358 zombie crystals. Consume 250 to upgrade to peak first tier. Upgrade. Last life it took me 100 first tier crystals total to break into the second tier. The evolution serum had clearly given me a sizable boost. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on advancing to peak first tiered. That's it. Way faster than absorbing it myself. The stronger I got, the steadier I felt. The remaining 108, I held in reserve. The school had a few thousand zombies. If any of Sophie's group awakened an ability, they could use them. My worry was that they wouldn't awaken. These 4 helpers would only be of real use to me if they did. Ordinary people, in the end, could only do odd jobs. Junmo, we feel so much stronger. Sophie's long-suppressed excitement finally broke loose, looking to me for an answer. She understood, to stay by my side. Only awakening an ability would let her keep pace. I closed the panel. It's normal. Survivors, because of the blood mist, will see their strength and spirit rise by 1 to 1.5 times across the board, and a small fraction will awaken abilities, but not now. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sophie's eyes. The other 3 were hearing ability for the first time and pressed me curiously. I didn't hide it from them. They'd find out sooner or later, so a little background didn't hurt. Space element could teleport, store, walk the void. Time element could slow or even stop time. Lightning, fire, earth, wind, ice, speed, strength, plus metal, water, light, dark, wood, spirit, foresight. As they listened, the 4 looked like they'd had a new world open to them. Seeing the longing in their eyes, I cautioned them. Don't be too quick to marvel. Abilities have their highs and lows too. Take lightning. Some become lightning Dharma kings, and some only manage to be human dynamos. Last life, plenty of major powers specifically recruited low-rank lightning espers as generators. Once even solar power was unusable and humanity's attempts at generating electricity failed time after time. They finally turned to researching lightning espers, and they actually cracked it. Have them switch on their ability and pedal a kind of iron tricycle, channeling the lightning through the friction of pedaling, and especially made converter onto the wiring, slowly achieving a power supply. Because an esper's wattage was hard to gauge and unstable, it couldn't feed straight into a circuit, hence this human-powered generator pedal bike. Even so, a single low-rank lightning esper could only supply a handful of people, and the power wasn't continuous. Some could only discharge for 10 or 20 minutes, used in fits and starts, and once spent, they were drained, and the next one took over on the bike. When they first awakened, these people all shouted, "I am the lightning Dharma king. I am the light of the night. I am the chosen one," shattering the darkness with thunder, and in the end they became human rickshaw pullers. Though, they did become the light of the night, after all, just not in the form they'd imagined, standing in the heavens crowned with lightning. Human dynamos? The 4 girls' mouths twitched. What happened to the lightning Dharma kings? Get some rest, you all. Seeing them worn out and dripping sweat, I told them to rest. and in passing pulled everything useless in the broadcast room into the space, even the mattress I'd just slept on, then took out a big bed and made it up. In a corner, I set up a bathtub, filled it with water, and ran a drain pipe out the door. Take turns washing. When you're done, drain it and refill with clean water to wash again. I'm going to the 6th floor to clear zombies a while longer. I also set down 20 large buckets of mineral water, tossed a few changes of Sophie's clothes onto the bed, and laid out shampoo, body wash, and towels. They'd worked up a sweat laboring on the 7th floor. A wash would do them good. Looking down from the corridor, the zombies they'd cleared had already piled up on the ground floor. I did the math in my head. Among the few thousand zombies on this campus, I had no idea whether there was a mutant. If there was, this heap of bodies would make perfect food for it. I took the sword case from the space, set it on the railing, and opened it. Inside, 100 throwing knives were laid out in neat rows. I fixed on a zombie in the 2nd floor corridor. A throwing knife floated up out of the case and hovered beside me. WHFF. The knife shot out and buried itself in the zombie's eye. It didn't die. It kept roaring. 10 at most for now, 20-meter range. The mental drain's too heavy, I muttered. I could control metal wires instead, drilling through the eyes or ears to churn the brain. But that wasn't a small drain either. What I just used was my metal ability, controlling metal. This ability had only 2 uses, controlling metal within a certain range to attack, and metallizing my whole body for defense. Plenty against ordinary zombies, but pretty lame against something on the level of a zombie king. Last life I'd reached the human king realm and still got beaten ragged by one zombie king. My metallization defense was shattered outright, and in the end only by the sheer grit of, if I'm dying, I'm taking you with me, did I manage to die together with it. I recalled the knife, slung the sword case onto my back, and swung one-handed off the 7th floor railing down to the 6th. The moment I landed, several zombies lunged. I pressed a square button on the bottom of the case, and 5 square slots sprang open on its top, the hilts of 2 tang sabers slowly rising. I drew one. At the same time, streaks of golden light flew from the other slots. 20-centimeter metal wires drilled into the eyes and ears of the lunging zombies, churning through their brains, then withdrew from the eye sockets wrapped around a blood-smeared crystal, dropping back into the slots atop the case before shooting out again at the next one. No hands needed. The crystals fell into the account one by one, still as deft as ever. A zombie that lost its crystal didn't die at once. You had to churn its brain to mush to finish it off for good. One hand in my pocket, the other gripping a saber, I walked over, stabbed the spine into a body, and flicked it, flinging it downstairs. If it weren't for clearing the floor to lure the zombies below up for slow killing, I wouldn't have needed to clean up at all. Hands in pockets, cigarette in mouth, I could handle them. Toss these bodies down first, and see if it drew out a mutant. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground had the teachers on the rooftop quaking with fear. I heard a stir behind the rooftop iron door. Director Wong, they're throwing zombies down there again. Must be that guy who was killing zombies earlier, a voice said. Then a fat-throated one. We've got no food, and it's probably afternoon by now. That guy's clearing the 6th floor. The 7th floor stairwell's most likely blocked, and the zombies can't come up, or those girls wouldn't dare throw bodies down. Now's exactly the time to head down. Director Wong, there are so many zombies down there. We'll die. Don't go down for food, and we starve to death up here on the roof. There's no food on the 7th floor either. Nothing but desks, chairs, and instruments. Are you stupid? The fat throat dropped lower. Forget the 4 women. There's a Ms. Ouyang among them. That guy's definitely with her. We find Ms. Ouyang, and as fiercely as that guy kills zombies, he can surely scare up food. We follow along, and we've got rations, don't we? Listening, I gave a cold sneer. The apocalypse was full of this type, too gutless to charge themselves, forever scheming to push others up to take the blade, then trail behind the capable ones to skim a share. Soon I heard the door being pulled, then a strained, muffled thud, and then nothing. What's going on? It won't budge. Feels like something's holding it from outside. Did that bastard chain the rooftop door? The fat throat shot up abruptly. He ran to the other door. Same result. Which son of a bitch locked it? He raged up at the sky. This was leaving him to starve to death on the roof. Listening to the cursing, I bent down, gripped a zombie by the ankle, and hurled it with all my strength toward the voice. The body cut an arc through the air. Thud. The cursing on the rooftop cut off all at once. In the broadcast room, Sophie and Ouyang Bing were washing off their sweat in the tub. Ouyang Bing kept stealing glances at the door, asking under her breath, Yi Junmo won't come back, will he? Sophie's tone was flat. If you're scared he'll suddenly come back, wash faster. The cold reply choked Ouyang Bing into silence. In truth, she had no confidence either. The 7th floor was free of zombies, but the snarling downstairs never stopped, and made to go out there alone, she wouldn't dare. Room 505. Mo Qingyu stood at the window, staring at the person killing zombies on the 6th floor. She'd been watching for over 10 minutes. Earlier she'd seen, clear as day, how he'd flung a body up onto the rooftop. Only when he leapt up to grab the 7th floor railing, flipped back into the corridor, and walked inward did she turn and sit on the bed, listening to the snarls below and outside the door, turning the thought over and over in her mind. Only this person could save her. But she'd have to find a way to reach him without drawing the zombies. And even if she did, they were total strangers. Why would he save her? With so many zombies outside, was she really going to die in this dorm? The world had turned like this overnight, and people with ill intent would only multiply. She had to be extremely careful. She hugged her knees, with no answer. I returned to the broadcast room, and saw Li Jing and Tang he hadn't washed yet. Why haven't you two cleaned up? We'll wash later, Li Jing answered. Sophie came to meet me. I told her to wash first, ruffled her hair, walked to the tub, and waved to fill it, then took off my jacket, meaning to soak. How can you do that? Ouyang Bing, seeing me strip off my jacket in front of everyone, spun around in alarm. I ignored her, shed the outer layer, got into the tub, shut my eyes, and rested my hands on the rim. It was just a jacket. Was it really such a big deal? Sophie came behind me and kneaded my temples. Ouyang Bing, her back turned, retreated to a far corner. Only when she heard the water sounds did she carefully turn back, and seeing me ignore her with my eyes shut, was rather mortified. I looked at the crystals in the space, in a fine mood. On the 6th floor I'd killed 142 with my ability, working until my spirit wore thin before wrapping up. That was enough for today. After tomorrow night's blood rain the zombies would be stronger, but it made no difference to me. System, use 150 crystals to advance my realm. Ding. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on reaching realm. Early 2nd tiered. My body strengthened another notch. I took a wine glass and a bottle of decanted red wine from the space, poured half a glass, swirled it in my hand, and sipped now and then. Ouyang Bing couldn't help asking, "Is this how you usually are?" She didn't know how to follow that, wanted to leave but feared being alone, and so just sat there. The mood in the broadcast room was strange. No one spoke. Before I knew it, I'd fallen asleep in the tub. Sophie's hands really were that good. She touched the water's temperature and didn't wake me. The height of summer was warm, and with my body, falling asleep in the tub wouldn't give me a chill. 9 hours had passed since the apocalypse broke out. The old prosperity had all become passing smoke. High-rise fires raged unfought, growing fiercer, the thick smoke nearly blanketing the sky. The streets were strewn everywhere with black-red bloodstains, cars crumpled from collisions all but choking the roads, withered, vicious zombies wandering everywhere. Tianhai City, once a place of bustling traffic and dazzling lights, could never go back. Crack! A bolt of lightning split the night sky over Tianhai City. I opened my eyes and looked at the sky outside the window. Junmo, you're awake? Sophie was fanning herself with a sheet of music. The summer night was too stuffy. Ouyang Bing and the other two each held one as well, dug out of a cabinet in the broadcast room. Looking at the room gone dim, I took a dozen-odd candles from the space and had them lit, then took out several meter-plus blocks of thick ice to cool the place down. Wow, young Master Yi, I love you so much. Li Jing flung herself straight onto a block of ice. Everyone laughed. The room really was stifling, and the ice made it much more bearable. Night's fallen. I rose, stepped out of the tub, and walked to the window. Sophie brought a towel over, tied it around my waist, and rested her little head on my shoulder. The zombies stopped making noise about an hour ago. It's finally quiet. I nodded. The zombies had howled all day because they'd just turned and hadn't adjusted yet. From now on, As long as you didn't make noise or get within range of their smell, they wouldn't snarl for no reason. I watched the sky a while. The blood rain was coming soon. I turned and asked Sophie, "Let's eat. What do you want? Steak, pasta, red wine, fruit," she said after thinking. "You two washing now, or after we eat?" I asked Li Jing and Tang Yi. The two hadn't washed since they finished clearing zombies that morning. Now it's so hot." I pulled the tub water into a corner of the space, refilled it with clean water, and took out a long table that seated 6. Plus chairs, a tablecloth, fruit, red wine, cups, plates, and cutlery. Sophie went to set it. Ouyang Bing got up to help too. She could see I'd laid out 5 place settings, with a portion for her, and feared being cast out if she didn't pitch in. I took out steak, pasta, a small gas canister, and a frying pan, and had Sophie and Ouyang Bing tend the flame and fry. Li Jing and Tang Yi washed their faces with towels first. Li Jing screwed up her courage. "Young Master Yi, I have something to tell you." I walked over. She leaned to my ear and whispered, "Tang Yi and I want to stay with you from now on. Even just as underlings, we're willing. We've always been your people. That's never changed." I gave a faint smile. I could see their affinity, knew these were heartfelt words. "I know. Clean up first. You'll follow me from now on." Frying pan in hand. Ouyang Bing caught me whispering with the two and couldn't help asking Sophie, who was searing steak beside her. "The way they are with him is a little intimate. Aren't you jealous?" Sophie kept her eyes down, frying, her tone even. Just a few whispered words. "Ms. Ouyang, don't overthink it. So what if Junmo takes them in? If you want to follow us in the apocalypse, you have to learn a few things. Junmo won't feed a stranger for nothing." Ouyang Bing frowned, turned her head, and ran straight into my gaze, quickly looking away. Sophie went on frying, as if to herself. "The world's become this, and all that so-called morality will get cast off by reality bit by bit. Once you've seen more, you'll understand. In the jungle, the ones who go it alone never last. Stick close to the strongest, and you keep your life. My Junmo is stronger than anyone." "Junmo, food's ready." Sophie came up beside me where I was smoking in the corridor. I tweaked her nose. "You're my person too. Room 505. Mo Qingyu gazed at the candlelight glowing from the broadcast room and murmured, "So hungry." Today she dug a pack of instant noodles and a box of biscuits out of the dorm, her roommates. She didn't dare eat much, just 3 biscuits and a small bite of noodles, and down a lot of water. Darkness, hunger, and fear crammed her heart all at once. Crack. Another ear-splitting bolt of lightning tore across the night sky. She started in fright and shrank back onto the bed, trembling, listening to the zombies snarling in the pitch dark, stirred by the thunder, and shook harder, a faint sob escaping her lips. She wasn't alone. All through the girls' dorm drifted muffled weeping, and all through the boys' dorm, muffled cursing. Drip, shhhhhh. The blood rain went from scattered drops to a downpour. Countless zombies stood silently in place, accepting the baptism of this blood rain. An even sharper reek spread out, churning the stomach. In the broadcast room, having eaten early, I stood at the window, lit a cigar, and watched this blood rain that poisoned the earth and cut off humanity's water. Suddenly, I sensed something, whipped around and switched on the detection heaven's eye, sweeping over Ouyang Bing and Li Jing, then landed with a frown on Sophie. Soft. Had an awakened an ability. Ouyang Bing Realm, early 1st tier. Ability, a rank I Ice Element. Affinity, 78% Li Jing Realm, early 1st tier. Ability, B rank Water Element. Affinity, 88% Sophie Realm, ordinary human. Ability, none. Affinity, 96%. Sophie hadn't awakened, and the disappointment in me was hard to put into words. Without an ability, she could only do logistics going forward. She couldn't anchor the faction I meant to build. Espers were mostly proud and high-minded, and putting an ordinary person in charge wouldn't win their obedience. What's happening to me? It feels like there's energy about to burst out of my body. Ouyang Bing and Li Jing suddenly stood up, crying out. SSSS. A layer of ice formed out of nothing around Ouyang Bing, spreading outward, over on Li Jing's side. Her whole body was drenched as if she'd been caught in a downpour. Focus your mind. Feel for that energy thrashing inside you. That's your ability. Slowly learn to control it. I reminded them. At the same time, on the 5th floor of the girls' dorm, the entire floor froze over with ice of an extreme cold, and the 2 stairways leading to the 4th and 6th floors were sealed off completely by thick walls of ice. The zombies roaming the floor, along with 2 girls hiding in a dorm, were frozen to death where they stood. In room 505, Yu fainted on the floor with her eyes shut tight. Her black hair turned blue at some point, and even the irises behind her closed eyes had gone blue. She didn't know it yet, but what she'd awakened this night was an SSS rank ice element ability capable of driving temperatures toward absolute zero. In one of the boys' dorms. Ha ha ha. I am the lightning Dharma king, the light of dawn, the chosen one. Let thunder shatter the darkness. A survivor on the 4th floor laughed at the current thinner than a hair thrashing about his fingertips, then in the end stared wide-eyed as it vanished completely. If the downpour hadn't covered his laughter, by now he'd probably already have been swarmed by zombies. On the 7th floor of another building, a tall young man burst into flame all over. Not just them. At that moment, all across the globe, people were awakening abilities and going berserk, unable to control their newborn power. In the broadcast room, Ouyang Bing and Li Jing shut their eyes and began, little by little, to focus, trying to touch and tame that rampaging energy. I watched Ouyang Bing's and Li Jing's berserk energy slowly settle, then turned to Sophie. Sophie was looking at me too, her eyes full of hope. I'd said a tiny fraction would awaken abilities, and both Ouyang Bing and Li Jing had. She alone showed no change. She'd already understood. Really. She just wanted to hear the answer from me. Soph, you don't have an ability. She staggered back 2 steps, her eyes misting over in an instant, tears dropping one after another. I frowned and let my voice go cold. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you saber and body techniques, and later I'll find you treasures to raise your physical base. Even without an ability, you have to be able to hold your own. No crying. I raised my voice on that last line. Then I turned to Tang Yi nearby, whose face was full of envy. You too. Tomorrow you learn saber and body techniques with Sophie. Tang Yi nodded quickly. She envied Li Jing and the others for awakening abilities, but envy was envy. Not having one meant not having one. The way I'd cut down zombies during the day was still spinning in her head, and at the words, learn saber technique, she nodded like a chick pecking grain. Sophie wiped her tears, clenched both fists hard, looked at me, and said word by word, I won't let you down. Thunk. A heavy sheathed Tang saber stabbed into the floorboards before her. Use this one from now on. Give your old one to Tang Yi. With that I turned back to the window. Truth be told, Sophie not awakening sat ill with me. Only I understood how vital abilities were to a person as their realm climbed. Even if she'd awakened the most worthless E rank, I'd have felt better, and I could have found her treasures to raise her ability rank down the line. A pity she had none. System, draw 5 times. Ding. 50 crystals consumed. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. Not even a guaranteed floor. 5 blanks in a row. I cursed, closed the interface, lit a cigarette, and watched the downpour outside, mulling it over. Where did this blood rain even come from? Was it real blood or a celestial phenomenon? If it was real blood, then whose? Sophie stepped forward, gripped the scabbard, and yanked hard. A weight bore down on her wrist and nearly threw her off balance. So heavy, 50 pounds at least. She quickly tightened her grip. Shing. Out of the scabbard, a cold gleam flashed, the blade washed in a faint chill of light. Staring at this treasured saber that ran 20 or 30 pounds even unsheathed, she recited it once more in her heart. I won't let you down. So this is an ability? People can actually form ice on themselves. Ouyang Bing and Li Jing had steadied the energy inside them, their faces full of excited smiles. With abilities, they had the capital to survive in the apocalypse. Don't think awakening an ability makes you invincible, I reminded them. Facing zombies in a swarm, an esper is just as weak. Once your energy runs dry, you're no different from an ordinary person, at anyone's mercy. An ability's energy isn't infinite. You have to fumble it out and master it yourselves, until not a fraction goes wasted. Then I addressed each in turn. Ouyang Bing, you're ice, freezing, slowing, condensing ice into harder forms to attack. Ice spikes, ice picks, ice swords all do heavy damage, And you can form ice walls for defense too. Train it well from now on. Li Jing, your water. Water is the lifeline in the apocalypse. This blood rain has poisoned every water source on Earth, and water will be extremely scarce from here on. Your direction is control. Grind your mental power to the bone. Control is an instinct every esper is born with, but you need to make yours so precise that the water you release can slip through any gap. Water looks harmless, but as long as it can seep into someone's body, then with a twist of your mental power, the effect can be beyond anything they'd expect. Every ability had its strengths. The key was how the wielder used it. Just as I sent metal wires drilling into zombie brains, it looked simple, but it actually tested the command of mental power to the extreme. The two listened as earnestly as grade schoolers, asking questions now and then. They didn't understand how I knew so much, but right now they knew nothing about their own abilities, and with a ready-made teacher, they were naturally humble. I held nothing back either, recounting to them the experience I'd fumbled out last life and what I'd seen and heard of other abilities. Sophie and Tang Yi, though without abilities, listened closely too, so that if they really ran into an esper down the line, they wouldn't be caught flat-footed. Junmo, thank you for clearing that up. I have one more question. How do you tell an ability's rank? Ouyang asked. Tell the rank. I shot her a glance. A teacher through and through, the question hit the mark. Unable to tell what rank your opponent is, you never know whether the fight is one you can win. In the early apocalypse, how many people awakened an ability and grew arrogant, only to die at the hands of someone stronger? I exhaled a stream of smoke. There are two ways to distinguish the 9 ranks. First, read the ability's aura. For espers below S rank, if you feel carefully, you can sense the aura they give off now and then. Take you, Ouyang Bing, a rank ice. You'll let off cold air from time to time. If the one across from you is a B rank ice, they'll have cold air too, just weaker than yours. If they're an A+, that cold air will be stronger than yours in quality. As for those above S rank, when they first awaken, their ability goes into a massive riot. Fail to steady it, and you pass out. And afterward their aura draws inward. Unless your realm is higher than theirs, you can't tell at all whether they're S rank or higher. Second, there's a special ability detection stone. You'll come across it later. At this point, I felt it necessary to give them a warning. Remember, even when you have strength later, don't indulge in needless saintly compassion. The little ability you have now is worth nothing in the apocalypse. Kindness isn't wrong, but kindness without strength invites disaster on yourself. Kindness isn't a cheap virtue. It has to be matched by your strength. In poverty, tend to yourself alone. In success, better the world. That second half is something you only earn the right to do once you're strong enough. And you've only just started. This road is far longer than you imagine. I paused, my voice sinking. If you follow me and bring me trouble over some laughable mercy, I'll drive you off without hesitation. If you betray me, I'll kill you without hesitation. The group felt the killing intent on me, swallowed, and nodded. I said no more. Once you set out to build a team, killing was bound to follow. Wherever there are people, there's conflict. It's not as if, with the apocalypse here and 80 or 90% of humanity dead and zombies, mutant beasts, and ancient corpses outside treating people as rations, the survivors would all band together. Interest is forever the root of conflict. The human heart is far more terrifying than any zombie or beast. Last life I'd seen too much backstabbing over gain. There was a guild master, an SS rank, human king, realm powerhouse, who was sold out by his own woman in collusion with the very brother he'd saved in hard times. And in the end he lost both his life and his standing. Things like that were nothing new, before the apocalypse or after. To play the saint, to love carelessly, to preach morality and kindness in the apocalypse, that's signing your own death warrant. The way I saw it, before you had the strength to control everything, so-called compassion was a joke. Strangling needless trouble in the cradle was never wrong. This was the apocalyptic jungle. Outside the window, lightning flashed and thunder rolled, blood rain poured, the reek hung thick. On the first night of the apocalypse, countless survivors huddled in corners trembling, still praying that when the sun rose tomorrow there'd be a rescue. They couldn't imagine that a scenario seen only on TV would truly fall on their own heads. In the broadcast room, Ouyang Bing, Li Jing, and Tang Yi washed my back as I stood at the window smoking and fell silent. They couldn't fathom how a 25-year-old could hold so many such views. Views that, to the survivors right now, weren't exactly welcome words. Perhaps only in this moment did they truly see what kind of person I was, decisive in killing, without mercy, utterly and thoroughly interest first. Following him, is it the right call or not? Ouyang thought to herself in silence. Sophie gripped the hard saber and made a silent vow to my back. Even without an ability, I'll be the blade in your hand. Anyone who wants to hurt you crosses my corpse first. With my back to them, I gathered all those gazes behind me. Call it an early inoculation. I meant to groom these four as confidants, and the sooner I turned their mindset around, the better for building my faction. Affinity is a thing that can drop. It's not as if 90% stays 90%. Do something today that someone disapproves of in their heart, and it can slide. Over time, even a high one can fall into the negatives. I stubbed out my cigarette and took out a single mattress to lay on the floor. Starting tomorrow, Ouyang and Li Jing train their abilities on the 7th floor by killing zombies. Grind your mental power until it's completely drained. Tonight, you wash up and sleep first. Ouyang sleeps on this single mattress. Li Jing, come out with me a moment. With that, I headed for the door, and Li Jing hurried after. Ouyang watched the two of us go out, looked at the single mattress and then at the big bed, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Looked like she'd better sleep early, or tonight would be rough. The 7th floor was cleared of zombies, sure, but there were still so many below, and just the thought of sleeping outside alone was frightening. Safer inside the room. She sighed and went to pour water to wash up. In a daze, a figure surfaced in her mind, her husband. Ouyang husband was a well-known director named Zhao Tianbang. They'd been married 4 years. Back then she was 27 and still unwed, her parents anxious, and only through an introduction had the two come together. Before the marriage, she'd thought him a decent man. Only after did she gradually see clearly. Zhao Tianbang had women all over the place, and the two had gone from cold wars to coming to blows. She'd brought up divorce countless times, and he'd simply dragged it out and refused, because divorce meant splitting assets. That dragging had dragged right up to the arrival of the apocalypse. A music classroom on the 7th floor. Li Jing took the 30 zombie crystals I handed her, baffled. Since you're following me in earnest, you ought to know early what these crystals that raise an ability's realm are good for. I began explaining the crystals' effects and how to guide their absorption with your own ability. In the early apocalypse, plenty of people didn't know crystals had this use, much less that zombies' skulls held an energy source for raising abilities, let alone ability-guided absorption. The thing was wrapped in brain matter and poisoned blood. Who'd think it was usable? One step ahead means every step ahead. I wouldn't be spreading this around. Let those espers fumble it out for themselves. As for Ouyang, with her affinity not yet up, of course she got treated differently. It was only the first day, no rush. Once enough time passed, and she noticed the change in Li Jing, she'd understand on her own. Following my instructions, Li Jing slowly learned to guide absorption, and after 30 crystals her ability realm reached peak 1st tier. She was B rank and hadn't taken any base-raising serum, so 30 crystals to peak 1st tier was perfectly normal. The reason I'd used several hundred was, first, that I was S rank, and second, that I'd taken the God tier evolution serum. Last life it took me only 100 to climb from 1st to 2nd tier, which shows just how potent the serum was. At Li Jing's pace, another 10, and she could break into the 2nd tier. But I didn't want her advancing now. Let her get familiar and temper herself a while first. Don't be fooled by jumping straight to the 2nd tier. The 2nd tier had its nuances too. Both being water element, Li Jing at B rank could make 100 cubic meters of water on a drained mental power, while an A rank could make 500, a vast gap. Ability rank framed a person's ceiling from the very start. Absorption done, Li Jing clearly felt her body was different, strength, spirit, stamina, all stronger, and even the ability within her had grown a good deal. On the first night of the apocalypse, countless people tossed and turned, unable to sleep. And yet some were riding the waves out in the sea. Roar. A zombie's snarl suddenly came, louder and louder, again and again as if in provocation. I stepped out of the classroom. A few throwing knives broke through the rain, cut down several zombies, and flew back. Watching the pack below howl without end, I stuffed 2 wads of cotton in my ears. Can you walk? I turned and asked Li Jing. No problem. She answered, face flushed. I'll go call Tang Yi wait here. She nearly fell when she stood, and I caught her with a quick hand. I didn't go over to support her. That was her own request. She said she wanted to remember this feeling after awakening her ability. By the time I'd finished my second cigarette and a bottle of iced drink, Tang Yi and Li Jing came over changed. Tonight you rest well in this music classroom. I'll keep watch. Noon the next day, bright sunshine, the blood rain stopped, the air full of a nauseating reek of blood. In the 7th floor music classroom, I looked at Sophie and Tang Yi. The saber, chief of weapons, suited to close quarters killing. A zombie's claws and teeth all carry deadly poison. Close combat is perilous, but it's also what best trains your reflexes, will, and spirit. Only in this kind of life or death struggle can your potential be forced out. The saber hits hard, kills in one strike, and is best suited to letting you down a zombie with a single cut. Saber technique alone isn't enough. You have to pair it with nimble footwork to take fewer wounds. I paused, raising my voice. Watch closely. I'll use footwork with the saber and run through my fastest blade work as it stands now. Shing, out of the scabbard. A figure in the classroom shifted through movements at the edge of speed. Lift, thrust, intercept, hack, snap, cleave, draw. Faster and faster, until only streaks of afterimage remained. Sophie and Tang Yi watched, dazzled, eyes full of longing. The saber returned to its sheath. Even without abilities, I said, master this saber form and killing a 3rd-tier zombie is no problem at all. Now follow me, one movement at a time. I want every technique drilled into muscle memory. Draw and draw blood. Every move is a killing move. We won't let you down, the two answered in unison. After an hour of practice, I saw Sophie's saber hand trembling. Say so if you can't hold out. Yours is half again as heavy as Tang Yi's. I can keep going. She gritted her teeth. I said no more. Let them practice the memorized forms. Rest when tired. Work and rest balanced. Then I left the makeshift martial arts classroom. I had to go kill zombies and bank crystals. I'd slept late last night and only risen at noon. Today I wouldn't quit until I'd killed 500. I had to clear this school as soon as possible, then clear the zombies from the few schools nearby too, and bank more crystals. Before that, I also had to find at least one A-rank Earth element esper. Use Earth ability to build a tall, thick ring of rock wall around Coiling Dragon Mountain, walling off the zombies, to make a base for my faction. Haha, I finally formed an ice pick and stabbed it into that zombie's eye. In the 5th floor corridor, Ouyang Bing laughed like a child at a zombie howling with an ice pick lodged in its right eye. I glanced at her. The zombies below were stirred up by the laughter, so I told them to keep it down. Zombies' hearing was extremely sharp now, and unless you wanted to draw the whole school's zombies, you'd rein it in. With that, I grabbed the railing and swung down to the 6th floor. Ouyang Bing stuck out her tongue toward where I'd gone down, then looked at the densely packed zombies on the ground floor and swallowed. Roar. The instant I landed, countless zombies lunged. Today's zombies were twice as fast and twice as strong as yesterday's. Let's get to work. Shing, out of the scabbard, and I advanced to meet the lunging zombies. Controlling metal wires with my ability was much faster, but it drained mental power too fiercely, and I wanted more practice with saber and footwork to temper my close combat. One horizontal cut across a zombie's face sent half its skull flying, blood spraying. A crystal dropping right on cue. Caught steady in my black-gloved left hand. Crystal and body alike pulled into a corner of the system space, to deal with all together later. Sophie and the others had cleared several hundred bodies yesterday and built an immunity. I'd thrown some down to the ground floor too, to see if it would draw out a mutant. For now, I pulled these into the space. Otherwise, the bodies would pile up in the corridor, and if the zombies below couldn't come up, where's the fun? I had no intention of going down to be swarmed by thousands. Using the corridor's terrain, letting them up bit by bit to kill. Wasn't that the better way? Hope a mutant shows up. I swept a glance over the ground floor. The few hundred bodies I'd thrown down yesterday still lay quietly. I kept at it. Every stroke split a zombie's face, shearing off half a skull, a crystal dropping, caught in my hand. The lecture hall rooftop. MS. Ms. Ouyang, save us. The glasses man, Director Wong, and several other teachers lay sprawled at the rooftop's edge, blood at their mouths, calling weakly for rescue toward Ouyang Bing, training her ability on the 7th floor. The rooftop had a view of the building's side. The group was in terrible shape. Not a grain of food since yesterday, and last night a whole night of blood rain, with nowhere to hide on the rooftop, drenched like rats, and so parched they couldn't bear it. They'd had to pinch their noses and gulp down that reeking blood rain. What followed was knife-like stomach pain. Now, hearing Ouyang Bing's laughter, they propped themselves at the edge with the last of their strength and cried for help. They hadn't the heart to marvel at how she could form ice picks out of nothing either. Staying alive came first. Fatty Wong, and those other teachers from the school. Ouyang Bing, mid-training, looked up at the stir, and seeing the group ghost pale, eyes bloodshot, coughing blood non-stop, showed surprise. Don't tell me they drank last night's blood rain? Junmo said it's poisonous. Li Jing said, watching them spit blood. There's nowhere on the roof to shelter from the rain. They must have drunk it. Leave them, keep training. Ouyang Bing swept a glance and paid them no more mind. It wasn't that she'd watched them die without lifting a finger. This was only the second day of the apocalypse. How could a person turn so fast? It was just that one look at the densely packed zombies below left her no choice but to change. Ouyang Bing thought to herself that without Yi Junmo, she might well have ended up like Director Wong and the others, after a day of hunger and thirst, forced to gulp that reeking blood rain. She thought again of Lin Ye's now-dead crew. With no one protecting her, before it came to that she'd probably have been savagely abused first. At that thought, she looked toward Yi Junmo killing zombies on the 6th floor, and something other than before entered her eyes. MS. Ms. Ouyang, we're begging you, save us. Seeing her ignore them, Director Wong's group called out in despair. Ouyang Bing acted as if she hadn't heard, and went on hunting zombies to train her ability. Hatred kindled in Director Wong's eyes. He spotted an iron rod not far off, crawled over, and snatched it up. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy blows rang out from the rooftop. Some zombies on the field heard the stir and surged snarling toward this lecture hall. Ouyang Bing, if you won't save me, then we die together. Director Wong lay at the rooftop's edge, cursing viciously up at the 7th floor. The glasses man and the other teachers froze for a beat, then crawled off too to find things to pound on the rooftop's outer wall. You love killing zombies, don't you? Draw all the thousands in the school here and let's see you kill them. Ouyang Bing watched the zombie pack racing in from afar and looked up, glaring hard at the rooftop. Yi Junmo killed a zombie, swept his eyes over the zombies surging below, looked up at the rooftop again, and said to Ouyang Bing, "How long do you mean to let them pound away? Are you trying to get me surrounded and killed by the thousands down here?" With that, he paid it no more mind and kept killing. In truth, these zombies couldn't stack into human pyramids yet. However many came didn't matter. The corridor and stairs were only so wide, and any number of them just lined up below to die. He said that purely to see how Ouyang Bing would handle it. Ouyang Bing watched the zombies surging in, then looked at Director Wong still pounding the wall and spewing vicious curses, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Ouyang Bing, you cheap bee. THWK. The cursing cut off all at once. An ice pick drove into Director Wong's left eye, straight into the brain, pinning him dead alive at the rooftop's edge, blood dripping down the pick drop by drop. Director Wong's been stabbed dead. The others started in fright and scrambled away from the edge, letting out feeble cries. Yi Junmo looked up at the corpse and tossed Ouyang Bing a word of praise. Not bad. There's a reward. From now on, let this rebellious disciple of yours protect you. With that, he dodged a lunging zombie, bent to grip an ankle, and flung this live zombie from the 6th floor up onto the rooftop. A moment later, from the rooftop came zombie snarls and several teachers' screams for help. A few more crystals, Yi Junmo said under his breath. Ouyang Bing had felt a touch of unease at killing Director Wong with her own hands. It was her first time killing a person, and Director Wong was, after all, a human, not like the zombies long since twisted into monstrous shapes. But after Yi Junmo's words, her heartbeat suddenly quickened, and that bit of unease vanished in a blink, as if killing Director Wong were no different from stabbing a zombie with an ice pick just now. This rebellious disciple says he'll protect me. What does that mean? She fixed her eyes on Yi Junmo on the 6th floor, the corner of her mouth lifting faintly, then turned her ability on the zombies below and trained until her mental power was spent. Sit and watch, Ms. Ouyang. Isn't Junmo quite charming? Li Jing hauled 2 chairs and a few cans of drink up from the broadcast room, had Ouyang Bing chill the drinks with the last of her mental power, and sat watching the 6th floor. Ouyang Bing took a sip of the iced drink, leaned on the wall, and gazed at Yi Junmo. He is quite charming. Li Jing glanced at her and smiled without a word. A boys' dorm, one of the rooms. A young man with faint electric arcs crackling at his fingers stood at the window, gazing at Yi Junmo cutting a swath through the lecture hall, looking down at the arcs at his fingertips and muttering to himself, dreaming of how, once he became the lightning Dharma king, he'd dominate and take revenge on someone who'd wronged him. Halfway through the thought, TCH, what the hell, less than 3 minutes and the power's out again. The same dorm building, room 707 on the 7th floor. Boss, Ouyang Bing killed your uncle. A man with a sleazy face, nicknamed Monkey, said to a tall young man smoking at the window. That tall young man was Wong Wei, Director Wong's nephew, who'd lorded it over the school on the strength of that connection. A campus tyrant sort with a pack of underlings, Monkey and another called Ao among them. When the apocalypse broke out yesterday, they'd been asleep in the dorm and dodged the disaster. After finishing off a roommate who'd turned, they'd holed up, and last night awakened abilities. Wong Wei A+ fire, Monkey A rank wind, Ao A rank strength. Wong Wei ignored Monkey's words, staring fixedly at Yi Junmo, and only after a long while spoke. Think we could beat Yi Junmo? Monkey narrowed his eyes and sized him up a while. That footwork and blade work of his are uncanny. But boss, your fire is ranged, and with me and Ao, he won't get anywhere against us. Don't be fooled by how fierce he is killing zombies. Those zombies are like brainless beasts that only charge blindly. If not for the poison on them, they'd be no threat at all. Boss wants to avenge your uncle? It's just that I don't know whether that trick of his, making bodies disappear, is the storage space the novels talk about. Avenge him? Heh. Wong Wei smiled faintly, turned back to sit on the edge of the bed and cross his legs, and narrowed his eyes as he gave orders. Go check whether they've blocked the stairwell tight, and have the brothers gather all the food on the 7th floor and the top 8th floor for unified distribution. Tomorrow clear the floors below the 7th, clear this boys' dorm of zombies, then seal the ground floor main door. From now on, we'll learn from Ouyang Bing and those 2 women and train these superpowers too. Once Yi Junmo's mostly cleared the school's zombies, we'll head out and seize the supermarket and cafeteria first. Those 2 places should still have survivors, or else thousands of zombies would have swarmed in and they couldn't have gotten away. Let Yi Junmo and his people clear the road for us. At the end, a sinister, vicious smile crossed his face. He hadn't imagined Tianhai City would become like this. Not a plane, not an alarm heard to this point, no rescue scene. He guessed the world had changed for good. With a superpower in hand, his ambition swelled 1,000-fold. A world like this was exactly the foundation for him to lord over his own domain. Even Monkey, who could cleave a security door with one wind blade, and Ao, who could punch through a wall, couldn't withstand his flames. Proof his fire was no weak thing. Boss, with us brothers of one mind, we're sure to carve out our own sky. Monkey played along. Wong Wei clapped his shoulder, calling him brother to his face, while reckoning otherwise within. These 2 were just convenient tools. HFF. Yi Junmo stood on the 7th floor and blew out a stream of smoke at the ant swarm of zombies below. Killing 400 today, and his stamina already felt near empty. After this blood rain, the zombies were a notch stronger, and it really cost stamina. Yesterday at early 1st tier, he'd hit his limit at 300+. Today, at early 2nd tier, with double yesterday's stamina, he was empty at 400. The zombies would only keep getting stronger from here. He had to press on. Worn out, Li Jing and Tang Yi came up, one with a towel, one with an iced cola. Yi Junmo took the cola. Where's Sophie? Sophie's still practicing the saber. She hasn't rested? He frowned. She rested a bit partway through, took some water, then went right back to it. He strolled to that makeshift martial arts classroom and, before even reaching the door, heard Sophie's heavy panting. Looking in from outside, Sophie was down on one knee, the Tang saber braced on the floor, drenched in sweat, her back to the door. He watched for a few breaths, didn't disturb her, and turned back toward the broadcast room. He knew Sophie's temperament. Ever since learning she had no ability, she was like a different person, and he took it all in. System 10 pull. In the broadcast room, soaking in the tub, he looked at the lottery page. Ding. 90 crystals deducted, 410 remaining. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. 10 pulls, all blank. Even the steadiest temper wants to curse. This jar didn't even have a guaranteed floor. Again. Thanks for playing. Once more. Thanks for playing. Congratulations, host, on obtaining intermediate base serum. Thanks for playing. Congratulations, host, on obtaining basic base serum. Oh, thought it was nothing, but thanks for playing. Basic base serum doubles base stats. Intermediate base serum quadruples base stats. Note, base stats can be raised tenfold at most. The tiers don't stack and can only be replaced by a higher tier. I hadn't expected the low odds to turn up an intermediate. Not bad. Sophie and Tang could be strengthened. This one for Sophie. This one you drink yourself. He handed the 2 bottles to Tang Yi, who was massaging his arm. Intermediate for Sophie, basic for Tang Yi. Tang Yi asked nothing further, tipped back the basic serum, and after breaking out in a sweat looked at him in delight. Take it to Sophie. Soft's working that hard, don't you fall behind. He ruffled her hair. Junmo, what's that? Li Jing didn't recognize it, but Tang Yi's reaction told her it was something good. A serum that raises the body's strength. Only 2 bottles for now. Tang Yi and Sophie have no abilities. They're too weak to protect themselves, so they go first. Oh, I see. Li Jing nodded. Jealous? No. We're all sisters. They've got no abilities, so of course a treasure like this goes to them first. He pinched Li Jing's cheek. Such a sensible girl. Sophie drank the intermediate serum, clenched a fist, the body that had just been drained refilled with strength. She cast a glance toward the broadcast room, then went back to practicing the saber. Seeing her work this hard, and remembering Yi Junmo's "don't fall behind," Tang Yi drew her saber and started practicing too. Ready, Soft? Yi Junmo stood on the 7th floor with his hands behind his back, looking at the zombies below. Ouyang Bing, Li Jing, and Tang Yi all gazed at Sophie. Only 3 days of practice, but I want a real fight. Sophie gripped the saber, staring below, her tone resolute. A chain shot out from Yi Junmo's hand and coiled like a snake around a zombie's neck, dragging it from the 6th floor up to the 7th and flinging it down 5 meters from Sophie. Roar! The zombie scrambled up and lunged straight at the nearest target, Sophie. Shing! Out of the scabbard, Sophie advanced to meet it head-on, not a trace of fear in her eyes. Just before contact, she bent to dodge the claws, twisted her body, and slipped around behind the zombie. THWK. A cold gleam flashed, and most of a head fell toward the floor below. A kill in 1 strike. Only, the corridor wasn't wide, and she nearly hit the wall as she twisted. To the rooftop. Yi Junmo rose and headed up. There were still a few zombies on the rooftop. Practice in the open first, and once the footwork was smooth, return to the corridor. Sophie silently followed. Ouyang Bing and the other 2 came along too. All 3 were startled by the speed, ferocity, and precision of that single move of Sophie's. A kill in 1 strike after only 3 days of practice. Over these 3 days, besides Sophie's own training, Yi Junmo had spent nearly all his time after killing zombies teaching her and Tang Yi hands-on. He'd taken in Sophie's progress, with the blood mist having raised her constitution and the base serum's 2nd round of strengthening. Both Sophie and Tang Yi now counted as fine martial material. Bang! A kick sent the rooftop iron door flying open, and the glasses man and the others, already turned into zombies, heard the stir and lunged. Go on, kill them, bold and easy. Sophie counted 5. She drew a breath and met them. Just as she touched the first and went to raise her blade, another lunged too. She decisively abandoned the move, kicked off the ground, and opened the distance. Soft, facing multiple enemies, it's not just fast reflexes and a fast blade. You have to hear all around and watch all 6 directions, and most important, conserve stamina, stay intensely focused, and guard against ambush. Yi Junmo kicked a zombie lunging at him, sending it behind Sophie, Live instruction. He said 6 directions, because threats came from above and below alike. Later, some predatory birds and mutant plants would attack from the air or from underground. Sophie had just dodged one when a gust of force came from behind. She turned at once. It was the one Yi Junmo had kicked over. Her right foot pushed off, launching her over 2 meters up. She spun in the air, the Tang saber slicing cleanly across that zombie's skull, and landed steady. A smile touched Yi Junmo's eyes. Ouyang Bing and the other 2 were utterly stunned. Was this really 3 days' worth? In that moment, both Ouyang Bing and Li Jing felt the urge to learn saber technique. As if seeing through them, Yi Junmo spoke. You just train your abilities and mental power well. Bite off more than you can chew, and you choke. The corner of Ouyang Bing's mouth twitched. After the apocalypse began, her status as teacher and Yi Junmo's as student had flipped clean around. Now he was the teacher and she the student. While Yi Junmo was running Sophie through real combat on the rooftop, over at the boys' dorm, Wong Wei's crew had finished clearing zombies. The apocalypse had broken out at breakfast, so there weren't many people in the dorms. After clearing them, including Wong Wei, only 15 living people remained. Now Wong Wei stood with his pack at the door of a 4th-floor room, looking at a young man inside with his hands behind his back and arrogance all over his face. Lightning Dharma King, how about joining us? Humph. The young man sneered, swept his eyes over the dozen-plus behind Wong Wei, his face full of disdain. The strong don't keep company with the weak. I, the Lightning Dharma King, will shatter the darkness by my own power. Wong Wei and his crew sucked in a cold breath. Where'd this posturing character come from? But Wong Wei drew a deep breath and held it in. He was short on people right now, and this self-styled Lightning Dharma King was a rare superpower holder. Seeing the arcs when he raised his hand, and the lightning flickering through his eyes now and then, he had to be a rare talent. Lightning had always been heavy on damage. The Dharma King speaks truly. The strong are proud, Wong Wei said, changing his expression. But the strong have to develop too. Even an eaglet must grow before it can soar high. There are a few thousand zombies on campus, and even if you kill 1 or 2,000, the streets outside are packed with them. Can you kill them all? As long as we band together. Once we develop and the faction grows strong. When you go to save the masses and restore peace to the world, I, Wong Wei, will back you hard. I've got 3 superpower holders here, and once the faction's up and running, whatever you need down the line, someone will see it done. Shallow vulgar. The Lightning Dharma King scoffed. My ambition is to set the heart for heaven and earth, secure the livelihood of the people, and open peace in an age of chaos. How would I care about such things? I won't be your underling. As long as I'm willing, the zombie hordes outside are paper to me. One poke and they tear. Wong Wei swallowed, only feeling this man so lofty, of such grand spirit, thinking he had to find a way to get hold of this talent. If he couldn't be an underling, then they'd have to be brothers and build a good rapport. He couldn't be viewed with the tool mindset he applied to Monkey and the rest. The Dharma King truly is extraordinary. I spoke vulgarly, Wong Wei said with a cupped fist salute. I beg the Dharma King to condescend for now, join us, and guide us through this ordeal. Should there be a sliver of hope another day, I'll never forget the Dharma King's kindness this day. The crowd behind him, blood stirred by the Lightning Dharma King's speech, cried out in unison, We beg the Dharma King to come forth and find us a sliver of hope. The Lightning Dharma King was stunned for a moment. He'd only meant to flex his tongue a little, and somehow this lightning of his could only hold for 3 minutes right now. What was this? A whole crowd begging him to come forth. But with this chorus of, We beg the Dharma King to come forth, his head floated too. Could I really be the chosen one? The lightning just not fully activated yet? Could this crowd be the first batch of subordinates on my path to growth? ZZT. A thin arc slipped from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Wong Wei and said slowly, So be it. Our meeting is fate. Today I, the Lightning Dharma King, Su Chun, shall follow this will of heaven and find you all a sliver of hope. Wong Wei was overjoyed and at once announced to the crowd, Listen up, everyone. From now on, the Dharma King is one of the core members of our team, his standing second only to mine. Understood. Understood. What do you want for dinner tonight? Yi Junmo brought the 4 girls down from the rooftop. Sophie's showing today had pleased him greatly. Reaching this point in a mere 3 days was worth praising. Of course, the biggest reason was still that the blood mist had raised her constitution and the intermediate base serum had strengthened her a second time. Without those two, getting to today's level would have taken her at least 10 years of bitter day and night training. How about hot pot? Sophie, what do you think? Li Jing answered first, then asked Sophie. She knew Sophie's weight in Yi Junmo's heart and trusted he'd do everything possible to raise Sophie's self-protection, never letting her be an ornament. Anything's fine, Sophie answered flatly and fell in behind Yi Junmo. Ever since failing to awaken an ability, she grew colder by the day, like a saber waiting to be drawn at any moment. Yi Junmo took it in and said nothing. This was the path she'd chosen herself, so let her walk it. Hot pot, then. Yi Junmo strode quickly toward the broadcast room. The 300 bodies on the ground floor, plus some he'd thrown down, lay there to this moment with not one missing. He looked down, frowning in thought. Nearly 4 days now, so why not the slightest stir? He'd meant to see whether it would draw out a mutant. Junmo, the vegetables are washed, time to eat. Li Jing called him. He pulled back his thoughts and swept another glance over that stretch of corpses trampled by the zombie pack. Wow, blazing summer, no power, and the moment Ms. Ouyang switches on her ability, the hot pot we cook over the gas canister is ice and fire in one. Li Jing fished out a slice of tripe, swished it in the pot 7 or 8 seconds, set it in Yi Junmo's oil dish, and teased Ouyang Bing with a laugh. The mood loosened up. Cough, cough, cough. Ouyang Bing had just picked up a slice of ham sausage and nearly choked on the back-and-forth ribbing from Li Jing and Tangy. She looked up and shot the two of them a hard glare. After these few days together, she'd figured it out. That rebellious disciple had planted Li Jing at her side, ostensibly for company, but in truth to work on her daily, to get her to accept reality sooner and follow Yi Junmo with all her heart. Ouyang Bing couldn't be bothered with them and just picked vegetables, swished the pot, and ate heartily. Yi Junmo watched her, a smile in his eyes, in a mood to tease this teacher a little. Ouyang Bing, mid-blanch of a duck intestine, went rigid all over, her chopsticks frozen in the pot. Her mind was in turmoil. Here it comes? What's this rebellious disciple about to say to me? Do I say yes or no? Truthfully, she was overthinking it. She was a teacher, after all, and some of her notions hadn't fully turned around yet. No wonder, really. It was only the 4th day of the apocalypse, and she'd had the good luck to run into Yi Junmo right at the start, never having tasted that kind of true despair. To have come this far was already quite something. Just being able to kill Director Wong without hesitation that day meant she'd cleared a major threshold. Ms. Ouyang, Junmo's calling you. The duck intestine on your chopsticks is about to blanch into mush. Li Jing and Tang Yi laughed under their breath. I was just thinking about something. Junmo, go ahead. Pulled back to herself, Ouyang Bing kept her head down, her face scalding, the words barely coming out straight. Remember what I said after you killed Director Wong that day? I haven't given you your reward yet. It's not necessary. I eat your food and use your things every day and can't even help out. I don't dare take a reward. Ouyang Bing's heart pounded like a drum. Her face, so hot, even switching on her ability couldn't cool it. She remembered he'd said that day he'd protect her from then on. My word is always good as gold. If I said I'd give you a reward, I'll see it done. Here, take it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Don't come over. Ouyang Bing jumped up from her chair, eyes squeezed shut, exactly like a startled little rabbit. She waited a few breaths. Nothing. She peeked through one eye toward the hot pot table. Yi Junmo held a zombie crystal in his fingers, still in the posture of handing it over. Sophie, Li Jing, and Tang Yi were all staring at her with the strangest looks. She instantly felt she was about to die of social mortification on the spot. Ms. Ouyang, what's this about? Yi Junmo's face was all puzzlement. The reward you mentioned? Is this? Ouyang Bing's face was red enough to steam. Yi Junmo, speechless, passed the crystal to Li Jing to set in front of her. What did you think it was? Not protection? She asked, ever so carefully. Didn't you say that day? Not bad. There's a reward. I'll protect you for life. Protection is protection, Yi Junmo said, the picture of righteousness. But what was that reaction just now? I'm your student. How could you doubt my character like that? Ouyang Bing was thoroughly riled by his act of playing dumb while knowing full well, and, unable to get a word out, could only glare at him. Ahem. Li Jing smoothed it over through stifled laughter. Ms. Ouyang, don't just stand there. Come swish some hot pot, and I'll tell you what this crystal's good for. Only then did Ouyang Bing sit, and after hearing it out, she suddenly understood. So the crystals could raise an ability's rank. No wonder Yi Junmo had been collecting them. She hadn't expected this rebellious disciple to be holding a card back from her, treating her differently. She gave a snort, ate hastily, and left the table. Ouyang Bing stood at the broadcast room door, looking up at the waning moon among the dark clouds, her heart full of grumbling and emotion both. Even after a good many days, the moment things went quiet, that old, vibrant, colorful world would still surface in her mind. Sigh, how did this world become a hell on earth? She was about to turn back inside. Low growls came up from below from time to time at night, rather frightening. When her gaze swept across the corridor stairwell a dozen-odd meters off and slammed straight into a pair of blood-red, gleaming eyes. The eyes were the size of chicken eggs, cold, bloodthirsty, savage, fixed on her like she was a piece of food. Ouyang Bing trembled all over, cold sweat pouring, and suddenly felt some formless energy lock her in place, so she couldn't open her mouth or move her body. That energy bored into her skull, forcing her to throw every bit of mental power into blocking it. She felt the thing could drill in at any instant, and the next second part her head from her body. Then, all at once, the energy vanished. A black shape leapt down from the stairwell. Ah! Ouyang Bing screamed aloud. Yi Junmo, mid-hot pot, blurred into an afterimage and appeared at her side in an instant, catching her sagging body in his arms. Sophie, Li Jing, and Tang Yi threw down their chopsticks and rushed over. June, Junmo, there were a pair of terrifying blood-red eyes there, so frightening. Ouyang Bing pointed a trembling finger at the stairwell. Yi Junmo looked where she pointed. Nothing. His eyes hardened. Sophie and the other two saw nothing either. He scanned the surroundings carefully, then shut his eyes and sensed for a while, not a single anomaly. He bent, scooped Ouyang Bing up sideways, walked to the bed, and sat. Her face was ghost pale, cold sweat dripping, her body shaking uncontrollably. Close the door. Junmo, is Ouyang she? Sophie asked. She was locked onto by an extremely strong mental power, nearly lost her life. Yi Junmo's eyes sank. Something very strong is watching us from the shadows nearby, and it actually slipped past my perception. No simple thing. What? The three cried out. You all stay with Ms. Ouyang. I'm going out to take a look. Don't go, Junmo, don't leave me. Ouyang Bing, weak and limp, clutched his arm. Yi Junmo frowned. If Ouyang Bing hadn't been an A-rank esper just now, then in the place of the ability-less Sophie or Tang Yi, or the B-rank Li Jing, that mental power would likely have killed them outright. Leaving this thing unfound was a major hidden danger. You wash up and sleep, and put these 2 titanium alloy plates by the window. He took 2 3-centimeter thick titanium alloy plates from the space. Then he slowly raised his right hand. His fair forearm turned golden in a blink. It was the first time the girls had seen him use his ability, and they were all taken aback. Ziziti. Under his metal ability, the titanium alloy plates softened, their edges sinking into the wall, finally fixed into an open-top box shape, shielding the window. Wash up. I'll keep watch tonight. You sleep on the bed. He stood the sword case beside himself. That the thing could escape his perception, get this close, and nearly kill Ouyang Bing without his sensing it. He had no choice but to take it seriously. System, consume 1,000 crystals to advance my realm. Ding. 1,000 crystals deducted for 100 remaining. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on advancing to late second tiered. These past days he'd killed over 1,000 zombies, and with what he'd had before and what he'd given Ouyang Bing, he'd had 1,400 left. Now advancing 2 minor realms took 1,000 crystals, and it would only climb from here. The second tier already ran into the thousands. The third and fourth tiers were likely tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Too slow. One person killing zombies and digging out crystals, too slow. Though now at late second tier, even an SS rank esper of the same realm coming at him, he was confident he could kill. His foundation ran too deep. But S rank was, in the end, still low. He had to find a way to get treasures that raise an ability's rank. It was just that in the early days he had no idea where to find any. He could only wait for the system's later functions to open. But he had no wish to sit and wait, to be one who takes a beating passively. Seeing him this on guard, the girls all understood the thing was no simple matter and hurriedly washed up. "Oh Yang, will you sleep with Soph and the others?" "Junmo, I don't want to leave you." Those blood-red eyes were too terrifying. In that moment, I felt I'd fallen into a boundless hell, that the next second my head would be parted from my body. Yi Junmo nodded. A powerful mental power user could not only kill without a trace, but also manipulate the mind, even drag a person into an illusion, letting the enemy die in terror or intoxication. Late at night, dark clouds veiling the moon, a cold wind stirred the dim, swaying shadows of the trees across campus, like beasts growling low. The roaming zombies let out muffled grunts now and then, making this apocalyptic campus all the more eerie. A pair of blood-red eyes, a tall black shape, threaded carefully across the zombie-filled field. It moved through the corpse pack with peculiar caution, while those bloodthirsty, mindless zombies acted as if they couldn't see it, letting it creep along all jumpy and skittish. Room 505. Mo Qingyu lay on the cold dorm floor, her long lashes quivering faintly, her heavy eyelids stirring. She was about to wake. Her tightly shut eyes flew open, a streak of blue light flashing past like a gem in the dark night. She propped herself up with effort and sat. "What's wrong with me?" Her whole body was weak, her stomach panicked with hunger, her head so dizzy she felt she'd pass out again. She crawled by memory to the bedside in the dark, wolfed down the last half-pack of instant noodles and a few compressed biscuits, and only then felt a sliver of strength. But she was still dizzy and starving. She remembered that blood rain night, standing at the window, smelling the reeking blood rain, wondering whether she could survive, whether the people she cared about had turned into monsters, when suddenly a chill seemed to surge out from inside her, and in her panic, she'd lost consciousness. Bracing on the floor to get up, she realized only then that the floor was icy and water-stained, as if she were in a melting cave of cold. "What's going on?" The dorm froze over while I was passed out. She felt around in the dark for the water buckets and found the water she'd caught earlier all frozen to ice. Her heart sank. But strangely, she didn't feel the slightest bit cold. She still didn't know she'd been unconscious for several days, her body sustained entirely by the energy of her awakened ability. She braced on the wall and edged to the window. Outside was pitch black, even the broadcast room's candlelight gone, only countless blurred shapes roaming the campus. Students turned to zombies. Just then, she clapped both hands over her mouth and crouched against the wall, trembling. She saw a pair of bright blood-red eyes and a huge black shape crossing the zombie pack on the field, heading toward a boys' dorm diagonally opposite. Those cold, bloodthirsty pupils paired with the moving black shape were eerie in the extreme. After steadying herself a while, Mo Qingyu poked half her head out from the window, looking toward the boys' dorm. The black shape was sizing up the dorm building with its sealed-off ground floor, blood-red eyes moving back and forth, as if searching for a way up. A moment later it sprang, leaping straight from the ground floor up onto a third-floor windowsill without a railing, raised a hand to push the glass window open, and slipped in. In Mo Qingyu's mind, the screams about to ring out in that building had already surfaced. She instinctively glanced out her own window. Only when she confirmed there was a guardrail did she relax a little. Boys' dorm 707, 3 points of cigarette light flickering in the dark night. "Boss, how much longer do we stay in the dorm? The food we collected's almost gone, and the smokes are about out too." Monkey puffed and asked Wong Wei on the bed. "Didn't I tell you to ration it out?" "This is already rationed. Half a pack of instant noodles plus a few biscuits and chips per person a day, and just a cup of water. If the noodles didn't come with seasoning packets to tide us over, with no salt, in another 2 days everyone be out of strength." Wong Wei stubbed out his cigarette. "Tomorrow or the day after, we'll find a chance, while Yi Junmo's killing zombies and the field zombies are converging toward him, to take people and seize the school supermarket." Monkey sat up and dropped his voice. "But the few thousand zombies on the field won't all go his way. When he's not killing, those zombies still roam the campus. I even saw some clustered near the supermarket yesterday. There have to be survivors there." We take the underlings out, and we'll get surrounded easily. Besides, the underlings aren't as fast as us. Really bring them along. In the dark, Wong Wei could all but see the meaning in Monkey's eyes. If we really get surrounded, we just charge the supermarket with everything we've got. Don't let the zombies trap us. As for the underlings, you know their use. Monkey gave a little laugh and turned to ask Oh, the one over 6'3" and slabbed with muscle. What do you think, Oh? Listen to boss. That bunch of ordinary people have no strength and waste food. Oh's voice was thick and heavy. Keep it down, Monkey reminded him quickly. Sleep. Remember tomorrow to have the Dharma King stick close to us. I don't know how strong he really is, but lightning power's never weak. Monkey asked again. Boss, if the Dharma King finds out we're abandoning those underlings, won't it sow a rift? He takes saving the masses as his calling. The corner of Wong Wei's mouth twitched. He'd been stunned by that righteous, high-minded speech at the time, but thinking it over now, a college kid coming out with that kind of talk? Something was off. Forget it. Whether or not he's truly high-minded, he's got a superpower, and at a time of needing manpower, it's never wrong to bring him along. One more is one more bit of force. The most important thing right now was finding supplies and a safe place to land. The Dharma King knows what matters. If he's really surrounded by a few thousand zombies, even he'll be willing but unable. I'll handle his end. Just as Wong Wei's crew was scheming to seize the supermarket, a black shape appeared soundlessly in the boys' dorm corridor, slowly coming up toward the 7th floor. Crunch, crunch. In the dead of night, the sounds of bones snapping came one after another from dorm 710, adding a layer of horror to the pitch-black night. In 710, a sleeping young man woke groggily and looked toward the sound. The next second, his pupils suddenly shot wide. His mouth had just started to open when his consciousness was gone. Spurt. A jet of reeking blood shot from his severed neck. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being gnawed rang out again. In 708, the lightning Dharma King Su Chun lay alone on his bed. This room held just him. Wong Wei had invited him to stay in 707, but he'd declined with a dragon does not dwell with snakes, so they'd had to let him live alone. Right now, Su Chun looked at the arcs between his fingers, plotting his way forward. Today, he'd finally eaten his fill thanks to Wong Wei. Wong Wei had used his fire ability to cook him 2 packs of instant noodles, ever so satisfying. No good. The dignified lightning Dharma King. How can I sink to eating nothing but instant noodles? In peacetime, I had no money, ate 2 meals a day. Now the world's turned over, and I've got a superpower. I'm definitely going to live well. I need to find a chance to bamboozle. No, find a chance to get this crowd to the supermarket. Mid-scheme, a faint chewing and crunching sound reached his ear. TCH, gnawing on dry noodles in the dead of night. He cursed and meant to sleep, but the sound didn't stop. He got up, fumbled on his shoes in the dark, and was about to go out and curse someone when his foot halted dead. Wrong. This sound. How does it sound like bones being gnawed? Could there be a zombie? Terror flashed in his eyes. He worked up his nerve, tiptoed to the door, and pressed his ear against it. Crunch, crunch. Now he heard it clearly. This was no eating of dry noodles. It was plainly the sound of bones being crushed and flesh being torn. Su Chin's pupils shrank sharply, and he slowly backed away. Just as he meant to drag the iron bed over to block the door, his hand stopped again. This crowd sleeps that dead? A zombies come, and they haven't even noticed. I'll just charge straight to 707 right now and kick the door open. Let that Wong Wei deal with the zombie. This way I both get clear and come off as able to sense danger early, to be one of a kind, and right before I've grown into my power, it's the perfect chance to make this crowd look at me in a new light. The more Su Chin thought, the brighter his eyes. He panted twice, yanked the door open, and rushed out, turning his head to look toward the sound. A pair of blood-red eyes was staring at him from the doorway of 710. Su Chin's pupils snapped tight, and in 2 strides he charged to 707 and raised his foot. Boom. The huge crash split the silence, startling the roaming zombies into a chorus of snarls. The door of 707 was kicked open. Wong Wei, Monkey, and Oh, woken but not yet up, watched as Su Chin charged in and bolted straight for the innermost part of the room to find somewhere to hide, even as he shouted with the despair of one who can't whip iron into steel. Danger's here, and you don't even know it. Up, get up, Something big's happened in 710. Right now, Su Chun was scared out of his wits. He was 100% certain that what he'd just seen was absolutely not a zombie's eyes. Those eyes were chicken egg-sized, especially bright in the dark night. Could those be a zombie's eyes? Even thinking with your backside, you'd know they weren't. Wong Wei and the two reacted fast too. By the time Su Chen charged and they were already off the beds and about to strike, stopping only when they heard it was the Dharma King's voice. Now, hearing there was danger, and in 710 at that, Wong Wei at once kindled a ball of flame in his hand and rushed out, Monkey and Ao close behind. Only when the three went out did Su Chun breathe easier and hurry after. With Wong Wei's ball of fire in the dark night, it was somewhat reassuring. People in the other rooms, woken by the door kick crash at 707, opened their doors one after another. By the time Wong Wei's four reached the doorway of 710, the firelight lit the pitch-black corridor, and they saw 710's door open but not the slightest sound from within. Wong Wei halted, smelled the thick, reeking blood in the air, and knew something had happened. These past days the thing they'd smelled most was the reek of blood. After the blood rain, the air had stayed thick with the stench. But the blood smell in the corridor right now was distinctly different. Monkey! At Wong Wei's shout, he hurled a ball of flame into 710. Monkey, without a word, added a wind blade. The bedding and other things ignited in an instant, and only then did everyone see clearly the scene inside. The four who'd originally lived in 710 were all headless corpses, blood still welling from the severed necks, blood sprayed everywhere on the beds and walls. On guard, Wong Wei roared. Frightening as zombies were, he'd killed plenty clearing the dorm, but the scene before him still sent a chill through him. These four had still been calling him boss at dusk, and in a blink they were soundlessly headless. Oh! Wong Wei shouted again. Oh walked into 710, glanced at the headless corpses in the fire, expressionless, and looked up toward the bathroom. THWK. Thud. A head hitting the floor, a heavy object slamming down from out in the corridor. Move! Wong Wei roared, and a fire dragon blasted toward the stairwell leading to the 8th floor. By the firelight, everyone looked. A young man nearest the stairwell mouth had fallen, his headless body still twitching. Boss, is there a zombie that got in? Get out here. The pack of underlings cursed and trembled, as if cursing could lend them courage. Shut up, Wong Wei barked. Oh, Monkey, Dharma King, come clear the way up to the 8th floor with me. The rest, grip your weapons and follow. Whatever that black shape just now was, it killed my brothers. It can forget about living. Flames churning in both hands, he charged out front toward the 8th floor. He had to put on a boss's bearing. This crowd was still useful, and he couldn't let morale scatter. Su Chen's legs went weak, but he forced calm and stuck close behind Wong Wei. He knew clearly that only by clinging to the three of them was he somewhat safe. If all three died, he was finished too. The broadcast room. Yi Junmo looked down and saw Ouyang Bing, clutching his arm, had fallen asleep. He gently set her beside Sophie and went off to one side to rest with his eyes closed. He didn't know how much time passed before a door-kicking crash from the direction of the boys' dorm split the night sky, followed by zombie snarls. His eyes snapped open, and he grabbed the sword case and rose. Junmo, don't any of you come out. Even without turning, he knew Sophie and the other three were awake. He strode out the door, pulled it shut, and took a titanium alloy plate from the space to seal it, just in case. He glanced toward the boys' dorm. Firelight on the 7th floor, moving up to the 8th. Sword case on his back, he went up to the rooftop. Standing at the rooftop's edge, gazing at that firelight, then at the pitch-black campus, he took several large vats of liquor from the space, dipped towels in the liquor, and stuffed them into the vat mouths, pressed the lids tight, and lit them. Let me see just what kind of thing you are. He lit a cigarette, put strength into his palm, and sent the vats of liquor, 100+ pounds each, smashing toward various points of the field. Crash, 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 boom, boom, boom. The liquor vats hit the ground, shattered, and ignited. Some landed near the boys' dorm, some near the girls' dorm, the cafeteria, the supermarket, and some smashed into the zombie packs, setting the withered zombies alight. In the pitch-black campus, firelight surged skyward all around. Room 505. Mo Qingyu watched the liquor vats flying down non-stop from the lecture hall rooftop, igniting things all over, and murmured softly, "Is it him? What's he doing?" Crash. A vat of liquor smashed down not far from her dorm, startling her. But gazing at the firelight surging skyward in the dark night, her heart instead settled a few degrees. She wasn't alone. The girls who'd survived in this dorm were, at this moment, either leaning against the wall at their windows or sprawled weakly, gazing at the firelight flying to every corner of the campus. They wanted to call out, to beg Yi Junmo for rescue, even just for a little food and water, but right now they hadn't the strength even to stand. No one cleared the zombies at the girls' dorm. They could only hide in their rooms, holding out on the last of their food, some roommates having turned to zombies and bitten people to death alive, joining the zombie pack. The last vat thrown. The campus zombies, set into a frenzy all around by the smashing sounds, were joined by zombies from the streets outside flooding in after the noise. For a moment the campus was packed dense with zombies, several hundred of them roaming with flames all over their bodies. Yi Junmo swept a glance over those burning zombies. They wouldn't die. Once the fire went out, at most their clothes and hair would be burned off, leaving them looking more vicious. This much fire couldn't kill them. His gaze swept back and forth across the campus and the boys' dorm. There was no small commotion at the boys' dorm, but he still wasn't sure whether the thing that ambushed Ouyang Bing was there. He looked over the campus buildings. None of the music academy's buildings adjoined each other. The closest to this lecture hall was a girls' dorm, 60 or 70 meters off, plus 2 other lecture halls. That burning boys' dorm was a bit farther. He had a plan. He took from the space 30 plus 7 to 8 meter iron chains, linked a dozen odd into one to make 300-meter iron chains, and fixed on both ends of each a few dozen centimeter long pointed rebar. He meant to build several aerial iron rope bridges connecting the nearest few buildings. If he really got surrounded by zombies below, with the rope bridges, he could come and go freely. No need to grind out his stamina hacking through the encirclement. Standing atop the rooftop, he drove a rebar-tipped end of a chain into the rooftop's outer wall, gripped the chain's front end one-handed, and hurled it toward the girls' dorm like a javelin. WHRRR, thunk. The chain drove accurately into the girls' dorm wall. Nearly pulled my arm. If I hadn't taken the evolution serum, hurling this 100-meter chain like a javelin and driving it into a concrete wall would be flat-out impossible. He shook out his arm and did the same again, hurling the other 2 toward the nearest 2 lecture halls. The 3 iron chains swayed in the air a dozen-odd meters off the ground, separated from one another by dozens to 100+ meters. He hadn't noticed that when he hurled the first chain to the girls' dorm, he'd startled a girl inside into a tumble, planting her solidly on the cold floor. He took out another 20-some-meter rope and tied a little hammer to one end. If I get surrounded down there, I'll use this rope to swing up to the aerial chains and dodge and relay. Rope stowed, he stepped onto the chain at the rooftop's edge, his figure swift as a wraith, reaching the chain's midsection in a few breaths. Just one chain underfoot was already plenty for him. He didn't go to that burning boys' dorm. Instead, he stood at the chain's center, using the campus firelight to scan the hidden corners all around. He was looking for the thing with the powerful mental power that could slip past his perception. The girls' dorm survivors were all sprawled at their windows watching him stand on the chain, and some began crying for rescue, past caring that it might draw zombies again. They felt they were about to starve. But their voices were too weak, and below, the several thousand zombies were rioting over the liquor vats, their snarls deafening. That faint crying for help couldn't possibly reach his ears. Room 505. Mo Qingyu rubbed the spot she'd bruised in her fall and glanced at the chain driven into the wall not far outside her window, asking herself as she stared at Yi Junmo on the chain, what's he trying to do? That chain just now had startled her right off her feet. She'd meant to cry for help too, but listening to that sky-rending, deafening zombie snarl, she decisively gave it up. It would never carry across. On the chain, Yi Junmo frowned at the racket from the thousands of zombies below. So loud. Last life he'd long gotten used to it, but listening now still grated. Besides, he needed to focus fully on finding the enemy in the dark, so he took out 2 wads of cotton and stuffed them in his ears. Better than nothing. Much better. The boys' dorm 8th floor rooftop. Boom. A huge black shape slammed the rooftop iron door open and burst out, a ball of fire and a wind blade chasing behind it. The black shape dodged nimbly, stood on the rooftop, its two blood-red eyes fixed quietly on the stairwell mouth. A moment later, Wong Wei led his people charging to the stairwell. Wong Wei, both hands wreathed in fire, suddenly sensed something, halted and looked up. Monkey and the others stopped behind him. "It's waiting for us." Monkey stared at the black shape and blood-red eyes several meters off, asking uncertainly. Wong Wei didn't answer. He raised a hand and a fire snake struck out, and the black shape dodged easily. Wong Wei was about to step forward. "Don't go, we're no match for it. This thing's already turned into a spirit." Su Chen's eyes crackled with arcs, fixed hard on the blood-red eyes, every inch the lofty master. It was he who'd stopped Wong Wei. Wong Wei turned his head to look at him. "Trust me," Su Chen cut in. "Go out, and we all die on the rooftop. In this stairwell it can't open up, but the rooftop's spacious. We're no match, and I'm food in its mouth too. Let the man at the lecture hall deal with it." Yi Junmo had stirred up such a huge commotion across the campus just now. Of course they'd seen it too. In truth, Su Chun was scared witless. The rooftop was so wide, the thing so fast it left only afterimages. Going out in the pitch dark was pure suicide. "Whatever you do, don't go." Wong Wei swallowed. He didn't want to go either. The thing was uncannily fast, every time only a black shape glimpsed. Hearing Su Chen say so, he wanted to go even less. Putting on a show in front of the underlings was enough. No need to truly risk his life. The two sides stood off across several meters. A few breaths later, seeing that Wong Wei's group had no intention of coming out, the black shape turned, sprang, and vanished beyond the rooftop. Everyone looked at Su Chun. "Everyone head back. Tonight we gather together and take turns on watch." Su Chun said flatly, while cursing inwardly. "Go out, my ass. If that thing's hiding somewhere, going out is just suicide." On the chain, observing the campus, Yi Junmo suddenly looked up toward the boys' dorm rooftop, his pupils contracting. By the firelight, he saw a creature about the size of a grown tiger, jet black all over, with a pair of chicken egg-sized amber blood eyes, dropping at extreme speed from the boys' dorm rooftop. He quickly switched on the detection heaven's eye. Crimson-eyed spirit cat, special mutant. Realm, early first-tier affinity. 50%, stranger, traits, bloodthirsty, cautious, semi-sentient abilities. Extreme speed, super regeneration, mental attack, cutting, concealment, mutant corpse poison, devouring, immense strength, peerless defense. Note: this cat was attacked by a special mutant zombie midway through evolving into a super beast, undergoing a second mutation, and now possesses all the traits of a super beast plus the deadly poison, immense strength, defense, and devouring of a special mutant zombie. SSS. Yi Junmo sucked in a cold breath. Not only super beast abilities, but the powers of a special mutant zombie too. At this stage, beasts were terrified of zombies. Like humans, they all hid. Even the mutant rats in the sewers didn't dare openly come out to forage, snapped up in a single bite if a zombie caught them. And this female cat was evolving into a super beast, whose talent put its starting growth at the king realm. Add the devouring growth and deadly poison and immense strength of a special mutant zombie, and calling it emperor-grade material wouldn't be an exaggeration. As long as it wasn't killed, devouring without limit, sooner or later it would touch the emperor realm. It was only early first tier now. It must have just finished mutating, or with that talent, several days into the apocalypse, its realm would be at least second tier. Yi Junmo watched the crimson-eyed spirit cat land on the field, ignoring the surrounding zombies, even carefully dodging now and then, first standing on end, all jumpy and skittish, and had it figured out. It had most likely been attacked by that special mutant zombie during its mutation and left with a trauma, and being semi-sentient on top of that, it hadn't even gotten a handle on its own abilities. Were it mindless, it would long since have been wildly slaughtering and devouring these zombies, wasting its talent. He couldn't help grumbling. These zombies actually didn't attack it. They'd probably taken it for one of their own. A super beast with this kind of talent. Last life he'd never heard of it in Tianhai City. By rights, this cat should have been a local colossus. How could there not have been the slightest whisper of it? He suddenly recalled hearing last life of an extremely strong cat in the capital called Spirit King, the pet of a certain space element esper. Could it be this one? That it had ended up running off to the capital, subdued by that esper, which was why there'd been no word of it in Tianhai City. Last life. 3 years into the apocalypse, the capital sent people to contact survivors everywhere, hoping to build a human alliance, and only then did the deeds of the cities everywhere begin to circulate. It was also then that humanity's 10 great experts were ranked. The capital alone claimed 5 of them. Whether or not this cat was that esper's pet, having run into me today, it could forget about getting away. It was semi-sentient, so there was indeed a chance of subduing it. Talent like this, if it couldn't be made to serve me, then I'd slaughter it for its beast core and use its claws and fangs to forge weapons. Cold weapons made from a beast's claws and fangs were extremely sharp, all the more so as super beasts. He fixed his eyes on the nearing crimson-eyed spirit cat. It seemed to be heading for the girl's dorm. Into the dorm was perfect, handier than dealing with it on the open field. If it really ran, on the field he might not catch it. Yi Junmo switched off the detection heaven's eye. The thing drained mental power, and he'd have to withstand this cat's mental attack soon, so he couldn't waste it, and moved carefully along the chain toward the girl's dorm, planning to lie in wait there and catch the turtle in the jar. If this thing really could be subdued, it would be a great asset. A high-growth ceiling and terrifying abilities made it hard not to be tempted. Of course, the danger was great too. It was a bloodthirsty super mutant beast, and if it couldn't be subdued, it was a time bomb. But he had the detection heaven's eye and could tell whether it could truly be subdued. If it really came to it, he'd just have to kill it. He bent and edged along the chain step by step to the girl's dorm's outer wall, and by the firelight saw a girl standing inside a window, but the room was pitch black, the firelight reaching it only dimly, so he couldn't see clearly. He looked down and saw the crimson-eyed spirit cat right beneath his feet, and quickly raised his index finger to his lips, signaling the girl in the window to stay quiet. The zombies were loud, but the cat was right below him. He couldn't startle the snake in the grass. Mo Qingyu in the window, seeing him come this way, had been both alarmed and delighted and wanted to cry for help. But before the words left her mouth, she saw him signal for silence. And though she didn't understand why, she obediently nodded. Seeing the crimson-eyed spirit cat already half inside the girl's dorm, Yi Junmo looked up to size up the outer wall. Every window had iron guardrails, and he planned to climb along them up to the rooftop and then enter the building. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly remembered something, took a few loaves of bread and some milk from the space through the gaps in the rail, and tossed them onto the windowsill, then gripped the rail one-handed and scaled toward the rooftop swift as a nimble monkey climbing a tree. He hadn't seen clearly whether the girl inside was pretty or plain, but when he told her not to make a sound, she hadn't. That much was good, so he'd given her a few loaves of bread and milk. Had she opened her mouth just now, he'd have silenced her forever without hesitation. He was no good man, and he didn't love carelessly, but for this kind of obedient, sensible sort, he didn't mind doling out a few bites of food. Of course, the main thing was that his mood was good right now and his supplies were ample. The thought of possibly subduing a pet with Emperor Realm talent, he couldn't suppress his excitement. The 2 words, Emperor Realm, even after his rebirth and with a system, still made his heart tremble. The crimson-eyed spirit cat only had Emperor Realm talent and might not necessarily make it there 100%, but it absolutely couldn't be underestimated either. A few leaps up onto the girl's dorm rooftop, and he strode toward the iron door. In 5:05, Mo Qingyu gazed at the bread and milk on the windowsill, reached out, tore open the packaging, and ate and drank. Right now, she deeply regretted not crying to him for help. Such a good chance, and missing it she'd likely never get another. As she ate, she thought of a man named Yufon, and crystalline tears rolled from her blue eyes. She only felt so hungry, so weak all over, still utterly unaware of the changes in her own body. On the rooftop, Yi Junmo opened the iron door with his ability, tied a liquor-soaked towel to a piece of wood and lit it, and headed down into the stairwell. Roar! Just as he reached the 8th floor, a dozen-odd zombies lunged at his face. A dozen-odd metal wires shot from the sword case on his back, drilling precisely into the zombies' skulls and returning to the case wrapped around crystals. He heard what seemed to be zombies coming up from below, frowned, and walked to the edge of the stairwell to peer down at the 7th floor. dozens of zombies, smelling the human scent, were surging up. Shut in a room, you could seal off your scent, but he was in the corridor right now, and the zombies on the 7th, and probably the 6th, had all smelled it and come up, wasting my stamina and mental power. He said coldly, drew the Tang saber, and went to meet them, bracing his body at a slant against the two walls of the narrow stairwell, his legs lending force, cold gleams slicing across the zombies' skulls one after another. He'd just cleared the 7th floor and was about to find a room near the stairwell to hide in and wait for the crimson-eyed spirit cat, when he suddenly felt a wisp of extreme cold welling up from the stairwell below. This cold air, an ice element esper, and an esper of a higher rank than Ouyang Bing. That unusual cold air gave me an answer in my heart at once, so I went to the 6th floor to take a look. If it really was an ice element esper, then I'd find a way to take them on as a helper. Conveniently, this was a girl's dorm, and once I'd dealt with the crimson-eyed spirit cat, it was about time to pick some people from these survivors too. Reaching the 6th floor, an extreme cold seeped through the air now and then. When I walked to the stairwell from the 6th floor down to the 5th, my pupils suddenly went wide. Half the stairwell was frozen over. A thick wall of ice had completely sealed off the way down to the 5th floor. I reached out to touch it, and the instant I made contact, I snapped my hand back. TCH, what kind of ice is this? It can actually hurt me. I looked down. The finger that had just touched the ice wall had frozen bright red in an instant. If I hadn't reacted fast, 2 more seconds and this hand would likely have lost a layer of skin. Could it be a butterfly effect from my rebirth? Last life Tianhai City had never had an ice element this potent that I'd heard of. This degree was SS rank at the least. Damn, it hit me all at once. There's an ice wall here, and there might be one below too. If the crimson-eyed spirit cat got blocked outside an ice wall, it would absolutely leave this building right away. An ice wall this thick, cold air this heavy, it wouldn't be foolish enough to go destroy it. My speed abruptly climbed. I blurred into an afterimage up to the rooftop, swept a glance over the campus, saw no sign of the cat, gripped the rooftop's edge, and dropped down toward the iron guardrails on the 8th floor outer wall. A few drops, and I was back outside Mo Qingyu's window, hanging one-handed from the rail. Oh. Mo Qingyu was startled by me descending from the sky. Seeing it was me, she fixed her bright eyes hard on me. Before she could speak, I dropped further down. She quickly leaned half out and only relaxed when she saw me grip the 4th floor rail, grumbling under her breath. So frightening. Oh no, I forgot to call out to him again. The regret of the missed chance welled up right after. I landed on the 2nd floor, swept a glance over the corpse pack not far off, gripped the iron guardrail of a 2nd floor window with both hands and wrenched. Tore open a big gap and slipped into the room. No one inside. The door shut. Presumably the day the apocalypse broke out, the girls living in this room had gone to breakfast and all turned to zombies. I pressed my ear to the door and heard zombies snarling in the corridor and a beast roar-like sound coming from the 3rd floor too. I pulled the door open, saber in one hand and torch in the other, weaving swiftly through a dozen-odd female zombies, heads falling wherever I passed. I'd meant to find a room to hide in and ambush the cat, but now I feared it would just bolt once blocked by the ice wall. If I really let it leave the campus, finding it again in this city-wide sea of zombies would be no different from fishing a needle from the ocean. Since I knew it was on the 3rd floor, then I'd meet it head-on, just so long as I didn't let it run out of this building. At a sealed-off dorm door on the 3rd floor, the crimson-eyed spirit cat was pushing at the door with its tiger paw-like claws, not getting it open, then set them on the door handle and still couldn't open it, and was about to use its claws to cut through the door. Just then, as if sensing something, it suddenly whipped its head toward the stairwell. Saber in one hand and torch in the other, I shot out from the 2nd floor and watched it quietly. One man and one cat, eyes locked. The zombies surging up from the 3rd and 4th floors at the human scent were all carried off by the metal wires shooting from the sword case on my back. The spirit cat, seeing those zombies drop one after another before they'd even reached me, its blood-red eyes shrank, its whole body's fur bristling as if facing a great enemy. Heh. I looked at this cat as big as a grown tiger, and the more I looked, the more satisfied I was. If I could really subdue it as a pet, it would be not only a great asset, but also a superb mount. Kitty, come here. I sheathed the saber into the case and walked over step by step. Roar. It opened its bloody maw, let out a roar more imposing than a tiger's, and a formless mental wave struck toward my mind. I blocked hard with mental power, my steps unbroken, my right arm beginning to transform into metal. The next second I abruptly accelerated and rushed before it, a metal fist smashing toward its head. It instantly bristled and blurred into an afterimage, retreating backward. My punch hit nothing, and I narrowed my eyes at it. This speed. If it really ran, I couldn't catch it. HFF, HFF. I lunged again like an afterimage. It raised its huge paw to meet me, and my metal fist collided straight against the paw's center. Boom. A blast of air scattered in all directions, and its whole body flew out and slammed hard into the wall, fine cracks splitting the wall's surface, the whole floor trembling like a light shudder. Yet it was somehow utterly unharmed, still fixing its eyes hard on me. I glanced at my own metal-wrapped fist, narrowing my eyes. Quite something, a special super beast, no less. Across a full major realm, it withstands my ability's full force strike head-on without taking harm, and its mental power is frighteningly strong too, almost on par with mine. You really do tempt me, kitty. It couldn't understand what I said. It only knew the man before it could take its life. Its forelegs braced, and with a low growl it leapt high and pounced at me hard. Kitty, finally willing to come into my arms. I watched it pounce, leaned my body back, and as it flew over me, grabbed its tail, thick as a baby's arm, and slammed it hard against the floor. Bang! It let out an ear-splitting roar, and before it could react I hoisted it up and slammed it down again, crying out, "Really think you're a tiger? Giving you too much face." Holding it by the tail, I slammed it again and again against the floor and walls. However strong its physical defense, it couldn't withstand being thrown like this. After dozens of times, its head swelled and it passed out. I sized it up carefully. This super beast really could take a beating. In the place of an ordinary first-tier beast, it would long since have been blood pulp, while it had nothing wrong with it but passing out. I dragged it upstairs by its tail. The cat was in hand. The rest, I'd tame and subdue slowly. For now, first to go see just which girl in this building had awakened an at least SS ice element. What I didn't notice was that the commotion of me hoisting the cat and slamming it madly just now had scared the dozen-odd remaining girls in this building into not daring to breathe loud. Reaching the fourth-floor stairwell, the way up to the fifth was likewise sealed by a thick ice wall. I held the torch over to test it, and the torch was nearly snuffed out by that extreme cold. Could it be SSS ice elements absolute zero? I set the torch aside, transformed my right arm into metal again, and struck the ice wall with full force. Crack. It didn't collapse, just split a crack. I smashed it punch after punch, the cold air boring into my body without pause, and after a dozen-odd strikes, boom, the ice wall finally collapsed. I dispelled the ability. The back of my hand was bright red. Truly terrifying extreme cold. Just then, the spirit cat hanging in my left hand woke and tried to twist back and bite me. I swung it up and slammed it onto the stairwell step again, knocked it out cold in a few blows, and only then headed for the fifth floor. Just up onto the fifth floor corridor, I saw a dozen-odd zombies frozen into ice sculptures. I gave one a push, and that zombie crashed to the floor and shattered into countless chunks of ice. The energy from a fresh awakening's burst is this strong. How terrifying she'll be once grown. This rank beyond S is fiercer than I thought. I collected the crystals in passing and came outside the door of 505. The cold air was heaviest here. The one who'd awakened that ice element, whether SS or SSS, was right behind this door. I raised a hand to the security door and slowly put strength in. Crack. The lock snapped, and there was something heavy braced behind the door. I increased the force and squeezed out a 10-centimeter gap. Mo Qingyu inside, noticing firelight at the back of the room, suddenly turned, saw the iron bed she'd braced against the door moving and firelight filtering in from outside, and was so frightened she didn't know what to do, thinking a zombie had gotten in. Before she could react, the door was already half pushed open, and I came in holding the torch. Seeing it was me, she first let out a breath of relief. By the torchlight, I too saw the girl at the window clearly, and was slightly taken aback. Post-awakening, she had blue hair and blue eyes, like someone stepped out of a painting. I switched on the detection heaven's eye. Emochinyu realm. Early first tier. Ability. SSS rank. OE ice element. Affinity. 52%. Seeing this name and SSS ice element, my heart gave a violent jolt. How is it her? Last life, wasn't this woman in the capital? How could she be a student of Tianhai Music Academy? Last life, I'd never seen her face, but her name and ability were widely known across all the survivor cities. Blue hair, blue eyes, SSS ice element. This was plainly one of last life's Huaxia 10 great experts, the fiancée of the capital's space divine King Yufon, and herself among the 10 great experts, the ice heaven divine empress, Imoqingyu. Classmate, can you save me? Her voice was clear and ethereal, the words a plea for rescue, yet her tone calm, her eyes guarded but holding a hidden yearning. The world had changed. She knew people with ill intent were everywhere, so she was guarding against me. This woman was no simple thing. I didn't answer her right away. Over her shoulder, I saw the iron rope bridge outside the window and glanced at the unfinished bread and milk on the windowsill too. Dragging the cat, I leapt onto the windowsill, kicked the guardrail off, and looked back at her standing far off, eyes fixed on the cat on the floor. Are you coming or not? How do I come? I tossed the torch onto the windowsill and frowned. It's all zombies below. Of course it's out along this aerial chain. If you're coming, get over here. Roar. The guardrail fell, and below, a large pack of zombies was already converging this way. Imoqingyu stood without moving, somewhat resistant to the come here and I'll carry you across business. Then wait here to die. Dragging the cat, I stepped onto the chain. Wait for me. She came to her senses and quickly clambered onto the windowsill. Standing on the chain, I wrapped one arm around her waist and pulled her over. Held in my arm. She was quite resistant at first, but the moment I loosened my arm, she nearly fell and screamed in fright. Don't move. Hold onto my neck. Squirm again. And when this beast in my hand wakes, we both fall and we both die. She glanced down at the cat I held dangling, then at the zombies racing in below, swallowed, and went still. I slowly edged toward the lecture hall rooftop. A step, a pause, the chain swaying in the wind. I didn't rush her. I let her hold on herself. Talent like Imoqingyu's, I wanted her to follow me in earnest. SSS espers. Last life the whole Huaxiao Empire had only 10. This chance encounter had run me into her before she'd grown, and there was no reason whatsoever to let her get away. Her talent was good, her growth high, unlike a low talent sort like Ouyang Bing. Once she got a handle on her ability and had the capital to stand on her own in the apocalypse, getting her to follow me would be harder than hard. More importantly, neither she nor this crimson-eyed spirit cat had I heard of in Tianhai City last life, and instead both were connected to that space divine King Yi Bufon of the capital. I couldn't help thinking there had to be some relationship between Imoqingyu and Yi Bufon. Perhaps last life, Yi Bufon had come to Tianhai City in the early apocalypse, taken her away, and subdued this spirit cat in passing. Thinking it over, it really was possible. SSS space ability was no simple thing. Just from that ice wall Imoqingyu had awakened, which nearly harmed my very flesh, you could tell SSS ability was far more terrifying than I'd thought. I'd overestimated myself, thinking that taking the God-tier evolution serum gave me the capital to arm wrestle an SSS Esper. It seemed at most I just didn't fear an SS of the same realm. I let out a breath, a wisp of cold passing through my eyes. Underfoot, I deliberately gave the chain a sway. Oh, she screamed again. Hold me tight, head against my shoulder. The thing dangling from my other hand is a beast of several hundred pounds. A tiger's a chick before it. With you like this, I can't keep my balance. She could only do as told, unless she wanted to fall and feed the zombies. Are we not going to fall? She asked, ever so carefully. We won't. Just don't squirm, stay like this, and I'll keep you steady. Thank you. You're welcome. Outside your window just now, when I told you not to make a sound and you didn't, you did me a big favor. Otherwise, I might not have caught this mutant cat. You're saying this is a cat? Her voice climbed 3 notches, her face all disbelief. A cat this big? Isn't this a tiger? Nothing about its appearance looks like a cat. The chain swayed hard, lying against my shoulder. After a while, she asked softly, How? How much longer? What? It's too loud below. I didn't catch it. I've got cotton in my ears. Take it out for me. I turned my head and brought my mouth close to her ear. A breath of air brushed against her ear. She gave a start, and with trembling hands took the cotton from one of my ears, then asked again. We've gone a third of the way, nearly to the rooftop across. Only a third. She didn't know what to do, and spoke up again in a trembling voice. I need the bathroom. Hold it. So much trouble. My tone was impatient. I might not be able to hold it. It's really urgent. Then don't hold it. Life or death moment. Is a piss more important or your life? I don't even mind you pissing all over me, so what do you care? Hanging off me, her face scalding hot, her mind a blank, it was as if two little figures were arguing in her heart. One saying, Emo Qingyu, you're so shameless. If Brother Buffon were alive and knew, what would he think? The other saying, what time is it to still care about this? This man saved your life. Who knows whether Yi Buffon has turned into a zombie too? You're only betrothed, not married. If he's dead, are you going to kill yourself to join him? Her face was the picture of having lost all will to live. In truth, I wasn't really in a rush to cross. These dozen-odd minutes, I deliberately dawdled on the chain. First, the cat was about due to wake, and I had to wear it down on the way. Second, this little interlude was the perfect thing to keep this heavily guarded girl too occupied to hold up that cold, aloof air of hers. The more she took me seriously, the more flustered she was, the better. I had no wish for her to lump me in with those men who orbited her. I had to make her see me as an ordinary fellow who wouldn't go out of his way to flatter her. That face of hers was worth few affinity points in the apocalypse. Staying alive by following me was the solid thing. While she was dazed, I quickened my pace, and a few minutes later reached the lecture hall rooftop. The moment I stepped onto the rooftop, fearing the cat would wake and counterattack, I hoisted it and slammed it onto the concrete. The thing was too tough. Best to slam it into submission. It had super regeneration. Without beheading it for the beast core, it couldn't be killed at all, but knocking it out was the safe bet. Controlling the force, I slammed it a dozen-odd more times, and seeing it limp, its breathing faint but not dying, I turned back to look at Emo Qingyu still hanging off me, dazed. How long do you plan to stay on me? She came back to herself mechanically, lowered her head, a little embarrassed. It was so dangerous just now. One lapse, and we'd both have been zombie rations. Get down. I lifted her down onto the rooftop. The moment she steadied herself, she snapped her head up, glaring fiercely at me, her chest heaving, quite furious. How can this man be like this? A wisp of cold light passed through my eyes. Don't look at me like that. I don't mind throwing you down to feed the zombies. You nearly broke my focus just now. That was holding me back. And I don't know what got into me today, having a fit of saintly heartedness, taking the initiative to save a stranger like you, and nearly getting harmed for it. With that, I gathered the iron chain into the system space and dragged the cat toward the stairwell. I said that on purpose. To take in someone with talent as fine as Emo Qingyu's, relying on flattery and fawning would absolutely backfire. The more you go out of your way, the less she takes you seriously. Just look at the affinity. Barely over 50, not even ordinary friends. Saving her life had only earned a nodding acquaintance. This kind of girl either already had someone important in her heart, or had been worshipped as a goddess by a crowd until she looked down on everyone. To handle this kind, you first had to make her understand. I won't orbit her just because she has a pretty face. Whether she can survive in the apocalypse is what she ought to be thinking about. Emo Qingyu stood where she was, gazing at Yi Junmo's departing back, her eyes full of disbelief. From childhood on, no man had ever treated her like this. Her family wasn't a top-tier wealthy house, but a net worth in the hundreds of millions it did have. To say she'd grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth wouldn't be an overstatement. She knew plenty of rich young masters. Those people either curried favor or found ways to amuse her, and she'd look down on every one. She knew they were only after her looks, and she scorned it. There was only one person in her heart, Yi Buffon, her childhood sweetheart, 2 years her senior. The Yi and Emo families were close neighbors, the two betrothed since before birth. A couple of years back, Yi Buffon's father Yi Wei lost money in business and fell into debt, and the Yi family declined from then on. Emo Qingyu's father meant to dissolve the betrothal, and she blocked it every which way. Knowing the Emo family wanted to call off the match, Yi Buffon, to be worthy of her, had gone to the capital last year to start a venture, telling her at parting to wait for his triumphant return. She'd gladly agreed, saying there was only him in her heart, no matter whether he made something of himself. On her father's old connections and his own wits, Yi Bufan soon found his footing in the capital. Recently, she'd even heard that Yi Bufan might not be Yi Wei's biological son, that he seemed to have some relationship with the capital's Yi family. The day before the apocalypse broke out, Yi Bufan told her the capital's Yi clan had sent people to make contact with him, wanting him to undergo an investigation to verify his parentage, to see whether he was the one male heir of this generation that the Yi clan had lost to the outside 21 years ago. Once it was sorted out, he'd return to Tianhai City and go to her home to discuss the betrothal with her father. But before she could wait for his return, the apocalypse broke out. Mo Qingyu came back to herself, looked at Yi Junmo, who'd already walked to the stairwell, glanced at the spot where he'd just gathered the chain, and let out a heavy breath. I have to keep up with him. Only by following him do I have a way to live. Now's not the time to sulk. Yi Junmo heard the footsteps following behind, glanced at the crimson-eyed spirit cat dragging along the floor, and reckoned in his heart. This space divine King Yi Bufan. He couldn't possibly be the so-called protagonist, could he? Last life he'd only heard that Yi Bufan's strength and faction were both extremely strong. The specifics he didn't know. If Mo Qingyu really was connected to Yi Bufan, combined with the fact that last life she hadn't been in Tianhai City but in the capital, then Yi Bufan must have come to Tianhai City to take her away. The capital was over 1,000 kilometers from Tianhai. In the early apocalypse, even if Mo Qingyu had awakened SSS ice element, she couldn't possibly have made it to the capital alone. Only Yi Bufan, with space ability that could dodge the zombie hordes, could pull it off, and he'd have needed a strong team escorting him too. Even with SSS space ability, with his realm not yet up and his ability not yet mastered in the early apocalypse, those 1,000+ kilometers were a near certain death. The road held not just zombies but lurking beasts. If it really was so, this Yi Bufan might have held, from the very start, a fully armed team of espers with guns. In the early apocalypse, guns were still quite formidable. The crux of it was, last life Mo Qingyu was Yi Bufan's divine empress, yet Tianhai City had no record of her at all. This left him no choice but to think more on it. Mo Qingyu and Yi Bufan had an extremely intimate relationship from the start, lovers, or childhood sweethearts, or the like. And this crimson-eyed spirit cat bearing such terrifying talent had likewise left not the slightest whisper in Tianhai City, while instead the capital's Yi Bufan had an extremely strong pet cat. The more Yi Junmo thought, the more he felt this Yi Bufan had a protagonist's fate, born of a great clan, SSS space ability, coming to take away his fiancée, with a strong team at his side. If the apocalypse hadn't broken out, and he'd come to the school each year to pick freshmen, with looks like Mo Qingyu's, she'd most likely have been picked by him. And then, feuding with a man like that, he'd probably get beaten down every step of the way. Company bankrupt, reduced to a stray dog, unable even to protect Sophie, and in the worst case facing prison or even death. Heh, damn it. The more he thought, the more it fit. Looked like he'd better leave this place early. To really run into Yi Bufan with SSS space ability, even with a realm 2 major realms above his, he wasn't sure of a guaranteed kill. SSS space ability was no joke, never mind killing him. If he wanted to leave, few could keep him. And if they did meet, Mo Qingyu following Yi Bufan off, then he'd have nowhere even to cry. S-metal element, still too weak. For now he had no wish to openly draw a powerful enemy for himself. Since he'd decided to take in Mo Qingyu, he wouldn't leave himself such a great hidden danger. From the moment he'd moved to take in Mo Qingyu and guessed her relationship with Yi Bufan was no simple thing. This Yi Bufan was destined to be his enemy, and an enemy ought to die. The capital? I'll go. To see this city later generations would call the capital of humanity's destiny. To meet those several great factions that, 5 years into the apocalypse, would launch the Great Migration. But for now, I have to develop first. Walking to not far from the broadcast room, Yi Junmo turned and stared coldly at Mo Qingyu. What are you following me for? In the detection heaven's eye, that affinity hadn't risen but fallen, dropping from barely over 50 to 50. He forced down the urge to strike on the spot and warned himself inwardly. Hold it in. This is a great helper. You can't waste an SSS expert. Yu swallowed and squeezed out a bit of a smile. You saved me. Isn't it only right that I follow you? Besides, the campus is full of zombies right now. If not you, who am I supposed to follow? At the end, she even tilted her head, with a touch of playing cute. Yi Junmo smiled too, a cold smile. The next second, he put the smile away and said icily, I'm not your dad, and you're not my wife. I save your life and you latch onto me. There are plenty of empty classrooms here. Take your pick. Don't want to stay? Go jump down and feed the zombies yourself. With that, he turned and left. He feared that staying a moment longer, he couldn't help killing this woman. She was no simple thing. Wanting to use him as a temporary umbrella, you could tell from that affinity that hadn't risen but fallen. Yu watched him enter the broadcast room and shut the door, clenched both fists, and cursed under her breath. Bastard. In the broadcast room, Sophie and the four girls, seeing Yi Junmo return, finally let their hanging hearts settle. Seeing the crimson-eyed spirit cat he dragged, and hearing it was a cat, none of the four could believe it. Sophie looked at the unconscious spirit cat, then saw Yi Junmo install an iron hook on the ceiling and start trussing it up with chains, and asked, Junmo, this is really a cat? Nothing remarkable, just a mutant beast. Even rats are this big now. All kinds of fowl and animals will mutate later. You'll see them in time. He explained as he bound it. Once sure it couldn't break free even when it woke, he hung it up and doused it with several basins of cold water to rouse it, proof of how hard he'd hammered it. The moment the spirit cat woke, it struggled desperately, but couldn't put any force into it. Its four limbs bound together, its tail and both ears pulled back taut and yanked hard from behind with rope, its mouth wrapped in 5-centimeter thick tape. Yi Junmo narrowed his eyes and sized it up, saw the fear in its eyes, and took out a dagger to toy with. Then he turned to check Ouyang Bing's affinity again. It had actually reached 85%, and his mood was pleasant. These few days together, plus being ambushed by the spirit cat's mental power and saved by him in time, had improved Ouyang Bing's impression of him by no small amount. Ms. Ouyang. Ouyang Bing's spirits had recovered. The moment she heard him call, she remembered her clingy little woman act of clutching him just now, and her face flushed scarlet. Junmo, what is it? Yi Junmo reached out and smoothed the hair at her temples, leaving her flustered. From now on, I'll protect you. You know what I mean. Ouyang Bing looked up, the heat in her eyes impossible to hide, and for a moment didn't know how to answer. After a while, she squeezed out, I'm 31. The Chancellor's still my idol, Yi Junmo replied. The corner of Ouyang Bing's mouth twitched, and she nodded, speechless. Done teasing Ouyang Bing, Yi Junmo turned to the inverted spirit cat, waved the dagger before its chicken egg-sized blood-red eyes until it squeezed them shut in fright. He forced its eyelids open, pressed the dagger to its eye, and said coldly, I know you can understand some human speech. Acknowledge me as your master like a good cat, and I'll let the matter of you hurting my teacher slide. Otherwise, I'll take your beast core. The spirit cat only felt this man was a demon. It glanced at Ouyang Bing. Not long after dark, it had tried and failed to kill her at the broadcast room door with its mental power, then sensed a strong enemy in the room and given up fleeing. Now, seeing Ouyang Bing again, it trembled all over, thinking this man meant to avenge the woman. Yi Junmo nearly died of speechlessness. Its traits needed another line added: timid as a mouse, dodging zombies, and this gutless to boot. Fall into an enemy's hands later, and it'd probably turn traitor before it could take 2 lashes. I'll ask once more, do you acknowledge me as master? The spirit cat's face was all confusion. It truly hadn't understood. Yi Junmo frowned, thought a moment, peeled the tape from its mouth, and tossed in a few crystals. It chewed them down with crunch after crunch and stared at him, eyes lit up. Meow. Yi Junmo gave a cold smile and tossed a few more. Acknowledge me as master, and there'll be no shortage of these. It finished eating and was still puzzled. Yi Junmo rubbed his temples. This cross-species communication really wasn't simple. Last life, he'd never subdued a beast, nor heard of any method for it. Mid-thought, a thread of mental power struck at him. He blocked with mental power at once and fixed coldly on the spirit cat, thinking it meant a sneak attack. But this thread held no malice. It was expressing that it wanted more of those little crystals from before. Receiving the meaning, Yi Junmo was startled and delighted. You can actually communicate by mental power? The spirit cat nodded dumbly. Yi Junmo laughed aloud and quickly responded with mental power. He hadn't expected this cat could communicate mentally at first tier. The spirit cat understood now that this man meant to be its master and fell into deep thought. Yi Junmo tossed over another dozen-odd crystals. It opened its mouth to catch them, chewed them down with relish, raised its inverted head slightly, thought for 2 seconds, and spat out a golden bead the size of an adult thumb. Holy sh! Yi Junmo blurted out a curse. This cat could freely control the beast core inside it at first tier. Whether zombie, beast, or mutant creature, all had to reach the king realm, undergo the baptism of thunder, and attain full sentience before they could freely control their beast core. That was their wellspring of power, usable against enemies, and even to self-destruct and take an enemy down with them. Beasts and zombies both treated humans as blood food. Subduing one as a pet was harder than hard, most refusing to submit even unto death, with only a rare few subdued by the strong. This first-tier spirit cat spitting out its beast core outright stunned him. What did it mean by spitting out its beast core? Giving it to me? No. Losing its beast core wouldn't kill it, but it wouldn't be far from death. Mid-puzzlement, another message from the spirit cat reached his mind. As long as he could leave a brand in its beast core with his mental power, it would acknowledge him as master, on the condition that it got to eat those little crystals every day. Yi Junmo thought it over and decided to try. He wasn't afraid of it pulling tricks anyway. At the first sign of wrong, he'd snatch the core and start the pot to cook the cat. He kept implanting mental power into the beast core, cold sweat starting on his forehead, gradually sensing some faint connection forming with this cat. At last, a brand took shape in the beast core. Meow. The inverted spirit cat cried out again and butted its head hard toward his chest. Yi Junmo let out a breath, laughed up at the ceiling, overjoyed. He hadn't expected subduing a beast as a pet could be like this. But this method was too dangerous. The slightest slip and the mental power would backlash. Had it fought back desperately just now, he absolutely couldn't have subdued it. And he'd have suffered backlash injury, severe enough to be turned into an idiot. It was only because he was a major realm plus 2 minor realms above it, and had taken the evolution serum to boost his spirit, that he could leave a master-servant brand in the beast core. Seeing the sweat on his forehead, Sophie was first to wipe it with a silk scarf. "Soph, I'm too happy today." He grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. "What's got you so happy?" Sophie asked with a smile. These days she'd been icy as could be to outsiders. But before Yi Junmo, she was as tender as a little bird nestling close. Yi Junmo set down the spirit cat, its core now reclaimed. The moment it landed, it sprawled at his feet, butting him hard with its head. "From now on you're called Crimson." He stroked the cat's head and told it its name by mental power. It was a female cat anyway, and Crimson leaned female enough. No problem. Crimson nodded in a human way. The 4 girls watched this tiger-sized black cat be so docile before him and all found it inconceivable. Yi Junmo sent Crimson another mental message. Crimson shivered, then raised its head to butt at Sophie's hand. Sophie was startled at first, but seeing it so docile, she looked up at Yi Junmo, and only when he gave her a faint smile did she work up the nerve to rub Crimson's head. "Meow." Crimson cried out in enjoyment. Ouyang Bing and the other 2 wanted to come over too. "Roar." Crimson instantly turned and opened its bloody maw, a beast roar scaring the 3 into cold sweats. Smack. Yi Junmo gave its head a slap, swept a glance over the 3, and said to Crimson, "Relax. From now on, without my command, you're not to hurt anyone at my side." Crimson reverted to its kitty look again. "Soph, since Crimson likes you this much, from now on, when I'm not around, you watch it. Don't let it hurt our own people." Ouyang Bing and the other 2 looked at Crimson, then at Sophie, and how could they not understand? This was a bodyguard Yi Junmo had found for Sophie. Mist welled in Sophie's eyes. She hated that she was useless, hadn't awakened an ability, couldn't help. She remembered Yi Junmo saying he'd build a team. Without an ability, she could only be an ordinary member. Now, with him favoring her like this in front of the 3, she felt she'd done nothing to deserve it. Yi Junmo said nothing. only raised a hand to wipe away her tears. To build a faction, there'd be no avoiding cliques and factions, open strife, and hidden scheming down the line. Sophie's temperament left her easy to take advantage of, and without an intimidating ability of her own, then he'd pair her with powerful outside support. He meant to slowly cultivate Sophie into someone who could hold down the room, not by having her be the head, but by borrowing that cold edge of hers, training her into a sword, a blade that could remove enemies and also keep the team in line against unrest, handling matters big and small for him in the shadows. He turned and walked to Ouyang Bing's side and scooped her up. "Ah, Junmo, what are you doing? Put me down." Ouyang Bing was startled. "You know what I'm going to do." Yi Junmo smiled wickedly and sent her out the door, instructing Crimson, "Go scare that woman outside. Keep her nerves on edge the whole time, but don't actually hurt her." Crimson received the order and opened the door and went out in a human way. Mo Qingyu was right now in an empty classroom nearest the broadcast room, gazing at the bare, empty room with nothing in it, her whole self in a sorry state. "This man hasn't an ounce of grace. Dumping a weak woman like me here to guard an empty classroom," she grumbled, alarmed and afraid. The room was bare and empty, the firelight on the field nearly out, and with so many zombies outside, she truly feared one might suddenly burst in. Suddenly her gaze swept to the glass window on the corridor side, and she shuddered all over. At some point a pair of blood-red eyes and a huge shape had appeared outside the window, staring hard at her. She nearly screamed and quickly covered her mouth. "What's going on? How is this cat here? Could that man have been eaten by it? What do I do now?" Back against the wall, she buried her head between her knees, not daring to look at the window. Crimson stared at her from outside the window for 2 minutes before leaving, letting out low growls now and then. Mo Qingyu trembled, raised her head, and the moment she relaxed at seeing it gone, its shape suddenly popped up at the window again, nearly frightening the weak girl into fainting. And so all night, Crimson passed by the window now and then, growling a few times, fixing her through the glass with those cold blood-red eyes. That night, Mo Qingyu sported 2 big dark circles, her blue eyes bloodshot, her spirit on the verge of collapse at any moment. The sky was faintly lighting, the rioting zombies long since quiet, but her eyes were bleary, her head swelling, ready to pass out at any moment, babbling nonsense. In her subconscious, she kept warning herself she couldn't faint. Faint and she'd become that cat's rations. She had no idea at all that right now she was a 1-in-a-million peerless expert, only just awoken, extremely weak, not even faintly aware of the terrifying energy awakened inside her. Near dawn, Yi Junmo rose, washed up, and came out of the broadcast room. Crimson, sprawled outside a classroom window, the instant it saw him come out, came scampering over eagerly. Yi Junmo rubbed Crimson's head, turned to glance at Mo Qingyu slumped on the floor in the classroom, exhausted and babbling, and showed a satisfied smile. He listened carefully. It seemed to be Bufon. "I miss you so much. I'm so scared. You're in the capital." Just as he'd guessed, Mo Qingyu and Yi Bufon were lovers. As weak as she was now, even noticing a special energy inside her was no use. Last life, she'd probably noticed her body's anomaly, then left the dorm to find food, survived, waited all the way for Yi Bufon, and afterward gone to the capital. Now he meant to wear her down to utter weakness, hanging on by a thread. Only that way could she make no waves. He tossed Crimson a dozen-odd crystals, told it to keep guarding and not let Mo Qingyu leave the classroom. She wouldn't die anytime soon anyway. Passing out would be best. "Crimson, go down a floor and kill those zombies with your claws," Yi Junmo instructed, astride Crimson's back. Crimson shook its head hard. "You silly thing, such fine talent, and you're actually scared of zombies. Go now." Crimson looked back at the man on its back, its eyes full of grievance, but meeting that cold gaze, it went aggrieved like a child, and could only leap from the 7th floor down the side toward the 6th, landing in the corridor. The moment it came down, a pack of zombies lunged at the human scent. "Get on with it. You don't kill them, they bite you dead." Seeing it about to turn and flee, Yi Junmo barked sharply. Was this still a super beast? Where was that ferocity from when it met him? Looked like it had been scared witless by that special mutant zombie. Roar! Crimson let out an ear-splitting roar. Scared as it was, with a fierce, watchful master on its back, it had no choice but to charge. A black shape swept along the corridor wall, cold gleams cutting across zombie necks, heads tumbling to the floor. This speed. Yi Junmo's mouth split into a grin. In an open space, who could catch it? And these zombies didn't attack it, only attacked him. It had to be because Crimson had inherited that mutant zombie's poison. He tried having Crimson command these zombies. He waited a good while, and Crimson turned its head and gave him a look like he was an idiot, as if to say, "Have me, a cat, command zombies across species? Can't be done, master." Smack. Yi Junmo gave its head a slap. "Go to the ground floor and kill hard for me." He took 100+ crystals from the space and fed them into its mouth. After it swallowed, a wave of energy radiated out. Mid-first tier already? Absorbing this fast. Yi Junmo was greatly surprised. Crimson's eyes lit up, feeling its master was too good to it. So many little crystals, eaten full, far better than gnawing human heads. And these zombies weren't as scary as it had thought. They only attacked the master on its back and didn't bite it. It leapt straight from the 6th floor down into the ground floor zombie pack, its 10-centimeter, steel saber-like claws reaping without pause. Crimson killed one. Yi Junmo collected 1 crystal. The speed was incredible, and it cost none of his own stamina. The commotion here instantly drew zombies from all over the campus, a black mass of several thousand converging this way. Crimson, go to an open space and cut loose however you like. Today we're not quitting until you drop. Looking at that black mass, Yi Junmo, far from panicked, was instead excited. With this cat, he could come and go freely in the zombie pack, faster than him, and crucially the zombies didn't bite it, while it didn't fear corpse poison and had super regeneration. Wasn't this cat the protagonist? Boys Dorm 707. Holy crap, boss, get up. Monkey stood at the window and, seeing Yi Junmo astride Crimson slaughtering through the zombie pack, cried out. Scared by Crimson last night, the dozen-odd of them had had to huddle together and take turns on watch. Wong Wei and the rest jolted awake and crowded to the window, eyes wide. Damn it, that's the tiger that attacked us last night. Is it Yi Junmo's? Does he mean to kill us? They didn't know Crimson was a cat. In their understanding, there was no such thing as a tiger-sized cat, and Crimson's appearance truly had nothing of a cat about it. Wong Wei said not a word, staring hard at Yi Junmo, a chill in his heart. If it came to facing him, he'd probably be killed in a blink. He turned and asked Su Chun, Dharma King, what do you make of it? Last night, Su Chun had warned them first thing and saved quite a few. Among this crowd, he now carried some weight. Su Chun stared at Yi Junmo slaughtering away, his heart far from balanced. Such a fierce mount. Why wasn't it his, the lightning Dharma King's? He imagined himself astride that beast, lightning all over. A pity it was only imagining. Get ready. Once that man's drawn all the zombies his way, we head for the supermarket. Su Chun withdrew his gaze and said flatly. Wong Wei nodded. This was exactly his thinking. As for dealing with Yi Junmo right now, with that monster around, trying to kill him was pure suicide. They couldn't even beat the beast. That earlier notion of bullying Ouyang Bing's group could only be shelved for now. It wasn't just Wong Wei's crew. The survivors in the Music Academy's other buildings were all sprawled at their windows watching too. Seeing the zombies drawn off, they took up weapons and prepared to charge toward the supermarket and cafeteria. Only the dozen-odd girls on floors 6, 7, and 8 of Mo Qingyu's building were full of despair. Their lower floors were all zombies. This morning they'd quietly opened their doors to check, found the corridor zombies cleared, and just as joy rose, the ice wall on the 5th floor sealed off their last way out. Handsome, please save us. Young Master Yi, I'm your fangirl, save me. They shouted with the last of their strength, but amid the snarls of several thousand zombies, that bit of sound sank like a stone into the sea. One girl, frantic, grabbed things in her room and hurled them toward Yi Junmo to draw his attention, and the other rooms followed suit, all kinds of objects flying for a moment. Yi Junmo, collecting crystals, sensed something drifting down overhead, looked up. A blood-smeared loaf of bread was smashing down, and he quickly jerked his head aside to dodge. Who's so without honor, sneak attacking with this thing? Had he not reacted fast, that blood-smeared bread would have smeared all over his face. He looked up and saw a dozen odd girls in the building where he'd caught Crimson hurling things at him, shouting something. He couldn't make it out, but even a toe could guess it was a plea for help. He withdrew his gaze and looked toward the distance. Several buildings off, survivors were already running for dear life toward the supermarket and cafeteria with weapons in hand. This lot started fighting for their lives. Makes sense. Not fight now and they starve in a day or two. Looks like it's time to take in some subordinates, then close in on Coiling Dragon Mountain. No telling when Yufon comes to Tianhai. Best to leave the university town early. His wings not yet fledged, if Yufon really was as he'd guessed. Holding a strong faction from the start, facing him head-on might capsize him in a ditch. Better to steady things a wave, lie low, and find a chance to strike. 5 days into the apocalypse, the darkness of human nature had gradually surfaced. A few more days, and some survivors would probably be capable of anything. Taking in people and building a faction at the Music Academy now had an unexpected effect. Only by extending a hand at their most despairing, darkest moment would he leave an indelible figure in their hearts. Crimson, slaughter your way slowly over there. Yi Junmo drew the Tang saber and cut toward the campus supermarket several hundred meters off. Crimson's shape flickered, saber gleams and claw gleams whirling through the zombie pack, countless withered heads flying and rolling. He deliberately dodged the poisoned blood, yet plenty still splashed onto that white shirt of his. The nearby zombies, smelling living human, lunged and bit at him like starving beasts. Yi Junmo slaughtered madly in the corpse pack, the Tang saber like death's scythe, taking zombie heads one after another. Only he himself knew how he'd gotten through 5 years of the apocalypse's last life. Reborn from annihilation, struggling in a sea of blood, scraping by among rotting corpses, living each day on guard. 5 years of the apocalypse, especially that stretch early on before he'd mastered his ability, had nearly driven him into a man with no humanity, a madman. In this world of the strong devouring the weak, life is cheap as grass. This life he meant to live well. In that nearby girls' dorm, the dozen-odd girls who'd been hurling things to beg for rescue all went silent now, staring hard at the figure cutting a swath through the corpse pack. He's so strong. Is this really something a human can do? In the apocalypse, only by following a strong one like this is there a future. Will he come save me? These past days they'd already witnessed Yi Junmo's strength, but watching him range through several thousand corpses now still struck them dumb. Several days into the apocalypse, with no word from the authorities and not a single plane in the sky, even a fool knew what an enormous disaster this was, that the world would never go back. These women closest to the corpse pack pinned all their hope on him. Right now, slaughtering madly, Yi Junmo only wanted to kill more zombies, bank more crystals, grow stronger. As for those dozen-odd women, whether they could seize a chance at life was up to them. If not for Yufon on his mind, he'd have wanted to develop slowly right here, but to fully subdue Mo Qingyu, this SSS esper, stepping back for now was worth it. Only by knowing how to endure can you laugh last. Once settled, he'd keep an eye on the university town. If Yufon was just a lone man with no real strength, then nothing more to say, kill him first thing. Since he couldn't bear to give up Mo Qingyu's talent, then this space divine king of last life was a mortal enemy. Snatch away a man's childhood sweetheart. If that's not a mortal enemy, what is? When Yufon one day learned Mo Qingyu had followed him, he really didn't believe the man could be magnanimous enough to say, just a woman, take her, brother. Over at the boys' dorm, Wong Wei's crew charged out, hacking down scattered zombies as they raced for the supermarket. They saw people charging out of other buildings dragged down by zombies, wailing, and were scared out of their wits. Boss, Yi Junmo's slaughtering his way toward us. Monkey cried out. Wong Wei looked back, several hundred meters off. Yi Junmo astride that monster was charging and ramming through the corpse pack, the zombie horde moving as he moved. TCH, run faster. Wong Wei sprinted out front with everything he had toward the supermarket several hundred meters off, Monkey, Au, and Su Chin close behind. The moment these four sped up, it left the ordinary people who couldn't keep up in a bad way. Boss, save me. Dharma King, save me. Holy crap, Wong Wei. The four looked back. All 7 underlings were surrounded by zombies, some bitten to death on the spot. The four spared only a glance and quickened their pace, terrified of being surrounded. Fleeing for their lives was already too little time. Who'd go save these discarded pawns? After this, they came to a further understanding of Yi Junmo's strength. They struggled to handle a few dozen zombies, while Yi Junmo could move with ease among several thousand. Now they didn't dare hold the slightest improper thought toward Yi Junmo. Boom, boom, boom. A pair of brute fists smashed into the supermarket's concrete wall, hammering out a hole big enough for a person. Boss, Dharma King, Monkey, get in here. Oh, bellowed from behind the hole. The three turned and charged in. Quick, find something to block the hole. Wong Wei shouted the moment he was in, hauling over a shelf to block the wall hole. The four had meant to enter through the supermarket's iron door, but that side was all zombies. Luckily, with Au, who'd awakened the strength element, a pair of flesh fists had smashed a hole through a dozen-odd centimeter-thick concrete wall. Wong Wei. Just then, 5 middle-aged men in security uniforms hurried over, and seeing Wong Wei's for hauling things, their tone was surprised. Brother Chun. Wong Wei recognized the one in front, Chun Jianzhong, the Music Academy's security captain. How'd you get in? You little punk, you actually didn't turn into a monster. Chun Jianzhong gave Wong Wei a laughing punch, and the two hugged. Their relationship ran deep. You all made this wall. Chun Jianzhong cried out, looking at the blocked wall hole. They'd been up on the supermarket's second floor watching the rioting zombies on guard, heard a great force smashing the wall below, and thinking it some formidable zombie, had come down to check in fright. Not expecting it was Wong Wei. My brother Ao awakened a superpower, strong as an ox. He smashed it. Wong Wei's face was full of pride. Brother Chun, did any of you awaken a superpower? The corner of Chun Jianzhong's mouth lifted, and he raised his right hand. A violent current crackled and snapped. Lightning. Wong Wei cried out. Lightning. Very powerful lightning ability. Chun Jianzhong's tone was haughty. Wong Wei swept a glance at Su Chun, head down to one side. During the flight, just now, both he and Monkey had seen Su Chin's true measure. Weak as hell, a hair-thin current let out could only make a zombie twitch a couple of times. Utterly useless, and he'd nearly died in a zombie's jaws. To think he'd once shouted about returning the world to clear skies, transforming into a body of lightning. Laughable in hindsight. Su Chun, seeing Chun Jianzhong's lightning, was mortified beyond words. He finally understood that he was no chosen one, no lightning Dharma King, just a little good-for-nothing, a touch stronger than an ordinary person. During the flight, he couldn't even avoid using his ability, yet even so he'd nearly died, his true strength laid utterly bare before Wong Wei. Wong Wei had watched him release a hair-thin bit of lightning, make a zombie twitch for 2 seconds, and that zombie come to and lunge and nearly bite him to death, and felt like an idiot, fooled by a posturing piece of trash. Wong Wei didn't want to settle accounts with Su Chin for now, and turned to Chun Jianzhong. Brother Chin's awesome. You're the only one who awakened? What superpower? Mine's called a lightning ability. Besides me, this brother of mine awakened too, can control wooden objects, can even turn trees into ropes to bind enemies. The two filled each other in on their situations. It turned out that the day the apocalypse broke out, Chun Jianzhong and the others had been shopping in the supermarket. Because Yi Junmo had impersonated the dean over the broadcast and sent the students back to their classrooms, there weren't many people in the supermarket. When the zombies mutated, they'd killed the several mutated security guards with them. Then seeing countless people on campus turn to zombies and some students run into the supermarket, they'd first thing shut the door, blocked it with goods, held off the zombies, then cleared out the mutated zombies inside, and seized this standalone 2-floor, dozen-odd meter tall, 1,000+ square meter supermarket. After awakening abilities, they'd also inadvertently discovered the crystal's use, seeing no rescue coming. They'd even killed some survivors. Besides Chun Jianzhong's 5, there were a dozen-odd students hiding in the supermarket, some of whom had awakened abilities, but had no combat power and had already been brought under their control. Talking to this point, Chun Jianzhong's expression turned unsavory, and he pulled Wong Wei toward the inside of the supermarket. Come, Brother Chin'll take you to see a few girl students we've got under control. One look, and Wong Wei knew exactly what was on his mind. Wong Wei's crew followed, saw the dozen-odd students bound in a corner, blood on their clothes, faces terrified, and greed showed in their eyes. And Su Chin's eyes suddenly went wide, fixed hard on a girl in the innermost corner, anger in his eyes, and something else too. Holy crap, it's Shin Xiaoman. Wong Wei's gaze finally settled on that girl. Haha, that's her. Chun Jianzhong laughed loudly. After the zombie outbreak, she and a few students ran into the supermarket. Wong Wei knew this name. Shin Xiaoman ranked third among the school's campus belles, a commoner belle, only knocked down this year by the newly arrived Mo Qingyu. He'd also heard other rich young masters chat about her, saying she looked pure but was actually plenty scheming, that she'd lately latched onto Wu Hai, eldest son of a tens of billions family in Tianhai City, though she supposedly still had a food delivery boyfriend. But, with the world like this now, never mind young Master Wu or young Master Zhang. All of it was a thing of the past. The bound Shin Xiaoman had seen them the moment Wong Wei's crew came in. When she saw Su Chun, her eyes brimmed instantly with tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. On the campus field, not far from the supermarket, still in the corpse pack, Yi Junmo saw Wong Wei's for all had abilities and had smashed a hole in the wall to retreat into the supermarket and narrowed his eyes. I swept a glance around. The supermarket was ringed entirely by zombies, plenty drawn and even from the streets. I looked down at Crimson beneath me. It was panting hard, its stamina nearly spent. After all, last night I'd hammered it, and it had guarded Mo Qingyu all night without rest. I patted its head and had it leap treading on zombies toward the rooftop of that 2-floor, dozen-odd-meter-tall supermarket. Reaching the rooftop, I got down, swept a glance over the zombie pack churning below, looked at the black blood on my clothes, and with Crimson silently opened the rooftop iron door and entered the supermarket's second floor. First floor. Su Chun. The bound hand and foot Shin Xiaoman gazed at Su Chun, a sob in her voice, tears falling without pause. Seeing him was like seeing hope. Wong Wei's crew heard it, and all looked towards Su Chun. Su Chun, who'd been full of anger, both fists clenched, slowly settled. Slut, so you've got a day like this too. His emotions settled, but mockery was in Su Chen's eyes. He opened his mouth and cursed. Shin Xiaoman seemed unable to believe her own ears, her eyes going wide. The first thing Su Chun did at the sight of her in this state was not to save, not to show concern, but to abuse her. Su Chun gritted his teeth and roared, pouring out the years all at once. How he'd toiled running deliveries, scrimped and saved to buy her clothes and cosmetics. How she'd carried on with other men. How she'd returned the things he bought at a discount. How on his birthday she'd supposedly been with the rich kid Wu Hai. How he'd been beaten by Wu Hai's bodyguards. The more he said, the more worked up, veins bulging, spit flying. Having just entered the second floor, I caught this whole stream of cursing from below, raised an eyebrow, and walked slowly toward the first floor. Chen Jianzhong's crew watched Su Chun roar like a madman with great interest, as if watching a farce. Wong Wei wore an even more there-for-the-show smile. He hadn't expected Shin Xiaoman's delivery boyfriend to be right here. Most amusing. Shin Xiaoman's eyes gradually lost their focus, a bleak, cold smile rising on her face. She thought of all the little moments with Su Chun from senior year of high school to now. The two came from the same small county. They'd become lovers in senior year and tested into Tianhai Music Academy together. Coming to Tianhai, she hadn't let this dazzling world turn her head. She'd only wanted, after graduating, to work hard alongside Su Chun and earn a home of their own in this city. Her ideal was to one day become a true artist. In college, countless rich kids pursued her, and she'd refused them all. To court less trouble, she'd hardly left campus or her dorm, steeping herself all day in music and the practice rooms. Her and Su Chin's relationship had never gone public. It was a decision the two had reached together. After she was named Campus Belle, fearing it would bring the rich kids bullying down on Su Chun, knowing his pride ran strong, fearing he'd take the abuse and sink into gloom or just break up with her and drop out, she decided they'd see each other in secret. But there's no wall in the world that keeps out the wind, and gradually the students all knew she had a boyfriend, just not who. So Shin Xiaoman, who'd hidden and dodged 1,000 ways, refused one rich kid after another, and thrown herself wholly into music, in the end still hadn't escaped one man's wicked design, Wu Hai. On the 30th of last month, she'd come back from her hometown to register, And the moment she stepped on a campus, Wu Hai's people blocked her. Backed by his family's vast wealth, he'd made it plain he meant to take her by force. She'd refused, of course. She knew well that a commoner with no money and no connections couldn't go head-to-head with a wealthy young master like Wu Hai, and could only feign compliance for now, while looking to talk it over with Su Chun and transfer to another school. But she'd called Su Chun again and again, and never got through. Several days into the term, Su Chun had only sent one message on registration day, saying he was very busy lately and never reached out again. She'd thought he was just too swamped running deliveries at the start of term, that he'd even forgotten her birthday, never imagining he'd actually believe the rumors about her and Wu Hai. Years of feeling, years of giving, and he wouldn't hear a word of her explanation, wouldn't dig out the truth. The first sight of her bound here, and he opened his mouth to curse, without even asking once why she'd come to this. Shin Xiaoman looked up at Su Chun still cursing her, nothing left in her eyes but ashen dead heart. She thought again of 2 days ago, when Chun Jianzhong showed his true colors, when she'd refused to yield unto death and been beaten half to death. Slowly, nothing but hatred remained in the eyes that gazed at Su Chun. Hatred for this man who, the moment trouble came, could only rage impotently. More hatred for her own self, for ever having taken a liking to a good-for-nothing like him. Hatred that she'd hidden and dodged for him back then, turned down those rich kids, only to end up in such a state. She didn't explain again, nor did she need to. Even without the rumors, just the sight of her bound now, Su Chun would absolutely run wild in his head again, would never want her back. Her sincerity toward him had been thoroughly defeated by reality. Now she only wanted to live well, for once, for herself, in this transformed world. Have you cursed enough? If you've cursed enough, then shut up, you useless good-for-nothing. Su Chen's filth cut off abruptly, his eyes filling with fury, his face contorted and savage. Shin Xiaoman looked at him like this, and only felt she'd been blind back then. She looked at him no more. Her gaze turned to Chun Jianzhong. Behind a shelf not far from the bedding section, I stood wiping the zombie blood off my hands with a wet towel, crimson lying quiet at my feet. From the moment Su Chun started cursing, I'd brought it down from the second floor, switched on the detection heavens eye behind this shelf, and checked this group's foundations. Wong Wei realm, early first tier. Ability, A+ fire. Affinity, -10%, hostile, Chun Jinzhong realm, mid first tier. Ability, A+, the lightning. Affinity, 50% stranger. Oh, Wong Wei is hostile to me. A mid-first tier lightning esper. Looked like this Chun Jinzhong had already discovered the crystal's use. No wonder there were some zombie corpses with hollowed-out skulls on the second floor. 1A+ fire, 1A+ lightning, 1A wind, 1A strength, 1D wood, and 1E rank lightning Dharma king. These 6 together, in the early apocalypse, so long as they didn't get surrounded and killed by a corpse pack, would absolutely live in comfort. Then I turned my gaze to the dozen-odd bound women. I swept across them one by one, found none who'd awakened an ability, until I landed on a girl in the corner, and my eyes lit up. Shun Xiaoman realm, early first tier. Ability, SS rank, healing. Abilities, healing, mental power restoration. Affinity, 50%, stranger. Special ability, Angel's Kiss. Can heal and dispel corpse poison and any toxin from beings up to one major realm above her own. Emperor realm corpse poison at half effect. Special ability, Mending. After taking any injury, the body automatically expends its own energy to repair, similar to super fast regeneration. A flash of light passed through my eyes. This woman I had actually heard of. They'd been freshmen 2.5 years ago, around when I'd just taken over the company and had no mind to spare for school. Later I'd seen her photo, heard she had a boyfriend and had turned down plenty of rich kids. I'd been too swamped taking over the company to pay much heed. By the time the company was on track and I returned to school, it was basically freshmen I picked. Come to think of it, the way I took women back then leaned on above-board money. If they didn't accept, I switched targets, each taking what they wanted, not like some rich kids, who when enticement failed turned to coercion and in the end forced it. That I could take Sophie away back then was most likely thanks to this very thing. Sophie was clever. She'd sized up the school's situation, Knew that with looks like hers she'd sooner or later not escape those rich kids, even if she didn't go with me. And with my own looks not being bad, she'd chosen me. Thinking about it now, my character back then wasn't half bad. As for now, I looked at Shun Xiaoman's special abilities. Angel's Kiss could dispel corpse poison of the same realm, even one major realm above her. The higher a zombie's rank, the stronger the corpse poison. And this ability wasn't just for corpse poison. It could dispel any toxin, all the way up to Emperor Realm half. Add healing, mental power restoration, and self-mending. As long as her realm climbed and her spirit was full, even if you had one breath left, she could pull you back to life. This was a super medic. No wonder the system rated her a rare beauty among mortals. If I hadn't guessed wrong, this Shin Xiaoman was very likely the woman from last life rumored to dispel 100 poisons. Under Wu Tianhuang, Lord of Tianhuang City, Tianhai City's strongest faction last life. After Tianhai City built its walls, it was renamed Tianhuang City. Its lord the SSS light element Wu Tianhuang. And rumor had it he had at his side a miraculous woman who could dispel 100 poisons, whose true face no one had seen, whose name no one knew. Seeing Shun Xiaoman's abilities today, I was 100% certain it was her. After the cities everywhere exchanged news 3 years into the apocalypse, plenty of major factions heard Wu Tianhuang had such a subordinate and came knocking for help one after another. And through this Wu Tianhuang took in who knows how many cultivation resources, his strength surging. As for why I hadn't heard of Wong Wei and Chun Jinzhong last life, or how Shin Xiaoman became Wu Tianhuang's subordinate, that wasn't mine to worry about. I hadn't expected the Music Academy to yield not just an SSS Ice Heaven Divine Empress Mo Qingyu and the Crimson-Eyed Spirit Cat, but now a top-grade medic too. The system rated her a pure young maiden, presumably not as Su Chen's mouth made out. Likely there was some misunderstanding. But that wasn't my concern. Men and women, love and romance. I switched off the detection heaven's eye. Chun Jinzhong's expression turned unsavory, and he pulled Wong Wei inward. One look told you what was on his mind. Over by Shin Xiaoman, Wong Wei's crew stared at her, eyes full of greed. Shin Xiaoman drew a deep breath, as if psyching herself up, turned her head toward Chun Jinzhong, and forced down her trembling to speak. Brother Chun, I'm willing to follow you in earnest. As long as you'll protect me from now on, I'll do whatever you say. Oh, Chun Jinzhong smiled with ill intent. You're really willing to cooperate. 2 days ago, he'd tried to lay hands on this woman and nearly had his root kicked off, never managing to take her. Now, hearing her soften, his interest peaked. As long as you'll keep me safe from now on, I'll go along with whatever you ask. Shun Xiaoman shut her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. The other dozen-odd bound women heard, and none thought she'd said anything wrong. None thought her base. Their own ordeals were worse than hers. This Chun Jinzhong was a thorough pervert, whether you agreed or not. He bound you all up, and often beat and cursed you besides. Slut, I'll kill you. Seeing her defect to Chun Jinzhong to his face, Su Chun went fully berserk and made to rush over. Hey, brother Su, don't be rash. This kind isn't worth it. Wong Wei yanked him back, his face full of mockery. Chun Jinzhong had earlier said he'd share, and now, knowing Su Chun was her boyfriend, doing it before Su Chen's eyes, the more he thought the more thrilling he found it. Su Chun felt the grip on his shoulder, clenched his fist, and let it go. He knew clearly he was no match for this group. Daring to act would only get him beaten to death on the spot, and besides, with Wong Wei and the rest there, even wanting to kill Shin Xiaoman was wishful thinking. Throwing his life away just to vent wasn't worth it. He thought viciously to himself, a woman like this doesn't deserve me. Su Chun, she ought to be defiled. Chun Jinzhong swept a glance at Su Chun, exchanged a look with Wong Wei, and turned to Shin Xiaoman with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Protecting a great beauty like you, I, Chun Jinzhong, am duty-bound. You're sure you'll cooperate nicely? Shin Xiaoman gazed at that face of his, then at Wong Wei staring at her like a starving dog, trembled all over, fear filling her heart, lowered her head, and slowly gave a nod. Chun Jinzhong laughed loudly, just gloating. You needn't be afraid. That ability of yours should be self-healing. You take an injury and recover on your own, so this sort of thing's nothing to you. He kindly reminded her. He remembered Shin Xiaoman had shown nothing special after awakening her ability. Only that 2 days back she'd nearly crippled him with a kick and he'd beaten her bloody-faced. And before long she'd mended on her own, so he decided hers was a self-healing type. If not for that kick of hers being too vicious, and as being unwilling to kill her or hand her to a subordinate, she'd have had no standing to talk terms with him. At the thought, his lower body still ached faintly. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoman's heart sank further. Why, of all things, hadn't she awakened a destructive ability like Qin Jinzhong's? Had it been that, she'd never have fallen this low. This self-healing ability had, in this moment, become her greatest sorrow. "Boss, what about me?" Beside them, Monkey, who'd long been staring with eyes lit, heard Qin Jinzhong's words as if there were no share for him, and couldn't stand it. Wong Wei's brow furrowed, a wisp of cold passing through his eyes, quickly suppressed, and he looked to Qin Jinzhong. This was Qin Jinzhong's turf, and Shen Xiaoman was the one he'd seized first. It wasn't his place to upstage the host. Qin Jinzhong swept a glance at Monkey, then at Ao, finally at Wong Wei. Seeing Wong Wei wink at him and shoot Monkey a covert cold glance, Qin Jinzhong said coldly to Monkey, "The others as you please, but this Shin Xiaoman is mine and Brother Wong's. You, an underling, dare to overstep?" "The hell did you say?" Monkey, publicly made to lose face and cursed besides, snarled back like a fiend. Qin Jinzhong's gaze went cold. He glanced at Wong Wei and saw him give a slight nod, courting death. Crackle! A bolt of lightning shot from Qin Jinzhong's right hand and struck Monkey across the few meters in an instant. Monkey had just made to raise a hand and gather a wind blade to block when the lightning landed on him. His whole body seized rigid, agony washing over him. "Ah!" he screamed, fell, and convulsed, half his skin burned. Qin Jinzhong gave a cold snort. The crowd swallowed hard. Wong Wei glanced at Monkey on the ground. No real harm, just burns, and a faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Su Chen broke into cold sweat. Too strong, nothing his 3-minute arcs could compare to at all. Ao had meant to charge out and fight, but Wong Wei held him back. Shin Xiaoman and the other women, seeing this, found it no surprise anymore. These past days, Qin Jinzhong had shown off his lightning before them plenty. "Brother Wong, this underling of yours doesn't seem to put you, his boss, in his eyes at all, daring even to snatch the boss's woman," Qin Jinzhong said. Wong Wei smiled. "Many thanks for going easy, Brother Chun. It's my poor discipline." He turned and told Ao to haul Monkey up front and find some cooking oil to put on the burns. He was using Qin Jinzhong's hand to discipline Monkey. That strike just now was precisely because he'd covertly signaled Qin Jinzhong. He meant to make Monkey understand. An underling is an underling. What the boss gives you is what's yours, and some things you don't overstep. He played the good cop, Qin Jinzhong the bad cop. Their teamwork seamless. The two had been birds of a feather before the apocalypse, often carousing together. Monkey on the ground, hearing Wong Wei's words, had eyes full of fury and killing intent. "Come, Brother Wong. In this mad world, we too are bound to have a place from here on." Qin Jinzhong called to Wong Wei greedily, then coldly ordered his subordinates, "The other women, do as you like." Shin Xiaoman kept her head down, her body trembling without pause. "Then I won't be polite." Wong Wei's eyes lit up, and he reached out to undo her collar. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of leather shoes striking the floor rose, unhurried. "Who's there?" Wong Wei, Qin Jinzhong, and the rest spun toward the source of the sound. The bound women all turned to look too. Shin Xiaoman, at others' mercy, slowly raised her head. The zombies outside, smelling no human scent and hearing no commotion, had stopped snarling. Only a few scattered low growls left. The footsteps in the supermarket were heard clear as day by all. A man in a blood-spattered white shirt and leather shoes, his expression detached, came walking out wiping his hands with a towel, and behind him followed a tiger-shaped beast more fearsome than a grown tiger. As he walked, he idly looked over the shelves, casually tossed the towel passing the drinks section, took a bottle of soda, popped the cap, drank a sip and set it back, then tore open a bag of soft candy and tossed it into his mouth one piece at a time through the air, walking toward them. Tap, tap, tap. Wong Wei, Qin Jinzhong, and the rest went rigid all over. watching me and the crimson behind me growling now and then like they faced a great enemy. Shin Xiaoman gazed at me walking over step by step, so casual, so utterly brazen, and yearning showed in her eyes. Young Master Yi? It's really young Master Yi? Please, save us. A few of the bound women recognized me and cried for help. I paid them no mind. Passing Wong Wei, my steps didn't break. I gave him a faint glance, then walked past Qin Jianzhong, treating him as heir. Damn, when did he get in? Not a sound at all. Wong Wei cursed inwardly. Qin Jianzhong, ignored by me like this, clenched both fists and quietly edged toward Wong Wei 2 meters off. They knew too well. After awakening his ability, Qin Jianzhong often went to the rooftop to watch the campus, and only one corner of the supermarket rooftop could see the lecture hall where I was. So these past days they'd several times seen me slaughtering through the zombie packs. Now, with me appearing soundlessly before them, there was no way they weren't afraid. Qin Jianzhong reckoned his lightning strong enough, but he knew clearly he'd never dare charge and ram through a corpse pack the way I did, and that black tiger at my side was frighteningly strong besides. So he didn't dare make the first move, edging toward Wong Wei first to read the situation. I walked to the corner bed, looked down at Shun Xiaoman gazing up at me, saw her hands and feet bound dead tight, her clothes covered in bloodstains, and asked flatly, "Can you move?" Her face was all puzzlement, but she nodded. WHFF, WHFF, WHFF. A cold gleam swept past, and the hemp rope binding her hands and feet snapped one strand after another. I took a suit from the space and tossed it onto the clean side of the bed, spread my arms. "Change my clothes for me." Shin Xiaoman looked at the inexplicably snapped rope, then saw me standing arms spread, turned to glance at Qin Jianzhong and Wong Wei, full of fury but not daring to voice it, and she understood. The man before her had the strength to make them wary. She got down from the bed, her hands and feet numb from the long binding, nearly toppled, braced on the bed's edge to steady herself, and walked before me to undo my buttons. The crowd watched in silence. Qin Jianzhong made to act several times, each time held back by Wong Wei. Only Wong Wei knew I wasn't to be underestimated. That black tiger alone was frighteningly strong. "Your name's Shin Xiaoman?" I asked, looking down, my tone like a boss asking a subordinate. "Hello, young Master Yi." She looked up and squeezed out a smile, trying her best to seem calm. She wanted to come off as different from the other women before me, to draw my notice and get a chance to leave here with me. As long as she got out, she could find a chance to use a strong man's hand to kill Qin Jianzhong. But right now, she didn't dare gamble, unsure whether my strength could really kill this group, even less sure whether I'd make enemies of them for a stranger like her. Lose the gamble, and only crueler torment awaited her. She had to keep this life, live for herself. Ever since Su Qin came, Shin Xiaoman had become a different person. She only wanted to live better than anyone. I looked at the hatred, fury, and coldness in her eyes, and most importantly, I saw that look in them of do whatever it takes to survive, not simple survival, but the survival of one who'd thrown caution to the wind. I knew this look too well because it was my own. "Look into my eyes." She raised her head and met my gaze. Slowly, a flicker of panic rose in her eyes, as if I'd seen through her heart. She also noticed something in my eyes she couldn't name, not desire, but something else. I said flatly, "The you of before, perhaps I didn't understand. But the you of now, no one understands you better than I do. Because we're the same kind. From now on, you're my person. Before I die, nothing will happen to you." She stared at me in disbelief. "Yi Junmo, aren't you putting us a little too far beneath your notice?" Qin Jianzhong couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up in fury. Wasn't this plainly making enemies of them for Shin Xiaoman? Shin Xiaoman shuddered at the cold shout. "Sever the legs, drag him over." Ignoring Qin Jianzhong, seeing her tremble, my gaze hardened, and I gave Crimson the order. SWSH. An afterimage flashed. Crimson appeared instantly behind Qin Jianzhong. Care. Wong Wei's pupils shrank sharply, but before he could finish the warning, Qin Jianzhong was already screaming. Crimson's steel saber-like claws sheared both his legs off clean at the thigh. The severed legs still held their standing posture, blood spraying wildly. As Qin Jianzhong's upper body pitched into the pool of blood, both hands clamped desperately on the stumps, wailing. The crowd's eyes went wide with horror. Crimson grabbed the wailing Chun Jinzhong with one paw and dragged him to my side. I stamped his teeth to pieces and ground my heel hard into his blood-gushing mouth. You still haven't answered me. Ignoring Chun Jinzhong underfoot, I looked at Shun Xiaoman gazing down at him. Seeing Chun Jinzhong's fate, Shun Xiaoman was wildly stirred inside. She hadn't expected me so strong, the black tiger at my side able to kill Chun Jinzhong in an instant. She forced down the urge to kill Chun Jinzhong herself, looked up, and asked as calmly as she could, "Why? They all say I'm a faded flower. Even my old boyfriend curses me a whore. Why take me in?" I'd said nothing would happen to her before I died, which was as good as saying I was willing to risk my life for her. She'd been captivated by this detached, handsome man, yet couldn't fathom it for the life of her. The two of us meeting for the first time, why would I say a thing like that? She wanted to figure out whether I had some other aim. I watched the shift of emotion in her eyes and that ceaselessly leaping affinity and thought, this woman, in a spot like this, still wanting to chase down the whole story, rather interesting. A wicked little smile passed through my eyes, and I decided to play it up, speaking calmly. What followed was a whole fabricated tale of deep devotion that I'd gotten her file the moment she enrolled and had begun paying attention to her then, only too busy having just taken over the group to pursue her. That later, hearing she had a boyfriend and lived in seclusion, busy with the company and rarely at school year-round, I could only have someone keep an eye out for news of her, that I'd been an orphan from childhood, started school late, only entered as a freshman at 21, and for these 2+ years had stayed in my junior year without graduating. Because of you. I calmly let out the 3 words. Saying this was more agonizing than slaughtering in a corpse pack. I forced down my nausea. It was all rot. Shin Xiaoman shook her head dumbly, signaling she didn't know why I'd stayed in my junior year. My doings at school she often heard from her roommates. I wasn't like other rich kids who insisted on forcing it. What I took a liking to were mostly freshmen, using money above board. And if they weren't willing, I didn't cling or coerce. I switched to another, calling it mutual consent, each taking what they wanted. Maybe it really was as I said. I just wasn't good at expressing myself to girls. I went on to finish this string of rot in one breath. That I'd stayed in my junior year wanting to graduate together with her, then use my connections to place her in my company. That flirtatious as I was, with her it was different. I wanted her yet feared hurting her, so I'd held back and never pursued her on campus. Only had someone watch over her, since at school I had a playboy persona to keep. That on the night of September 10th, I'd heard the rumors about her, and Wu Hai and been furious, and come to school first thing on the 11th meaning to ask it out plainly, never imagining the city would fall into a nation of zombies. That after escaping the corpse pack and gaining power, it was to find her, to keep her from turning into a zombie, that I'd slaughtered through several thousand zombies and walked every corner of the campus. That as for words like faded flower, I didn't care at all. Those 4 characters had no place in my understanding. That seeing her alive made me want to laugh up at the heavens. That seeing her bullied by this group made me want to eat their flesh and drink their blood. And only by forcing myself calm had I walked composedly to her side, to let her know I wasn't the kind of good-for-nothing who could only rage impotently the moment trouble came. That from now on, as long as I was around, no one could bully her unless I died. That the good-for-nothing called Su Chen wasn't worthy of her at all. I don't care whether you agree. You can only be my person. I fabricated it all in one breath, fearing that any more, and I couldn't help giving myself 2 slaps. I warned myself inwardly. This devoted love routine, I could use only this once in my life. Never again even meeting someone of finer talent. It really taxed the brain, and I'd nearly thrown up. I switched on the detection heaven's eye and watched her, and seeing the affinity spiral skyward, shooting to 94% before stopping, I nearly laughed aloud. I composedly lit a cigarette to steady myself. As long as affinity passed 95%, the odds of betrayal grew minuscule. So long as you didn't stab her heart over and over, it basically wouldn't drop. A stream of sweet talk had pulled her straight from barely over 50 to 94%. Taking this super medic home was worth it. Truth be told, it was all can lines. Shun Xiaoman's abilities were too useful to me. I meant to make her the internal affairs steward of my future faction. If Sophie was the killing dagger I was cultivating, Then Shin Xiaoman was my backstop, a backstop that could greatly reduce losses and, at a crucial moment, save my life besides. Let her and Sophie, one in charge of the shadows and one of internal affairs, help me steady the faction. Her abilities, plus the change in her character after Su Chun, made her the best choice for internal affairs. The people taken in during the early apocalypse were the cornerstone of the future faction. A little more patience, forcing down the nausea, was worth it. Right now, Shin Xiaoman clamped both hands over her mouth, her eyes all tears, staring hard at me, unable to believe everything she'd heard. This cold Seo the whole school acknowledged as having both looks and money. The young Master Yi with thousands of fangirls was actually baring his heart to her, a woman slandered by rumor. What time was it now? The apocalypse, a jungle world of fallen morality and the strong devouring the weak. And I was this strong. There was no need whatsoever for me to deceive her, a weak woman without the strength to truss a chicken. In a spot like this, she had no choice but to believe those words were true. The other bound women, hearing this confession of mine to Shin Xiaoman, all gazed at me, dazed, longing to be the one standing before me right now. Even having just been through what they had, still in the dark themselves at this moment, they envied Shin Xiaoman terribly. Wong Wei, meanwhile, was thoroughly scared dumb. He'd just harbored wicked designs on Shin Xiaoman. Would I let him off? He looked at Chun Jinzhong half dead underfoot, cold sweat pouring, looked up and ran into Crimson's bloodthirsty eyes, and trembled all over. Su Chen's eyes went wide, his fists clenched bloody, staring hard at me and Shin Xiaoman, shaking with rage. Hearing my confession, hearing me say he wasn't worthy of her, he wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat to death this adulterous pair. Shin Xiaoman's gaze fixed on me full of feeling was harder for him to bear than her falling into Chun Jinzhong's hands. I looked down and met Shin Xiaoman's eyes, saw tears roll from hers. Before I could even raise a hand, she buried herself in my arms. Quite naturally, I raised a hand and held her. As long as you don't spurn me, from now on I, Shin Xiaoman, am yours in life and your ghost in death. The thing with me and Wu Hai isn't as the world says, and nothing happened between me and Chun Jinzhong's lot. I don't ask you to believe it. I only want to tell you. She spoke with a sob, full of love. She only felt my embrace was warm, gave her a sense of security she'd never had, like a great mountain that could shield her from every storm. I said nothing, only tightened the arm around her. HFF. I let out a breath, released her, braced both hands on her shoulders, and said earnestly, "This is a world that eats people. I want you to kill Chun Jinzhong and live on with me. A heart that isn't ruthless can't stand firm. Don't let me down, Xiaoman." Shin Xiaoman looked down at Chun Jinzhong under my heel, then at the other bound women. Thought of their ordeals these past days, thought of Chun Jinzhong's crew's wicked designs, and her once tender gaze turned ice-cold in an instant. I handed over a dagger. She froze a few breaths, slowly took it, shifted half a step, her gaze hardened, and stabbed down at Chun Jinzhong. What followed I didn't stop. As if she had too much pent up to vent, Shin Xiaoman brought the blade down stroke after stroke on this man who'd tormented her and meant to defile her, until she'd thoroughly finished him. Her ruthlessness pleased me greatly. I didn't fear her being too ruthless, only feared she wouldn't be ruthless enough. At last she slowly stood, a pair of cold eyes fixed on Chun Jinzhong dead with eyes unclosed, bent to add 2 more strokes, then stopped. The crowd watched and a chill rose in their hearts. Looking again at Chun Jinzhong's wretched death state, their faces went white. Wong Wei's group and the bound women, their stomachs churning. Even after several days of the apocalypse, used to the sight of corpses, used to mangled flesh, the sight of Shin Xiaoman executing him by her own hand and flogging the corpse besides still made them retch helplessly. Su Chun, looking at Shin Xiaoman in the pool of blood, was so frightened his legs went soft. Is this still the woman I knew? How can she be this ruthless? Am I cruel? Shin Xiaoman rose, forcing down her nausea to ask me, "You actually didn't throw up?" I didn't answer, asking back calmly. I wanted to, but I forced it down hard. Worthy of the one I took a liking to. Only this way are you fit for me. In my eyes this is nothing. An enemy ought to die. How they died doesn't matter. Dead is the result I want. I showed not a ripple. as if that scene of hers just now were mere child's play in my eyes. Shen Xiaoman started faintly, not understanding just what I'd been through to be this composed. Time to deal with the rest. My tone was flat, my eyes filled with killing intent in an instant. The killing aura ground out over 5 years of the apocalypse spread from me, an unprecedented pressure clamping down on everyone present in a flash. Everyone shivered. The me of this moment hadn't the slightest trace of a domineering seal left. Those jet-black, deep eyes glinted with a soul-stealing light, and paired with the killing aura all over me, were especially terrifying in this supermarket. The crowd couldn't breathe. I can keep translating, but I want to flag the safety note attached to this message before continuing. The flag here appears to be a false positive. The chapter depicts fictional combat and character deaths in an apocalyptic web novel, with no first-person disclosure of suicidal thoughts or self-harm from you. So I don't have well-being concerns about you based on this conversation. If I've misread and any of this connects to something you're going through, I'm glad to set the task aside and talk. Here's the translation. Why, young Master Yi, I've never wronged you, and I didn't do anything to sister-in-law Shen Xiaoman just now. Wong Wei stammered. With the world like this now, we should band together. And I've awakened a fire ability. As long as you let me off, I, Wong Wei, am willing to be your underling from now on. He looked into my cold, merciless eyes and was so scared he couldn't get the words out straight. Those eyes were too terrifying. Wong Wei reckoned himself ruthless enough, but against these cold eyes of mine, he felt he was nothing. The sheer aura coming off me pressed any thought of resistance out of him. I swept a glance over Wong Wei and Ao, then at Monkey burned by the lightning, and pointed at the 4 of them, plus that wood element security guard. I'll point you a clear road. Jump off the supermarket roof, kill 400 zombies, and I'll take you on as underlings. Of course, you can also run. If you can get away, that's your skill, and I won't come after you. What? The 4 found it hard to believe. Jumping off the roof meant falling straight into the zombie pack. Would they live? My patience is limited. Don't jump off the roof to kill zombies within 30 seconds, and you'll end up like him. I looked at Chun Jianzhong, dead in a most wretched state, the meaning self-evident. You can also resist. I'll give you the chance. 25 seconds left. By the way, the stairwell's 30 meters behind you. A Tang saber had appeared in my hand at some point, and I'd even kindly reminded them of the time and the location. Run. The moment Wong Wei saw the saber, he turned and bolted for the 2nd floor. He hadn't the slightest mind to fight me to the death. That was suicide. They couldn't even beat that tiger. Going down from the rooftop, maybe they could still get away. Oh, Monkey enduring his burns, and the wood element guard followed close. Su Chun and the other 3 guards had just made to follow when my voice fell. You 4 move a muscle, and you die. The few of them shuddered all over and didn't dare stir. Seeing Wong Wei's 4 go up to the 2nd floor, I glanced at Crimson, and it blurred into an afterimage in pursuit. Su Chun and the rest thought to themselves, Wong Wei's lot are likely done for. After Crimson left, several throwing knives flew at the dozen-odd bound women, cutting their ropes in an instant. I recalled the knives. Shen Xiaoman wiped the blood off her hands and came over to keep changing my clothes for me. Thank you, young Master Yi. The freed women thanked me one after another. Do you want to live in this apocalypse fed and clothed, or be used like objects and then bitten to death by zombies? I asked coldly. Live, of course, they answered. The words had barely fallen when 3 throwing knives pierced back and forth through the 3 guards' legs, dropping all 3 to the floor wailing. Let me see whether you really want to live. Kill them. The women looked at one another. Die. A woman with disheveled hair, an oval face and dimples, was first to put on her shoes. In 2 strides, she reached a guard and stomped him hard. The others followed suit, the dozen-odd of them surrounding the 3 guards and kicking viciously. Whether influenced by Shen Xiaoman or pushed too hard by Chun Jinzhong's crew, each one stomped like they were venting pent-up fury, their feet brutally heavy. This actually exceeded my expectations. If they didn't even dare lay hands on their tormentors, then once I'd collected the supplies, I'd leave them to fend for themselves, daring not even to kill their enemies. How could I count on them to kill zombies? Keeping them would just waste food. I turned to Su Chun nearby, legs gone weak with fear, and looked down at Shen Xiaoman buttoning my clothes. Your ex-boyfriend, want me to let him go? Before she could answer, I added, I'm the jealous type. Hearing Su-chan, Shen Xiaoman snapped her head up and seeing my cold face, thought I was in a bad mood over Su-chan. Then hearing me say jealous type, cold as the words were, to her they sounded like a child sulking. Uffed, she laughed, hugged me lightly, leaned to my ear and said softly, kill him for me, would you? I turned my head to look at her, and she gazed back at me with eyes full of feeling. I gave a slight nod, and a cold gleam flew out, a throwing knife piercing Su-chan's throat. Su-chan clamped both hands desperately on his spurting neck, eyes wide as he gazed at me and Shin Xiaoman, wanting to grab her, wanting to beg her to save him, but his vocal cords were severed and no sound came. His body toppled limply backward. Thud. He slammed hard onto the floor and convulsed a few times. A generation's lightning Dharma king, Su-chan, that was the end of him. Outside the supermarket, Wong Wei's four ran up to the roof, looked at the zombie pack on the field, and still didn't want to jump, only to find Crimson had already chased up like a vicious fiend, eyes fixed hard on them, and they were forced to leap from the rooftop. The instant the four landed, the zombies swarmed in. Wong Wei attacked desperately with fireballs in both hands. An A+ fire ability's flames were no small thing, one fireball blasting a zombie's head apart. Burned monkey, enduring the agony, hacked wind blades across zombie necks one after another, hating Chun Jinzhong to death in his heart, and Wong Wei even more. Brothers for life, they'd said. Yet when Chun Jinzhong struck him, Wong Wei the boss hadn't even stopped it. He'd made up his mind. As long as he got away this time, he'd find a chance later to take out Wong Wei and be boss himself. Ao had gotten a 2-meter+ steel pipe from somewhere, smashing zombie heads like bursting watermelons, fiercer than Wong Wei and Monkey both. If not for fearing corpse poison, he was practically a human tank. The wood element guard fell far short, only able to control wood vines to trip the lunging zombies, sticking close to the three. Boss, if we don't think of something, we're all going to die. Forced back to back, the four were thoroughly surrounded by zombies. Wong Wei looked around in panic, saw a several-meter-tall tree 7 or 8 meters off, and roared, over there? Monkey, cut the trunk and branches. Oh, grab the tree and sweep a path. We charge the cafeteria. Crimson stood on the rooftop, eyes fixed hard on them. It hadn't forgotten its master's instruction. Make these four kill more zombies. Don't let them escape until they died. Such fine fighters, how could they not be put to use? To stay alive, they had no choice but to kill desperately. Kill however many they could. And once dead, I'd just collect the crystals. In the supermarket, the dozen-odd women kicked for several minutes, and the 3 guards were stomped to death. Each found clothes and put them on. I'd already changed into clean clothes, took out a bathtub and filled it with water, and had Shin Xiaoman wash up and change into clothes I'd taken from the space. Only a few scattered shelves in the supermarket had fallen over. It was fairly tidy, presumably cleaned up by Chun Jinzhong's crew. Looking at all these supplies, then sweeping a glance over the dozen-odd women standing to one side gazing at me, I had a plan in mind. Bring Sophie, Ouyang Bing, Li Jing, and Tang Yi over, and once I'd emptied the supermarket of supplies and cleared the space, have them train these people. As for Mo Qingyu, I'd bring her over after she passed out alone in that lecture hall. Thinking of Mo Qingyu's affinity, a cold smile rose at the corner of my mouth. Even if Yufon really did bring people racing from the capital, freshly awakened, unfamiliar with his own strength, and with no transport, it would take at least 20-some days. I could still develop here a while. Before leaving, any survivor in this school who wouldn't come with me would all be driven off to kill zombies, no one left alive, so that even if Yufon came, he couldn't dig up the slightest word of Mo Qingyu. 5 years of the apocalypse had not only forged in me a decisive killing temperament, but taught me too that caution sails the ship 10,000 years. Even Reborn, even with a system, I hadn't grown arrogant enough to look down on everyone. My current talent and strength weren't yet qualified for arrogance. The dozen-odd women gazed at Shun Xiaoman washing up in the tub, then at me standing in thought with my hands behind my back, and called out, "Young Master Yi, what is it?" I have to admit, the music academy really did have a lot of pretty girls. None of these were bad-looking, most of them probably deliberately the ones Chun Jinzhong had left behind. One girl asked with reddened eyes whether they could get some medicine from the supermarket. She and several girls had tears in their eyes. I followed their meaning and understood. They wanted to confirm nothing had happened to them in that group's hands, and wanted some medicine to set their minds at ease and care for their bodies. This supermarket did discreetly sell such things. I swept a glance over Chun Jianzhong and the others' wretched corpses, a wisp of cold passing through my eyes. Those who don't need medicine, haul their bodies upstairs and throw them down to feed the zombies. Those who need it, go find it yourselves. I looked down at Shin Xiaoman in the tub. And you? Hearing, find medicine, Shin Xiaoman clenched both hands. Hearing me ask, she looked up, saw the coldness in my eyes wasn't aimed at her, but at Chun Jianzhong's crew, and said earnestly, I never had relations with anyone, whether you believe it or not. I nodded, and seeing her keep staring at me, gave a faint smile. I said, those 4 characters, faded flower, aren't in my understanding. Of course I knew nothing had happened to her. I'd only asked on purpose. With that I headed for the rooftop. Chun Jianzhong's crew didn't die wrongly. A pack of them who didn't regard these girls' lives or safety as worth anything. These people were the underlings I'd originally meant to take in. If one day a pack of them in my team caused chaos and got themselves hurt, who the hell would kill zombies then? Looked like I'd have to take in a professional doctor later. For external wounds, internal wounds, and toxins there was Shin Xiaoman. But women's health and care needed a dedicated person too. As for myself, I'd never planned to want any descendants. Killing zombies and banking strength with a crowd of people in the apocalypse already left no time to spare. What would having a kid even be? On this point, I was perfectly clear in my heart. Up on the roof, the few women hauling bodies gazed at the field. Wong Wei's lot were charging the cafeteria ringed by densely packed zombies, and swallowed hard, asking themselves, could they really survive? Throw the bodies down. I watched Wong Wei's 4 fleeing for their lives, hands behind my back, and said to the women, go downstairs, sort and stack all the usable supplies in the supermarket except the beds, haul all the shelves over to block the supermarket's iron door, and leave the warehouse stock alone for now. The women threw down Chun Jianzhong and the others' bodies and left the roof to arrange the supplies. Oh, hugging the thick trunk, swept left and right to clear a path, nearly reaching the cafeteria. I sighed in admiration. A strength type really is incredible once it grows, a pity. Crimson. SWSH. Crimson leapt down from the roof, faster than a cheetah, treading on zombie heads as if walking flat ground, and in 2 breaths reached the cafeteria 100 meters off, sprang onto a branch, and let out a beast roar at Wong Wei's 4. Wong Wei's 4 had just been overjoyed to see the cafeteria within reach. They could live. But Crimson's roar made them finally understand. I'd never planned to let them off. In their days, the wood element guard trailing behind was dragged down and torn into by zombies, and Esper's flesh and blood was a great tonic to zombies. And these zombies bit him even more savagely than they would an ordinary person. Whole chunks of skin and flesh ripped off and devoured. That guard wailed without end, the sound making the hearer shudder. I knew these for likely wouldn't even leave bones behind. Never mind turning into zombies. Yi Junmo, you motherf. Wong Wei flew into a rage. After a few fireballs, he raised his hand and hurled 2 more at Crimson. Their stamina near gone, their spirits worn down. With Crimson blocking the way, they had no choice but to fight. Bam, bam. Crimson swatted both fireballs to ash with 1 paw, leapt down from the tree, and blocked the 3. Beast. Ao's eyes went wide. Hugging the 5 or 6 meter trunk, he smashed it hard at Crimson. Boom. Crimson struck the trunk with 1 paw, and Ao felt only an immense force transmit from the other end. The whole of him, man and tree both, left the ground and flew into the zombie pack. Get out of my Yi Junmo. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Ao was surrounded by zombies before he could even get up, his thick-voiced cursing growing fainter, drowned by the snarls. Suddenly, a wind blade from Monkey cut into Wong Wei's leg, and he turned and bolted swiftly the other way. Wong Wei, about to strike at Crimson and unguarded against Monkey, took a sharp pain in his right leg and fell, gazing in terror at his severed right leg. His eyes went blood-red in an instant, and he roared at the fleeing Monkey. Monkey, you motherf, you die with me. A fireball chased Monkey's back. Monkey, who'd run several meters, was blasted several meters by the fireball, and before he could get up he was drowned by zombies. On the roof, hands behind my back, I watched this scene, a smile rising in my eyes. Interesting. Even got to watch a pair of paper brothers turn on each other. Once Wong Wei was thoroughly surrounded by zombies, I sized up the campus. These four had killed no small number of zombies. Sweeping my gaze over the buildings, I found that only that dorm near the broadcast room, the floor that had thrown the blood-smeared bread earlier, still had figures. The cafeteria's main door was sealed and, by the look of it, held survivors too. No people were seen on the other floors. Looks like the people in the school are about all dead. I waited a while on the roof, and Crimson came running back with its mouth bulging, eyes full of yearning and pity. I laughed and patted its head, and it opened its mouth and spat out a big heap of crystals. Not bad, 258. I stored the crystals, tossed it 8, vaulted onto its back, and headed for that girl's dorm that had thrown the blood-smeared bread. Young Master Yi, are you here to save us? Young Master Yi, as long as you save me, I'll do anything. On the girls' dorm rooftop, a dozen-odd haggard women gazed at me with eyes alight, full of adoration, like fans seeing their idol. I gazed at them, listening to their pleas, no ripple in my eyes. But when I saw one of them, a woman in a nurse's outfit, my gaze paused. Over 88 points. This woman was a treasure, not because of her looks, but a very fine support-type talent, medical background. I waved a hand, and a dozen-odd blades appeared on the rooftop. Crimson leapt down from the roof. The women weren't too shocked by the blades appearing from nowhere. These past days they'd seen me collect bodies from thin air at their windows. But what these blades were for, they had no idea. Crimson soon came back with a snarling zombie in its jaws, hopping twice off the window's iron rails to return to the roof. At the sight of the zombie, the women's first reaction was fear, and they snatched up weapons one after another. Two to a group. Whoever survives follows me from now on. I signaled Crimson to set the zombie down. The instant the zombie landed it lunged, but before it got close a cold gleam swept past, lopping off one of its feet and then both its hands. The zombie fell flat on its face, got up and limped along, quite the comic sight. I kicked it toward the rooftop's edge to open the distance, and turned to the dozen-odd women. I don't want to repeat myself. Pair up into twos yourselves, go one group at a time, and once this one's killed my pet, we'll catch another. These days in your dorms, you've already seen clearly through your windows the state of the campus and the city. Your mindset should have changed, and you've thrown up what you needed to. There's nothing left in your stomachs to throw up now. Don't want to kill, and you can only wait to starve. Remember to cut the head, and don't let zombie blood splash on your face. I lit a cigarette. These people were weak now, with no combat power, but I'd hacked the zombie into a hand and foot less cripple. Two people with weapons, careful, wouldn't get hurt, as long as they used their heads and dared to fight. Two handling one crippled zombie was doable. I didn't count on them being a big help. Ordinary people could do logistics at most. For these Music Academy women, I had other plans. Come on, Shaoling, let's go together. The woman in the nurse's outfit called to the bestie at her side. The two exchanged a look, psyched each other up, and forcing their weak bodies, took up blades and went to meet it. There's a bit of grit there, a talent. I nodded. But watching the two keep their distance from the crippled zombie like teasing a dog, raising their blades yet not daring to cut, I was speechless too. Luckily, after circling for several minutes, they finally got the zombie's head off. What's your name? I asked the nurse outfit woman slumped on the ground panting. Young Master Yi, my name's Bai Lingyu. White as in Bai, tangled as in Ling, dim as in Yo. Forcing herself to look up, she reported her name with deliberate weight. I gave her a long look. A talent. I nodded with satisfaction, took out milk, bread, and a cooked chicken drumstick, and handed them to Bai Lingyu and the other woman. Well done just now. Eat something first and recover. Bai Lingyu took it, her stomach growling, tore open the packaging and gulped it down. Quite satisfied with her, I turned to the other women. They gazed at the food in the two's hands, every one of them swallowing. I had Crimson keep going down to catch zombies, likewise lopping off ankles and hands. This time, without my instruction, a group of two charged out to cut. That was more like it, several days into the apocalypse, not daring to kill even a crippled zombie, You might as well just jump off the building. This round only tested whether they dared to act. With me guarding, no lives were lost. Test done, I had them eat their fill and recover their strength. 2 to a group rode Crimson, and using its speed to come and go through the corpse pack, sent the dozen-odd women up to the supermarket roof, and brought Sophie, Ouyang Bing, Li Jing, and Tang Yi to the supermarket. I took a covert look at Mo Qingyu, not yet passed out, in the lecture hall, and left straight away, having Crimson search floor by floor. Any living person, drive them out. Once a building was searched, then go to the cafeteria and drive those people out to kill zombies and train their skills. What's the sense in hiding? The apocalypse here and still not knowing to come out and train, no drive to better themselves. I'd just play the good guy and give them a hand. In this school, apart from those who followed me, I didn't want to see a single other living person. Crimson, taking my meaning, ran off, rubbing hard against my shin before going, its big eyes all piteous, as if to say, "Master, this kitty's been driver countless times today. No wages?" This silly thing's even learned to act cute. I laughed and tossed it 10 crystals, telling it to hurry and go drive people out. The supermarket's first floor had been cleared, all the supplies pulled into the system space, apart from the beds, washing supplies, and a temporary cooking stove. Both floors were empty. I gazed at the 30 Music Academy women standing in neat ranks 2 meters off, plus Sophie, Ouyang Bing, Li Jing, Tang Yi, and Shen Xiaoman. Just right. Every one of them gazed at me with shining eyes, having made me their anchor in the apocalypse. The dozen-odd from the girls' dorm, after coming to the supermarket, had learned what happened here, and had heard of Chun Jinzhong and Crew's abuse of that batch of women in the supermarket. Their eyes were full of sympathy, and at the same time relief at running into me willing to step in to save them, since otherwise only death awaited. Hearing that people could awaken abilities, they felt yearning rise too. A pity not one had awakened. You've all been through the dark, and you all know this world can't go back to before, I began. The women lifted their heads to gaze at me. I won't feed idlers for nothing. From now on, you'll not only kill zombies and kill people, but also learn saber and body techniques from me, Sophie, and Tang Yi. This is the foundation of your survival in this jungle world. I hope you'll put away your former little girl ways and become qualified warriors. Don't you worry, young Master Yi, we'll never hold you back. That's right, not fight desperately, and there's only the road to death. Whatever you want us to do, just give the order. The 30 chattered all at once. I raised a hand to press them down, and they quieted. Many of you are besties, classmates, roommates. You know each other inside out. I don't care what your status or family background was before. From now on, you have only one identity. My Yi Junmo's people. If anyone later harbors rebellion or holds a rift in their heart, don't blame me for being cold and ruthless. I'm ruthless killing zombies, more ruthless killing people. My cold gaze swept over them one by one. The 30 trembled inwardly. They all knew I wasn't joking. Should they truly conceive a betraying heart, I absolutely wouldn't hesitate. Young Master Yi, you say we're all your people. So how will you place us? Bai Lingyu, standing in the front row, glanced at Sophie, then looked to me with a smiling question. She'd meant to call me something else, but catching Sophie's murderous look, she'd quickly changed her wording. When she first came to the supermarket, she'd called me husband, and nearly got cleaved by Sophie. A real fright. At the time, she'd thought this woman was sick, but later, seeing my cold face break into a sincere smile when talking with Sophie, she'd suddenly realized Sophie's place in my heart was no ordinary thing. A crowd of women all looked to me, wanting to hear how I'd answer. I swept a glance at Bai Lingyu casting me coy looks, and looked to the crowd. Peacetime or ancient times alike. Those with money hold the economy. Those in office hold the power. There's never been any so-called equality. My Yi Junmo's ambition is to carve out power and standing in this jungle world. I won't hide it from you. This is my ambition. As long as you have absolute strength, you can do the same. Even if you wanted to turn the world into one where women have the say, as long as you have strength, in this world of collapsed order, there's only possible, no impossible. With that, I dismissed the women, told them to rest well and start training tomorrow, then took Sophie and Shun Xiaoman up to the roof. After I left, the women put their heads together, guessing whether those words of mine meant I'd take them all in. Some thought it just a metaphor. Some thought getting to follow him is worth it. Handsome and cool. Ouyang Bing, Li Jing, and Tang Yi exchanged a look. They hadn't expected me to have such great ambition, but I'd spoken truly. This world had lost its order, and with strength there was only possible, no impossible. Ouyang Bing gazed at my departing back and gave a snort, pulling Li Jing and Tang Yi aside. More and more people would follow me from here on, and cliques were bound to form, so she'd best pull these two onto her side ahead of time. The supermarket roof. Hands behind my back, I looked toward the cafeteria. The iron door had been wrecked by Crimson, and before long a dozen odd people, blades in hand, charged out in a panic, set upon by zombies. These dozen odd were men and women, old and young, none with abilities, some of the women not bad-looking. I paid them no mind, just watched quietly. Behind me, Sophie and Shin Xiaoman stared expressionlessly too. Seeing a few decent-looking women charge out, they thought I'd go save them, never expecting me to be unmoved. I gazed coldly at those survivors driven out by Crimson, already being devoured by zombies, and with my back to the two, slowly spoke. Soph, Xiaoman, you two are the people I trust most and care about most. From now on there's not to be the slightest rift between you. I treat you both alike. Soph, from now on you'll take those 30 below, Tang Yi included, and develop them in the shadows, cultivating them into our absolute confidants. From here on, if anyone in the team harbors ill intent and it's verified, no need to report, just kill them. I'll cultivate you both with everything I've got. Don't think no ability means weak. As long as you're willing to work with me here, you won't be any less than those strong ones. Sophie's hand on her saber tightened, and she gave a soft Xiaoman, from now on you take charge of the team's internal affairs, with Ouyang Bing and Li Jing assisting you. Don't be fooled by it being only a few dozen people now. Once I leave the campus and take in people all along the way and build a base at Coiling Dragon Mountain, the ranks will only grow. Junmo, I won't let you down. Shin Xiaoman clenched both hands. I turned my head to look at her and nodded. For now I wouldn't tell her how monstrous her healing ability was. My using a soft touch on Ouyang Bing, Shin Xiaoman, and that half-dead Mo Qingyu was precisely to firm up the core team in the early apocalypse, so they wouldn't hold a grudge against me from the very start. As long as this group was of one mind with me, the faction down the line wouldn't fall into chaos. With the cornerstone laid firm, once strength and standing climbed, I could let my hands loose. If the early core wasn't solid, then later, besides guarding against zombies, beasts, and other factions, I'd have to guard against my own people too, and that would be exhausting. I couldn't very well switch on the detection heaven's eye all day long, scanning my own people one by one. The thing drained mental power, and in the apocalypse you had to keep enough stamina and spirit in reserve to save your own life and flee at any time. Who knew what the next second would bring? But at the thought of Mo Qingyu, my gaze went cold. This woman, I'd have to wait until I left here and use some methods to take her in. Just keeping her hanging on by a thread was no solution. I'd still have to let her come to. Nightfall, the supermarket roof. Shin Xiaoman and I were alone together for a night. I lit a cigarette, looked at the sleeping Shin Xiaoman, switched on the detection heaven's eye, and checked her information once over, then rose and headed for the roof. On the roof, Sophie was practicing a few saber forms by moonlight, her movements very light. She feared drawing the zombies below and disturbing the others' rest. Crimson, keeping watch to one side, was in fine spirits. I gave it an order. Hand over 1,500 crystals a day, no sneaking bites, rewards I'd distribute uniformly. Otherwise, hung up and beaten. Crimson's big eyes were full of grievance. I paid it no mind. With its stamina, killing 1,000 zombies a day was easier for it than for me. All the more so since these zombies didn't bite it and let it slaughter at will. Drain its stamina and spirit dry, and it could kill at least 2,000 a day. The reason I didn't let it sneak bites was mainly to hold down its realm. Should its realm one day surpass mine, the mental brand I'd planted in its beast core erased, and it rebelled and devoured its master, that would be a major crisis. This cross-species thing, who could say for sure? Crimson gave me another piteous look, and seeing me ignore it, leapt off the roof to go kill zombies with the picture of having lost all will to live. Though it didn't know how much 1,500 was, I told it. When its cat mouth was filled 6 times running, that was the daily quota. One mouthful basically held over 250, so 6 times was no problem. Watching it forego sleep in the dead of night to go earn crystals, I felt rather gratified inside. Taking in this cat was too good a deal. I shook my head. This cat really is the apocalypse's protagonist. I just didn't know whether, as the zombies evolved and gained sentience, it would still be like this. Ordinary second and third-tier zombies might be fine, but higher ones wouldn't stand there dumbly to be cut. Never mind a special mutant with full sentience from birth. I called Sophie, practicing her saber, before me. Gazing at this woman who, for failing to awaken an ability, feared she'd one day not even see my back, who'd thrown her life away to save me last life. I gently pulled her into my arms, my hand at her back. In my heart, everyone else could be a tool, but Sophie alone. I regarded her not just as a lover, but as my only family. That was why I'd given Crimson its order. Apart from me and Sophie, no one was allowed near it without my leave, and anyone who approached Crimson would be bared at and scared off, making it a presence everyone in the team kept their distance from, serving to deter, and I'd ordered it to protect Sophie from then on. If anything happened to Sophie, it could forget about living too. Husband. Sophie suddenly murmured softly in my arms. I released her, saw light in her beautiful eyes. Probably that one call of Bilingos had left her unsettled, and only now did she call husband. I tweaked her nose, gave a soft and asked, Soph, the things I told you during the day, did you fully understand them? Sophie met my eyes for a second, swept a glance toward the second floor, and said flatly, anyone. I nodded with satisfaction, released her, turned to gaze up at the round moon, and said softly, Soph, once a person has no rules or order to govern them, they're no different from a bloodthirsty beast. The saber in your hand is the rules and order. In the days that followed, everyone had something to do every day. Kill zombies in the morning, practice saber and body techniques with me in the afternoon. Your bodies have been strengthened once already. You're no longer the weak women you were. Learn to conserve stamina and kill in one strike. Line up the zombie's eye, drive the weapon in hard. On the supermarket roof, 30 women, holding spears made of iron racks and pipes, struck hard at the zombies snarling below. I taught them at their side to save effort, find the mark, not kill mindlessly. Remember, you have no abilities. You're just ordinary people. Don't put in 100-fold effort now, and later you'll be zombie rations, the playthings of the strong. I'm not your bodyguard. You have to rely on yourselves. I'm only your temporary haven. The day this haven collapses, or you leave it, what awaits you is the raging storm that can take your life at any moment. Get up and keep killing. Force out your potential. Collapsing from exhaustion now beats dying with no place for burial later. Hearing this, several women who'd collapsed from exhaustion crawled up again and stabbed at the zombies. No one complained. They knew I meant well for them, and however tired, they gritted their teeth and held on until I called a stop. Over on the other side, Ouyang Bing and Li Jing, practicing their abilities, heard these words, exchanged a look, and rose to continue too. Sophie and Tang sparred on the first floor with iron rods against 10 chained zombies, using rods instead of blades, for fear that cutting them dead outright would defeat the purpose of observation and sparring. Crimson had finished today's work already. You could tell from the 1,000+ zombie corpses lying all over the campus. I hadn't shortchanged it. I gave it 100+ crystals and kept 1,400 myself. It took the crystals, the wild ecstasy of the first time gone from its eyes, instead on the verge of tears with none to shed. I patted its head, told it to rest well and continue at night, said I. Its master thought very highly of it. It rested less than 2 meters from Sophie, but its eyes stayed fixed hard on Sophie and Tang sparring. The moment either slipped and was about to be scratched, it would save them at once, or it would take a beating tonight. Shun Xiaoman absorbed crystals on the second floor, getting familiar with her ability. At first, I didn't tell her the ability's details outright, but had her use it slowly and run experiments. Then, after observing at her side, I drew a conclusion and told her the ability was no simple thing. If you put on an act, put on the whole thing. Spelling out her special talent right off the bat would inevitably make her feel I'd had my eye on her special nature all along, giving away the game of that self-written, self-directed, devoted confession. Hearing her ability was extraordinary. She was wild with joy. I also feigned a look of surprise, said she'd be my life-saving charm from now on, and delighted her to no end. By this point, everyone had their own tasks, and my faction had taken rough shape. Half a month had passed since the apocalypse broke out. In this half-month, I thoroughly cleared the Music Academy of zombies, even pulling the corpses into the system space. The campus zombies were cleared, but plenty came in from the streets following sounds each day, and now over 100 had gathered again. I stood on the roof, looking at the zombies snarling below. The ones in back had begun climbing onto those in front, having learned to stack into human pyramids. Over the half-month, these zombies had grown stronger by the day. I planned to take my people and leave after tonight for Coiling Dragon Mountain over 30 kilometers off. Transport and the drivers I'd readied. I'd used the school bus, wrapping the whole body in a layer of titanium alloy plates with my metal ability, like an iron box, leaving only a 20-some centimeter window in the windshield to see the road. The drivers were Crimson and zombies. I'd caught 20 zombies, bound them with iron chains, cut off their hands, hung a piece of raw meat in front of them, and had them pull the bus alongside Crimson. The bus plus iron plates plus a few dozen people weighed 10 tons. Crimson could pull it alone but slowly, and not wanting it to toil too hard, I'd founded a few dozen zombie brothers to help. As for Mo Qingyu, she'd already been brought to the supermarket. Throughout the process, she stayed unconscious. I carefully examined her body to see what had gone wrong, and even brewed some Chinese medicine to kindly keep her hanging on by a thread. Now she slept on the second floor. I planned to find a time to wake her and use some methods to win her heart. Just keeping her hanging on was no solution. I'd have to let her come to. I called up the system and looked at the 8,000-plus crystals in the space. These days, Crimson and I had killed zombies like mad. Of these 8,000-plus, 1 or 2,000 were contributed by zombies that had run in from the streets. The school's zombies were cleared in a few days, and if not for there being few zombies left around, I'd have banked even more than this. System, consume crystals to advance my realm to early 3rd tier. Ding. Advancing. Consume 1,000 to reach peak 2nd tier. Consume 2,000 to reach early 3rd tier. 5,105 remaining. Continue and consume 5,000 to reach mid 3rd tier. That's enough. System added. Intermediate lottery jar. 100 first tier crystals per draw. Each tier higher divides the crystal count by 10. I felt little stir over this jar. It was for the money to play with. Looked like reaching the 4th tier would take 40,000 crystals. The 5th tier, 400,000. Early 1st to 2nd tier took 400. Early 2nd to 3rd tier, 4,000. At this pace, 3rd to 4th tier would be 40,000. Then the 5th tier, the 6th tier, the king realm.